Old Chen, how is my master? Is he alright? His chi and blood are weak and his internal organs are severely damaged. Alas, how did it come to this? In the darkness, Yi Ran vaguely heard someone whispering in his ear as if mixed with sobs. Forcing his eyes open, the first sensation was pain. Excruciating pain, as if his entire body had been. Then he saw the unfamiliar surroundings, an antique-style room with a white-haired old man and a young girl of about 14 or 15 sitting by the bedside. Master, you're awake. The girl cried out joyfully upon seeing Yi Ran open his eyes. But at that moment, Yi Ran had no time to heed her as a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Time seemed both long and fleeting, but Yi Ran came to understand his current situation. He had transmigrated into a chaotic fantasy world where demons and monsters were reviving, plunging the people into misery. In this world, demons and monsters ran rampant with impunity. The collapse of the Imperial Order allowed them to act without restraint, turning common people into their prey. It was a hellish world where the lives of ordinary people were more fragile than paper. Yi Ran had transmigrated into a body, also named Yi Ran, the master of a small martial arts school in a mountain town. He was in this state because he had encountered a vengeful spirit demanding his life the night before. His predecessor refused to flee as the school was an inheritance from his parents. He would rather die than abandon the martial school passed down through generations. So he fought the vengeful spirit to the bitter end, even at the cost of his life. In the end, though he managed to force the spirit back, he himself was mortally wounded, allowing Yi Ran to transmigrate into this body. Master, are you alright? Just as Yi Ran was deep in thought, the girl's voice pulled him back to reality. Looking at her, he recognized her as his newly accepted disciple Wu Xie. She was now his only disciple. During the battle with the vengeful spirit, all 8 of his predecessor's original disciples had fled, leaving only Wu Xie behind. It was a sobering thought. In times of despair, a person's true nature is revealed. His predecessor had treated those disciples well, but when disaster struck, each went his own way. In the end, only Wu Xie, who had been his disciple for less than a week, stayed. The white-haired old man beside them was a physician named Chun, well known in the mountain town. "I'm fine, Xie. Please see Master Chen out." Not knowing what else to say, Yi Ran spoke. Wu Xie respectfully nodded and complied. Old Chun rose reluctantly. He had done all he could, and Yi Ran had turned the corner. But before leaving, Old Chun looked at Yi Ran with a complicated expression. The martial path is no longer viable. This era belongs to cultivators. Little Yi, some things cannot. Faced with these words, Yi Ran remained silent. Old Chen sighed softly and walked out of the room, accompanied by Wu Xie. From his predecessor's memories, Yi Ran understood the reason behind Old Chen's words. This world was dominated by cultivators. Powerful cultivators could move mountains and boil seas with a gesture, and they feared neither mighty demon lords nor ghost kings. Yet becoming a cultivator required high aptitude. His predecessor lacked the talent for cultivation, and since his family were martial artists, he had walked the path of a warrior. Unfortunately, in the eyes of cultivators, martial artists were no more than ants. Indeed, cultivators breathed spiritual energy and used it to cultivate, wielding immense power. Martial artists to cultivators were merely physically stronger commoners. No matter how much they trained, they could never compare to cultivators. Before the Imperial Order collapsed, skilled martial artists could still secure official positions in the court. But with the collapse of the Imperial Order, the court had fallen into corruption, and the path for martial artists was completely cut off. Moreover, training as a martial artist was no easy feat. It required extraordinary willpower, persistence, and extremely expensive resources. At least ordinary families could never afford such an expense. Costly and unpromising. No wonder few saw a future in martial arts, and fewer still were willing to practice it. Why bother? It was better to become a cultivator. This led to his predecessor's martial school being perpetually in the red. Many had advised his predecessor to close the school. It was a money pit. Why not use those funds for something else? At least it would improve his life. But his predecessor refused. Even when the vengeful spirit came, he wouldn't give up his school, which cost him his life. What a fool. Yi Ran didn't dislike his predecessor's persistence. After all, everyone has something they would protect at all costs. But was it truly worth it? In this world, a martial artist could never rise above. His predecessor had trained since childhood, yet in the end he couldn't even defeat a minor vengeful spirit. Just as Yi Ran was sorting through these memories, the door burst open, and Wu Xie ran in, panic etched on her face. "Master, something terrible has happened." Seeing her anxious expression, Yi Ran asked hoarsely, "What's wrong?" "Master, the vengeful spirit still hasn't let us go. I found this in the courtyard." She handed him a paper funeral offering stained with dark red blood. A death note. He recognized it at once. On the paper was written the number 9 in blood, meaning the spirit would come for his life in 9 days. It was undoubtedly from the vengeful spirit he had fought the night before. Though the spirit had been forced back, it still intended to finish him. Staring at the death note, Yi Ran frowned involuntarily. The spirit truly meant to destroy him utterly. But then again, anyone targeted by a malevolent spirit rarely ended well. These spirits showed no mercy. Hunting humans was their nature. To them, humans were merely prey. However, he was severely wounded and could not fight the spirit again. Even at full strength, his predecessor's power was no match for this fiend. Should I run? Unlike his predecessor, Yi Ran wasn't willing to stay and die. Life was priceless. Just then a cold electronic voice rang in his mind. Host detected. System binding. System. Yi Ran felt joy surge within him. Just as he was considering fleeing, the system came like a pillow for a sleepy head. He immediately asked in his mind, introduce your functions. Introduce your functions. The sudden appearance of the system filled Yi Ran's heart with delight, and the system quickly responded. As long as the host teaches disciples and makes them stronger, random multiplier rewards will be granted ranging from 1 to 100 times. Host identity detected. System adapting to the top-tier martial arts version. Host Yi Ran. Identity owner of Yi Family Martial Arts Hall. Cultivation perfected body tempering realm. Disciples under your tutelage 1. The system's function was straightforward, teaching disciples to cultivate or granting them treasures to help them grow stronger would yield double rewards for himself. What truly caught Yi Ran's attention was the top-tier martial arts version. Was the system steering him toward the path of martial arts? Although in this world martial artists and cultivators were incomparable as a transmigrator, Yi Ran knew clearly that the root cause was the lack of a complete martial arts inheritance in this realm. Having understood the system, Yi Ran snapped back to reality and immediately saw Wu Xie looking at him with a worried expression. Master, maybe we should just run. That fierce ghost is really terrifying. As she spoke, Wu Xie's big watery eyes were filled with anxiety. If it were before, Yi Ran might have agreed, but now that the system had awakened, why run? Moreover, in a world filled with demons and monsters everywhere, without sufficient strength, nowhere could truly be considered safe. Perhaps it was not even as safe as this small martial arts hall. Xie, do you want to leave the Yi Family Martial Arts Hall? Facing Yi Ran's question, the little girl shook her head repeatedly. No, but Xie doesn't want anything to happen to Master either. Wu Xie had been wandering alone for so long. After being taken in by the previous body, though she had only been a disciple for a few days, she held immense respect for her master. Perhaps because she had never felt the warmth of a home, Wu Xie cherished everything before her dearly. That was why after all the other disciples chose to flee, she alone stayed. As for those former disciples of the previous body, Yi Ran didn't know what to say. Every single one was an ungrateful wretch. If it weren't for the previous body's care, those born into poverty couldn't even afford a meal. And the previous body had treated them like his own children from beginning to end. He taught them martial arts without charging a single copper, even providing food and lodging, caring for them like both a teacher and a father. But in the end, all he got in return was a heartless abandonment. Thinking of this, Yi Ran felt resentful on behalf of his predecessor. Pushing aside these unpleasant thoughts, his gaze fell upon Wu Xie again. Looking at the little girl's sincere eyes and the genuine worry within them, Yi Ran spoke in a deep voice. Your master has no intention of leaving either, but that evil spirit clearly won't let us go. Since that's the case, we can't just wait for death. Starting today, I will personally supervise your training. You must not slack off. Not knowing what Yi Ran planned, Wu Xie nevertheless nodded in agreement, trusting him completely. If it weren't for her master, she would have starved to death long ago. Before long, at Yi Ran's request, Wu Xie heated a large bucket of hot water. Pouring the water into a pre-prepared wooden barrel, Yi Ran then, with Wu Xie's support, retrieved many precious medicinal herbs from the room. Over the years, the martial arts hall had almost zero income, so they couldn't afford body-tempering herbs. These were herbs Yi Ran had treasured for a long time. Today, he was going to give Wu Xie a medicinal bath for body refinement. Ordinarily, this was a very extravagant matter, for body tempering required many precious herbs, an expense the Yi Family Martial Arts Hall could not bear. But today, to test the system's rewards, Yi Ran went all out, taking out all the precious herbs his predecessor. One after another, the herbs were placed into the wooden barrel. Soon a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the air. Master. Smelling the strong medicinal aroma, Wu Xie understood what her master intended. But the thought that such a precious bath was meant for her made her reluctant. After all, her master was still severely injured. If these herbs were used for him, his wounds would surely heal faster. Less talk, get in and soak. But before Wu Xie could speak, Yi Ran interrupted. Helpless, she had no choice but to follow his orders and step into the water. As Wu Xie soaked in the medicinal bath, Yi Ran secretly anticipated the system's reward. However, a long time passed, and there was no response from the system. Damn system, did you crash? Wasn't teaching disciples supposed to grant rewards? How long had it been? Friendly reminder, the host will only receive rewards after the disciples actually use the granted items. So he had to wait until the medicinal bath ended to claim the reward. After receiving the system's reply, Yi Ran felt helpless but could only wait. His gaze rested on Wu Xie, soaking in the wooden barrel. The little girl's face was already covered with sweat and her teeth were clenched tightly. A martial artist training was no easy task, especially this medicinal bath for body tempering. In essence, it used the power of the medicine to forcefully expel impurities from the body, making the physique stronger. Throughout the entire process, the body felt as if pierced by needles and unbearable pain. For Wuxia, this was her first such experience, and it had already drained Yi Ran's entire savings. So if the system didn't deliver, Yi Ran would have to seriously consider running. After a full 4 hours, Wuxia finally finished the medicinal bath. At the same time, the system's reward belatedly arrived. Detected host provided a medicinal bath for a disciple. Random 50x multiplier triggered. Rewards 100 packs of ancient body tempering fluid, 100 perfect quality body tempering pills, and the 100 refinements golden body art. Earth grade lower tier. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Ran quickly looked into the system space. It had been opened upon activation, currently only about 10 square meters, but expandable in the future. Now in the once empty system space sat 100 packs of ancient body tempering fluid and 100 perfect quality body tempering pills. Seeing this, Yi Ran was overjoyed. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, now that's what I call a system. All 3 rewards were extraordinary. The ancient body tempering fluid had effects similar to the previous bath, but at least 100 times stronger. As for the body tempering pills, they were something this world had never seen before, capable of tempering a martial artist's body and greatly aiding cultivation. And finally, the 100 refinements golden body art, a martial cultivation technique unique in this world. Compared to it, the Yi family fist technique was nothing but garbage. The 3 rewards made Yi Ran's eyes burn with desire. The ancient body tempering fluid, the body refining pill, and the 100 tempered golden body art. Any one of these 3 rewards was an absolute treasure never before seen in this world. Taking out a body refining pill, Yi Ran tossed it directly into his mouth, eager to personally experience its effects. As the pill entered his stomach, a surge of pure medicinal power instantly dispersed within his body. Every inch of bone, muscle, and meridian in his body felt a sharp stabbing pain, as if being relentlessly hammered and refined. This sensation was entirely new to Yi Ran. Before long, beads of sweat covered his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed any sound. Truth be told, the experience of the body refining pill was far from pleasant. It was sheer torment. Yet amidst this agony, Yi Ran could clearly sense his body undergoing a transformation, one that was fundamental and profound. After what seemed an eternity, he felt as though some barrier within him had been shattered. A dense surge of blood energy instantly flooded his entire being. His body brimmed with newfound strength. As the medicinal power gradually waned, an involuntary smile spread across Yi Ran's face. He had broken through. In this world, the boundaries of martial arts realms were ambiguous, almost non-existent. After all, martial artists were at the end of the day mere mortals. Cultivators never acknowledged their existence. No matter how powerful a martial artist became, they could never rival a cultivator. Thus no one bothered to define the cultivation stages of martial artists. The body tempering realm was their only recognized stage, but at this moment Yi Ran was certain he had surpassed it. Just as Yi Ran was savoring his newfound power, the door to the room opened, and Wuxia stepped out dressed in fresh clothes. Spotting Yi Ran sitting in the courtyard, she rushed over joyfully and called out, "Master!" After undergoing a medicinal bath to temper her body, the young girl's complexion was rosy and her constitution had clearly improved. At just 15, she had already grown into a graceful young woman, her exquisite beauty hinting at a future of unparalleled allure. For the first time, Yi Ran noticed the striking beauty of his disciple, but only for a fleeting moment. He quickly regained his composure and retrieved a body-refining pill from his system space. "This is a pill. It will help you embark on the path of martial arts as soon as possible." Wuxia had never seen a pill before. Though legends spoke of elixirs among cultivators, those miraculous medicines were only effective for cultivators. To ordinary people, they were no different from poison. Ordinary people simply could not withstand the potency of such pills. Without a second thought, Wuxia obediently swallowed the pill, trusting her master completely. In her heart, her master would never harm her. As the pill entered her stomach like Yi Ran before her, she soon felt sharp pains spreading through her body. Moreover, because she had not yet truly stepped onto the martial path, the agony Wuxia endured was far more intense than what Yi Ran had experienced. Seeing this, Yi Ran gently pressed his palm against Wuxia's back, channeling a dense surge of blood energy into her body to help refine the medicinal power. Without his assistance, the young girl alone could never have refined the pill's potency. With Yi Ran's help, Wuxia's condition quickly stabilized. As the pill's power was continuously absorbed, Wuxia finally succeeded in entering the martial path, stepping into the body tempering realm. As Wuxia broke through to the body tempering realm, the system's voice echoed in Yi Ran's mind. Detected host rewarding disciple with a perfect quality body refining pill. Random tenfold reward triggered, 100 perfect quality body refining pills granted. Detected host disciple breaking through to the body tempering realm. Random tenfold reward triggered. Host cultivation level is increasing. Instantly, Yi Ran's cultivation began to surge upward at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye he stepped into an entirely new realm. His power had grown considerably once more. The sensation of breaking through was immensely gratifying to Yi Ran. He needed to do nothing, and everything fell into place effortlessly. Overjoyed, his gaze toward Wu Xie softened. This little girl had truly become his lucky star. He had assumed that after her breakthrough the girl would be fine. But to his surprise, instead of emerging from her cultivation, Wu Xie's skin turned increasingly flushed. At the same time, her body temperature rose higher and higher, as if she were a volcano on the verge of eruption. Sensing the change, Yi Ran was dumbfounded. What was happening? He had no idea what was going on. After all, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. As Yi Ran stood there in shock, a blazing inferno suddenly erupted from Wu Xie's body. The flames were so intensely hot that even Yi Ran had to retreat a distance. But this was not the end. Soon the fire spread wildly, engulfing the entire courtyard in a sea of flames. Strangely, however, the terrifyingly hot flames did not harm a single blade of grass or tree around them. Indeed, Yi Ran could clearly see the flames, yet the flowers, plants, trees, and even the house remained completely unscathed. A most peculiar sight. System, what's going on? Unable to explain the scene before him, Yi Ran could only turn to the system. Host, rest assured. This is a normal phenomenon of awakening a martial soul. Martial soul. Based on his predecessor's memories, Yi Ran had never heard of such a thing. However, among cultivators there were legends of special constitutions. Those with such constitutions were invariably true prodigies, their talents on an entirely different level from ordinary people. Moreover, cultivators with special constitutions possessed unique abilities such as elemental spiritual power. For such cultivators, the spiritual energy within them became imbued with elemental properties due to their constitution, making it far more powerful than ordinary spiritual energy. In most cases, when someone with a special constitution emerged, they would be taken in by major sects, almost immediately embarking on the path of cultivation from a young age and being groomed as the sect's future, an unparalleled advantage. As long as such individuals did not fall, their future achievements would never be low. Yi Ran stared intently at Wu Xie, astonished that his disciple had awakened a martial soul. Though this was his first encounter, he now understood that a martial soul was akin to a special constitution, one belonging to cultivators, the other to martial artists. But both were equally formidable. Cultivators with special constitutions were prodigies, and martial artists with martial souls were likewise true chosen ones. In the future, their martial arts cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort, and their combat prowess would be top tier among peers, utterly overpowering ordinary martial artists. After confirming that these flames would not harm him, Yi Ran ceased his evasions. Meanwhile, through the system, he quickly came to understand matters concerning martial souls. Martial souls, like special constitutions, are innate and cannot be cultivated through training. However, because this world lacked martial arts, naturally, no one understood martial souls. Those born with martial souls remained unable to awaken them due to the impossibility of practicing martial arts. Take Wu Xie, for example. Previously, because she had not entered the body refining realm, her martial soul had been in a dormant state. Now, after breaking through to the body refining realm, it awakened naturally. Time passed gradually, and eventually Wu Xie's martial soul awakened successfully, causing the flames in the courtyard to slowly recede. Detected host disciple awakening the Crimson Flame Martial Soul, triggering a 50-fold reward at random. Legendary Martial Soul, Indomitable War Soul. Naturally, martial souls also vary in strength, divided into 5 tiers from low to high: common, superior, top tier, peerless, and legendary. Wu Xie's Crimson Flame Martial Soul was a peerless martial soul. As the system's voice faded, Yi Ran felt a surge of inexplicable power within him, and streams of blood energy emerged around his body. His severely wounded body began to heal continuously. After an unknown duration, when Yi Ran regained his senses, all his injuries had fully recovered. He assessed his condition. Though his cultivation level remained unchanged, his combat prowess was now incomparable to before. Such was the terror of a martial soul. Master. Seeing Yi Ran return to himself, Wu Xie, who had awakened earlier, called out worriedly. Yi Ran smiled slightly and said, "I'm fine." The little girl naturally knew nothing about martial souls until Yi Ran explained it to her, after which she nodded with a semblance of understanding. After a day of cultivation, the sky gradually darkened. In less than a single day, Yi Ran had undergone a complete transformation. In high spirits, Yi Ran personally prepared dinner. Once it was ready, the master and disciple ate together in the courtyard. The Yi family martial arts school was not large, consisting of only a courtyard, a main hall, and 4 side rooms. During the meal, Yi Ran asked Wu Xie, "By the way, Xie, do you have any family?" To be honest, Yi Ran knew little about his disciple. Even in his predecessor's memories, there was no deep impression, as she had only arrived a few days ago. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wu Xie's expression changed noticeably. She was reluctant to speak about her family, but did not want to lie to him. After a long silence, she gritted her teeth and said, They all say I'm a jinx. It's been like that since I was little. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and she couldn't help crying. Seeing this, Yiran stopped pressing further, smiled, and ruffled her hair. It's all right. From now on, this is your home. Let the past be the past. Under Yiran's comfort, Wuxia stared blankly at her master, feeling a warmth she had never known before emanating from him. This feeling delighted and comforted her. She ate in silence until nearly finished, then suddenly looked up at Yiran and asked, Master, will you ever abandon me too? Everyone has called me a jinx since I was little. How could that be? You will always be my disciple. Looking at Yiran's smiling face, Wuxia was stunned, but soon broke into a radiant smile. Am I love master the most too? With that, the little girl blushed, picked up the empty bowls, and ran off. Watching her retreating figure, Yiran shook his head with a smile. Wuxia might have regarded him as her only family, but Yiran as a transmigrator felt the same. At this moment, both master and disciple found warmth in each other's presence. After dinner, it was getting late. In this world, there were no nighttime entertainments. As soon as darkness fell, every household closed their doors and windows tightly, for the night was the time when evil spirits were most active. Unless there was an urgent matter, no one ventured out at night, except for cultivators. They each returned to their rooms to rest. In his room, Yiran took out the 100 Refinements golden body art rewarded by the system. He had no time to examine it during the day, but now he could study it thoroughly. Moreover, thanks to the awakening of the indomitable war soul, his injuries had fully healed, leaving him brimming with energy. The 100 Refinements golden body art was merely a foundational martial arts technique suitable for body refining and blood-burning realm martial artists. It also contained detailed records of the martial artist realm divisions, which delighted Yiran. After all, this world had no established divisions for martial artist realms, and even Yiran himself did not know his own level. However, the records in the 100 Refinements golden body art resolved this issue. According to his predecessor's memories, cultivators' realms began with chi condensation, followed by meridian opening, core formation, and purple mansion. Each realm was further divided into entry, minor success, major success, and perfection. As for martial artists, their realms started with body refining, followed by blood burning, martial yuan, and blood sea. Each realm also had the same 4 subdivisions. Yiran was currently at the major success level of the blood burning realm, equivalent to a cultivator's major success in the meridian opening realm. With a clear understanding of his cultivation level and a deeper insight into the martial path, he recognized that the body refining realm was the starting point of martial arts, tempering the body and solidifying the foundation. The blood-burning realm, on the other hand, focused on replenishing blood energy. One could think of a martial artist's blood energy as akin to a cultivator's spiritual power. The more abundant and refined the blood energy, the stronger one's combat prowess. Yiran was currently in the blood-burning realm, but thanks to the system, he did not need to spend vast amounts of time cultivating like others. Every step of cultivation enhanced by the system was pushed to its limits, which pleased Yiran greatly. Not bad. Tomorrow I can start teaching Xia the 100 Refinements golden body art. He was thoroughly satisfied with the power of the 100 Refinements golden body art. It was undoubtedly an extraordinary foundational technique. If one could cultivate the 100 Refinements golden body art to the perfection level, they could condense the 100 Refinements golden body, making them impervious to water, fire blades, and spears with ease. Compared to the Yi family fist technique, the 100 Refinements golden body art was far superior. Thus, Yiran naturally forgot about the Yi family fist technique. Next to the rewards from the system, the Yi family fist technique seemed like a child's toy. Moreover, teaching Wuxia the 100 Refinements golden body art would surely yield more rewards. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Following the 100 Refinements golden body art, Yiran began to cultivate. He placed a body refining pill into his mouth, and in that moment he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his speed of refining the pill was incomparably faster than during the day by an immeasurable margin. This was the merit of the indestructible war soul. Possessing this soul, it was no exaggeration to say that Yiran had already become a top-tier prodigy on the path of martial arts. Such a transformation filled Yiran with excitement. He spent the entire night immersed in cultivation. The next morning, Yiran awoke from his training feeling refreshed. After washing up, he began to prepare breakfast. Once breakfast was ready, Wuxia emerged from her room. Seeing Yiran, she immediately called out with a smile, "Master, come have breakfast." In the courtyard, the master and disciple ate their breakfast in tranquil silence. After finishing, Wuxia took charge of cleaning up, while Yiran comfortably brewed a cup of tea in the yard. Watching the little girl's busy figure, Yiran couldn't help but think according to the system teaching disciples would yield. Thus, the more disciples he took in, the better it would be. However, Yiran did not intend to do so, for the experiences of his predecessor were still fresh in his mind. If he were to indiscriminately take on disciples, just for the system's rewards, Yiran would rather take none at all. After all, he detested the feeling of betrayal. In Yiran's view, the number of his disciples could be small, he could even suffer losses, but he would never favor those of questionable character. Rather than being betrayed by his own disciples in the future, Yi Ran preferred to have none than make do with inferior ones. Master, just as Yi Ran was lost in thought, Wu Xie had finished cleaning and stood gracefully before him. Looking at the elegant and poised Wu Xie, Yi Ran smiled. After you rest, begin your cultivation. Today your master will teach you a martial arts technique. A technique? Isn't that something only cultivators have? Upon hearing that Yi Ran was going to teach her a cultivation technique, Wu Xie asked in confusion. Cultivators indeed had techniques, but she had never heard that martial artists also possessed them. To this Yi Ran explained simply, martial artists naturally have techniques too. As he spoke, Yi Ran took out the 100 refinements golden body art and began to instruct the little girl in its practice. Wu Xie, possessing the blazing flame martial soul, had no less talent in martial arts. Under Yi Ran's guidance, supplemented with sufficient body refining pills, the little girl's progress was not slow, and it seemed she would soon achieve initial mastery. However, while the 100 refinements golden body art was easy to begin, truly mastering it to perfection was no simple task. Regardless of techniques or martial skills, based on the level of mastery, they were divided into 4 stages: initiation, minor success, major success, and perfection. Initiation merely signified a preliminary grasp of the technique or skill. The system showed no reaction, likely waiting for the little girl to achieve initial mastery before granting rewards. Wu Xie was extremely diligent and hard-working in her cultivation. Lad Yi, just as Yi Ran was instructing Wu Xie, a knock came at the courtyard gate. Cultivate peacefully. Saying this to Wu Xie, Yi Ran rose and opened the gate, immediately seeing Elder Chen standing outside. Elder Chen. Elder Chen had come to check on Yi Ran's recovery. Although he had seen Yi Ran out of danger yesterday, he was still worried, so he came personally today to see how Yi Ran was faring. Yet upon seeing a radiant and healthy Yi Ran, Elder Chen was stunned. In just one day this lad had recovered to such an extent. Inviting Elder Chen inside after taking his pulse and examining him, Elder Chen said with an incredulous look, "You're a quite peculiar lad. Fully recovered in just one day." Elder Chen knew best how severe Yi Ran's injuries were yesterday. 4 such wounds recovery in a month would have been impressive, let alone a single day. Yet here was Yi Ran healed completely after just a day. Yi Ran didn't know how to explain this. He certainly couldn't reveal the existence of the system to anyone, so he could only offer a casual excuse. Perhaps it's because of the lad's robust constitution. You rascal, even with the best constitution, recovery couldn't be this fast. Still, it's a good thing in the end. It's good that you've recovered. Perhaps it's because of the lad's robust constitution. You rascal, even with the best constitution, recovery couldn't be this fast. Seeing that Yi Ran was alright, Elder Chen didn't linger and promptly rose to leave. After personally seeing Elder Chen off, Yi Ran continued to instruct Wu Xie in her cultivation. Meanwhile, within the grand estate of the Li family, the foremost clan in Mountain City, a group of Li family members had gathered in the main hall. Seated in the place of honor was a middle-aged Taoist priest in ritual robes. In recent days, the Li family had been in a state of panic, for they had been targeted by a malevolent spirit. In just 4 or 5 days, over a dozen family members had already fallen victim. Left with no choice, the Li family spent a fortune to invite Master Zhao He from the Wuwei Temple outside the city for help. The Wuwei Temple was a well-known cultivation sect in several surrounding cities, and its priests were reputed to be virtuous, often descending the mountain to vanquish evil spirits, earning high prestige among the people. Today, with Master Zhao He's arrival, the Li family naturally received him with great hospitality. "We implore the master to act and save the Li family." Li Shan, the family head, bowed respectfully to Zhao He. Ordinary people indeed had little power to resist malevolent spirits. Only cultivators could resolve such crises. In response to Li Shan's plea, Master Zhao He waved his hand calmly and said, "Since I have descended the mountain, I will naturally take action." Hearing these words from Master Zhao He, the Li family members repeatedly expressed their gratitude. However, their hearts soon sank again with his next words. "But this evil spirit is no simple matter for your family. Was your ancestral grave disturbed some days ago?" "The master is correct. A month ago the clan did relocate the ancestral grave." "That's it then." Saying this, Zhao He rose and asked Li Shan to lead him to the ancestral grave. Li Shan naturally dared not refuse. Soon the group left the city and arrived at the newly relocated Li family ancestral grave. There, one of the tombs was clearly damaged with the coffin exposed. More shockingly, the corpse within the coffin had vanished. This. Seeing this sight, the Li family members were dumbfounded. They had personally witnessed these coffins being buried, so how could a corpse have simply disappeared without a trace? Corpse mutation. Zhao He, however, remained calm, speaking the words flatly. Hearing this, Li Shan asked in confusion, "Master, what does corpse mutation mean?" "There are countless evil spirits in the world: demons, devils, ghosts, and zombies. The dead become ghosts if they bear resentment, and zombies if they harbor qi. Someone from your family has turned into a zombie." These words terrified the Li family members, their faces turning pale. They had never imagined that their own ancestor had become a zombie. Before they could recover from the shock, Zhao He continued. After becoming a zombie, it often starts by targeting its closest relatives. That's why your family has been targeted by this zombie. If it is not eliminated, it will surely kill every member of the Li clan. Upon hearing Zhao He's words, the Li family members turned pale with fear. What can we do? Indeed, how did our ancestor become a zombie? Please, Daoist, save our Li family. In their panic, it was Li Shan, the family head, who bowed respectfully to Zhao He and pleaded. To this, Zhao He only said, let's go. Return first. Seeing this, Li Shan finally breathed a sigh. This time, to secure Zhao He's aid, the Li family had paid a tremendous price. Although they were the foremost family in Shanxing, they meant nothing in the eyes of a cultivator like Zhao He. No matter how powerful a mortal family might be to a cultivator, they were merely an existence that could be annihilated with a flick of the hand. Zhao He was considered benevolent. Many other cultivators regarded ordinary people as little more than dust on the ground. On the way back to the Li residence, Zhao He speculated that the zombie would return tonight, as it would not cease until it had slain all its loved ones. Do not worry. Tonight, I will eliminate this zombie. Seeing the Li family still anxious, Zhao He spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, they naturally echoed in agreement. Zhao He had now become their sole lifeline. He was personally escorted to an excellent guest room to rest. After settling, Zhao He, Li Shan, and the other Li clan members gathered in the hall, each face clouded with worry. Patriarch, should we hire more people to bolster the guard? Someone suddenly spoke up. Although ordinary people were virtually no threat to evil spirits at a time like this, having more people provided a sense of security, a human instinct. Moreover, as a great family, the Lis wished they could fill the entire mansion with people, if only to comfort them. Thus, upon hearing this proposal, the others agreed, without hesitation. Third uncle is right. Yes, Daoist, Zhao He has limited energy, we should strengthen our own defenses. Indeed, even if it costs some money, it's worth it. Seeing no opposition, Li Shan thought it over and agreed. As long as they paid, they could hire many people. They didn't need to fight the evil spirit. Daoist, Zhao He would handle that. By the way, Patriarch, we could also seek out the young Yi. Someone suddenly mentioned Yi Ran, the only martial artist in Shanxing. Though incomparable to cultivators, he was far stronger than ordinary people. Good. Go to the Yi family martial arts hall, and make sure to invite him. Meanwhile, at the hall, after half a day of training, Wu Xia was alone in her room, immersed in a medicinal bath. But today's bath was different from yesterday's. It was the ancient body-tempering fluid rewarded by the system, far more effective. Master's medicinal bath is so potent. She could clearly feel her blood energy surging wildly. Having just broken through to the initial body-tempering realm yesterday, she now showed signs of another breakthrough. This was no surprise. While cultivating the 100 refinements golden body art, and soaking in the ancient body-tempering fluid, she consumed body-tempering pills like candy. Even a pig couldn't cultivate slowly under such conditions, let alone Wu Xia, who possessed the Crimson Flame Martial Soul and considerable talent. Her cultivation speed was only natural. As the medicinal liquid was absorbed, Wu Xia's cultivation effortlessly advanced to the minor completion of body tempering. Detected disciples breakthrough, randomly triggering a 5-fold reward. Post cultivation is increasing. With Wu Xia's advancement, Yi Ran sitting in the courtyard also received the system's reward. His cultivations, he broke through from the greater completion of the blood-burning realm to its perfection. Unfortunately, he failed to breach the martial yuan realm in one go. After all, Wu Xia had only advanced one minor realm and at the body-tempering level. Even with the 5-fold bonus, it wasn't enough for Yi Ran to leap an entire major realm. Yet this pace of improvement was still terrifying. Just yesterday, Yi Ran was only at the body-tempering realm. Now he was at the perfection of blood-burning, equivalent to a cultivator at the perfection of meridian opening. Not bad. Yi Ran casually tossed a body-tempering pill into his mouth and chuckled lightly. By now these pills were no different from candy to him. He couldn't even be bothered to refine them, letting his body absorb the medicinal power naturally. This method wasted much of the potency, but with such an abundance he felt no regret. In just one day, Yi Ran had accumulated a full 5,000 body-tempering pills. There was no short. Waste was trivial when one was wealthy enough to indulge. Just then a knock came at the courtyard gate. Yi Ran opened it and quickly recognized the visitor. Third Uncle Li. Yi Ran was familiar with the man, the Li family's third uncle. Although the Lis were the foremost family in Shanxing, they had an excellent reputation. In lean years, the Li family would open their granaries to aid the poor of the city, a truly benevolent house. They had also been kind to Yi Ran. His small martial arts hall had relied on their support to survive, or it might have closed. After all, few were willing to practice martial arts these days. Even those who did were poor children who couldn't afford. The Li family sponsorship had kept the Yi family martial arts hall afloat. Though these were matters of his predecessor, Yi Ran still remembered the debt of gratitude. Seeing Third Uncle Li arrive, he smiled and invited him into the courtyard. Third Uncle Li, what brings you here today? Young Yi, I've come to ask for your help. Hearing this, Yi Ran didn't hesitate and immediately replied. Third Uncle Li, please speak. If it's within my power, I won't refuse. Good. Seeing Yi Ran's readiness, third Uncle Li felt a warmth in his heart. The young man was not ungrateful. He then truthfully recounted the Li family's troubles without concealment. After listening, Yi Ran was startled. He hadn't expected to be asked to deal with an evil spirit. Seeing Yi Ran silent, third Uncle Li thought the young man was afraid. It was understandable. Who wouldn't fear evil spirits? Though Yi Ran was a martial artist, he was still an ordinary person. Without blaming him, third Uncle Li continued. Young, you don't be afraid. We're just asking you for courage. Taoist Zhao He from Wuwei Temple will handle the evil spirit. You needn't worry. Uncle Li thought Yi Ran was afraid, but upon hearing this, Yi Ran shook his head and said, Uncle, you worry too much. I am willing to accompany you on this trip. It wasn't that he was afraid. Now that he had reached the perfect stage of the blood-burning realm, Yi Ran felt much more confident. Besides, Uncle Li had mentioned that there was a cultivator stationed at the Li family estate. Hearing this, Uncle Li smiled and nodded. Good, I thank you, lad. You're too kind, Uncle. Over the years I have received no small amount of your kindness. Master. Just as the two were speaking, Wu Xia, having finished her medicinal bath, stepped out of the room, her pretty face flushed as she called out to Yi Ran. He told the little girl about the upcoming trip to the Li family. Originally, he had planned to leave her at the martial arts school and go alone. But the little girl refused outright, insisting on accompanying Yi Ran, claiming that she was now a martial artist and could help her master. Faced with her persistence, Yi Ran had no choice but to relent. With nothing to pack, they changed clothes, and the master and disciple set off for the Li family with Uncle Li. On the way, Uncle Li asked curiously, By the way, Yi lad, what about your other disciples? Uncle Li didn't know about the incident where Yi Ran was claimed by a vengeful spirit. After all, in Mountain City, people were killed by evil beings every day, unless one deliberately inquired. Such matters generally went unnoticed. Yi Ran didn't hide it, and told Uncle Li the whole story, omitting only the matter of the blood money to avoid worrying the old man. Hearing Yi Ran's account, Uncle Li realized that the lad had faced such a perilous scene just days ago. A flicker of concern appeared in his eyes, and he even regretted coming to ask the young man for help. A battle with a vengeful spirit, even for a martial artist like Yi Ran, would certainly have left him severely injured. Asking him to help at the Li estate at such a time seemed truly unreasonable. Sensing Uncle Li's thoughts, Yi Ran took the initiative to say, Uncle, don't worry. My injuries have long since healed. Besides, I'm not needed to take action this time. It's fine. Seeing that Uncle Li was genuinely concerned for him, Yi Ran, who reciprocated kindness with sincerity, naturally wouldn't stand idly by when he could help. Despite Yi Ran's insistence, Uncle Li ultimately had no choice but to warn him. This trip is mainly for moral support, a form of self-reassurance really. When facing such matters, having more people always brings peace of mind. So Yi lad, just protect yourself. Everything else will be handled by Priest Zhao He. Rest assured, Uncle, I understand. The three soon arrived at the Li family mansion. Before they even entered, they saw over a dozen guards stationed at the gate. Entering the front courtyard, it was even more heavily guarded with sentries posted every few steps. The vastly mansion at first glance felt somewhat cramped, showing just how many people the Li family had hired. But these people were all ordinary folks. If they truly faced an evil spirit, they would likely be useless. As Uncle Li had said, the Li family didn't expect these people to fight the evil spirit, and these people knew they were just there for show to bolster courage. Otherwise, few would have dared to come. After all, no one wanted to earn money, but never lived to spend it. It was precisely because they heard a cultivator was stationed at the Li family and that they could get paid just for putting on a show that these people agreed. Arriving at the main hall, Yi Ran met the Li family patriarch Li Shan. Seeing Yi Ran, Li Shan greeted him warmly. Yi lad, you finally arrived. Has third brother explained everything to you? Patriarch Li, rest assured, Uncle has told me everything. Good, then he'll trouble you. Yi Ran's task was simple: to guard the front gate with the others. The others were paid 20 coins a day, but Li Shan offered Yi Ran 100 coins daily until the zombie was eliminated by Zhao He. Yi Ran naturally had no objections. He wasn't here for the money, but to repay a debt of gratitude. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. As night fell, the entire Li mansion was brightly lit, especially the front courtyard, which blazed with torchlight. Over 100 people each held a torch. Seeing this, Zhao He said helplessly to Li Shan, Patriarch Li, no matter how many ordinary people you gather, it's meaningless against an evil spirit. You're right, priest. I know that. It's just to boost our courage. Li Shan replied with an awkward smile, and Zhao He said no more. In his view, Li Shan's actions were entirely pointless, but it had nothing to do with him. Since the Li family wanted to hire people, they could do as they pleased. Zhao He's task was merely to slay the zombie. The rest was none of his concern. He sat cross-legged in the main hall, quietly awaiting the zombie's arrival. None of the Li family members dared to sleep that night. They all gathered in the main hall, as if only by staying close to Zhao could they feel a semblance of warmth. Time passed slowly until midnight. Zhao He, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and murmured, "It's here." At these words, the Li family members all shuddered, their breath catching in their throats. Sharply sensing the zombie's aura, Zhao He rose lightly, tapped his feet, and his figure moved like a swallow. In a few strides he had leaped out of the courtyard. Stay here. He left only these words to the crowd. In Zhao He's view, since the zombie had arrived, he would simply go out and slay it directly. After all, it was just a newly risen zombie, at most at the chi condensation level. With his perfect pulse opening realm cultivation, dealing with it would be effortless. He held the zombie in complete contempt. But once Zhao He left, the Li family members felt uneasy. Yet they dared not move, staying obediently in place, silently praying that Zhao He would successfully slay the zombie. Meanwhile, Yi Ran and Wu Xia in the courtyard also sensed the zombie's aura. As martial artists, their senses were no weaker than a cultivator's, especially Yi Ran's. Master, Wu Xia leaned close to Yi Ran, a little worried. It's fine. Yi Ran comforted her softly, but his brow furrowed slightly. For a moment just now he had indeed sensed the zombie's aura, but it quickly vanished. Instinctively feeling something was wrong, but since Zhao He had already rushed out, Yi Ran couldn't say much. Yet his intuition kept telling him that the zombie was likely not as simple as it seemed, and Zhao He was being believing it was just a newly risen zombie. He had let down his guard entirely, and held it in no regard. I hope everything's fine, Yi Ran thought to himself. Yi Ran hoped nothing would go wrong, while Zhao He, who had chased after the trail of the scent, had already rushed far ahead in the blink of an eye thanks to his cultivation at the peak of the meridian opening realm. Along the way he could still sense the zombie's aura. Without much thought, Zhao He focused solely on finding the zombie and slaying it. Yet there was one peculiar detail Zhao He had overlooked from the start. The aura had been intermittent. His contempt for the zombie was so great that he failed to notice this oddity. He had almost chased it out of the city when the aura suddenly ceased. But there was no trace of the zombie anywhere around. Finally, Zhao He discovered some corpse fragments on the ground, and the aura was emanating from them. Damn it! Finally, Zhao He discovered some corpse fragments on the ground, and the aura was emanating from them. Damn it! But how could a zombie that had just undergone corpse transformation possess such intelligence? Zombies based on their strength are classified into purple zombies, white zombies, green zombies, fur zombies, flying zombies, wandering zombies, prostrate zombies, and imperishable bones. Among them, the purple zombie is the weakest, having just undergone transformation. Its body appears purple, initially resisting decay, and through cultivation it can condense corpse chi, deepening the purple hue. However, purple zombies lack intelligence, acting purely on instinct, like attacking their living relatives, driven solely by primal urges. This was why Zhao He had been so careless. A purple zombie with barely any intellect could not possibly scheme. But now he realized he had been utterly mistaken. This zombie was no mere purple zombie, it was on the verge of breaking through to white zombie. When a zombie reaches the white stage, it begins to develop self-awareness, commonly known as becoming an evil spirit. Without hesitation, Zhao He turned and rushed back to the Li family mansion. It was obvious that the zombie had gone to such lengths to lure him away with the Li family as its true target. Now, although the Li family was numerous, they were all ordinary people. Facing a white zombie, they stood no chance. Even if Li Shan claimed they had hired a martial artist, in Zhao He's view, martial artists were still ordinary humans, no match for a white zombie, merely cannon fodder. Having been tricked by a zombie, Zhao He's face was dark with fury as he pushed his speed to the limit. But it was already too late to turn back. Just as Zhao He left the Li residence, a dull thud came from the courtyard. Those who had been silently praying for no trouble now stared in terror at the gate. Yi Ran also fixed his gaze on it, knowing that trouble had indeed arrived. Under everyone's watch, the gate shuddered with repeated thuds. Then with a final heavy crash, the gate was smashed. A zombie, its skin beginning to shift from purple to white, appeared at the entrance. At the sight, everyone shuddered and involuntarily stepped back. The Li family members in particular were so terrified their legs gave way. How is it here? Why is the zombie here? Where is Taoist Zhao He? Didn't he go to kill the zombie? What? Could something have happened to Taoist Zhao He? Then what do we do? As the zombie's living blood relatives, the Li family was its primary target. Panic-stricken, they were utterly lost. Meanwhile, the helpers in the courtyard had already fled in panic, abandoning all else. Master. Standing calmly among the crowd, Yi Ran wore a composed expression as he curiously examined the zombie. So this was the evil of this world. It truly looked terrifying. Having crossed over and seen a zombie for the first time, Yi Ran felt little fear. In the midst of the chaos, the zombie opened its fanged mouth and exhaled a puff of blood-red mist. Its cold green eyes fixed directly on the Li family in the main hall. Sensing the zombie's gaze, many of the Li family members collapsed to the ground in fright. Then the zombie leaped into the courtyard and advanced toward the hall. No one dared to stop the zombie. Oh, everyone was focused on escape. Don't come near. It's over, it's over. The Li family is truly finished. Ancestor, why did you become a zombie? Cries, pleas, and murmurs rose and fell in a cacophony. Facing the zombie, despair gripped every heart. No one had expected that even with Taoist Zhao He's presence it would come to this. Just as everyone was consumed by hopelessness, Yi Ran stepped forward instead of retreating. He gently patted Wu Xia's head. Wait here. Then Yi Ran walked straight toward the zombie. Seeing this, the crowd felt no relief. Instead, they thought he had lost his mind. Has Master Yi gone mad? Does he intend to fight this zombie? Even a martial artist cannot contend with an evil spirit. Mad, truly mad. This was nothing short of suicide. Could a martial artist stand against an evil spirit? Preposterous. No one believed Yi Ran could defeat the zombie. Unconcerned with their opinions, Yi Ran stepped before the zombie. When it found its path blocked, the zombie fixed its cold, gleaming eyes on him. With a low growl, it bared its razor-sharp fangs. Without giving Yi Ran a chance, it leaped straight at him. It's over. At this sight, everyone was certain that Yi Ran was doomed, absolutely doomed. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Yi Ran did not retreat, but advanced. He clenched his right fist, and the blood energy within him surged wildly. Then with a seemingly ordinary punch, the terrifying force struck the zombie, leading to an unbelievable out. Striking first, Yi Ran sent the zombie flying with a single blow. Like a cannonball, the zombie's body crashed violently into the courtyard wall. The once sturdy wall collapsed under the impact, burying the zombie in rubble. Everyone had expected Yi Ran to die, but no one anticipated this result. The chaotic scene fell silent. Every person stared at Yi Ran standing in the center of the courtyard, as if they had seen a ghost. No one could believe what they had just witnessed until Wu Xie let out a joyful cry, snapping everyone back to reality. Master is incredibly formidable. Watching Yi Ran send the zombie flying with a single punch, Wu Xie ran to his side, with a face full of delight. For a moment, sharp intakes of breath echoed through the crowd, and Li Shan exclaimed in astonishment. Young Yu. Inviting Yi Ran had been merely a formality. From the start, Li Shan knew the only one he could truly rely on was Taoist Zhao He. But who would have thought that Yi Ran would be the one to finish off the zombie, and with just one punch at that? It was utterly absurd. Meanwhile, Zhao He, who had rushed back to the Li residence with all haste, saw the collapsed courtyard gate and walls, and his expression darkened further. He was too late. The zombie must have already reached the Li family, and without him present, the others would stand no chance against it. By now, the Li residence was likely a river of blood. With this thought, Zhao He did not hesitate. In a few flashes, he dashed straight into the courtyard. Wretched beast, he bellowed, but as he looked around, there was no sign of the zombie. Everyone present was alive, and well, not a single person injured. Standing in the courtyard, Zhao He glanced around in confusion, then said suspiciously, "The zombie didn't come." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Li Shan beside Yi Ran. Li Shan shook his head and replied, "It already came." Came? Where? Was this old fool scared out of his wits? Where was the zombie? And if it had truly come, how could they all be standing here unscathed? Under Zhao He's incredulous stare, Li Shan pointed to the collapsed courtyard wall. Seeing this, Zhao He waved his hand, and his spiritual energy instantly scattered the rubble and bricks covering the zombie, revealing the corpse that Yi Ran had killed with a single punch. This? Staring at the clearly lifeless zombie, Zhao He was stunned. As he had suspected, this was no ordinary purple zombie, but one that had nearly crossed into the white zombie realm, with faint white fur sprouting on its body. A half-step white zombie, so to speak. But who had killed such a half-step white zombie? Had another cultivator passed by and slain it while he was away? Under Zhao He's questioning, Li Shan quickly recounted what had just happened. After hearing the tale, Zhao He stared blankly at Yi Ran. This young man had killed the zombie, and with just one punch. His first instinct was disbelief, but with so many witnesses, could they all be lying? Yet he was merely a minor martial artist. How could he possess such power? It was impossible. Though a martial artist was stronger than an ordinary person, even a common purple zombie would be a challenge, let alone a zombie on the verge of becoming a white zombie. Meeting Zhao He's gaze, Yi Ran gave a slight nod as a greeting, offering no further explanation. Instead, he turned to Li Shan and said, "Patriarchally, since the matter is resolved, I'll take my leave." "Oh, so soon? Why not stay for the night before?" Hearing this, Li Shan tried to persuade him to stay. After what had just transpired, his attitude toward Yi Ran had shifted noticeably, and his tone carried a hint of respect. But Yi Ran declined Li Shan's kindness, shaking his head, and soon left with Wu Xie. Escorting Yi Ran to the door, Li Shan returned to find Zhao He still frozen in place, and approached him respectfully. "Taoist, what should we do now?" Glancing at the zombie, though it had been slain by Yi Ran, Li Shan was still shaken. Hearing this, Zhao He snapped back to reality and said flatly, "Burn it." With the help of the Li family, a pile of dry firewood was soon stacked in the courtyard. Zhao He produced a talisman, channeled his spiritual energy, and set it ablaze. He tossed it casually, igniting the firewood, and the flames devoured both the wood and the zombie in an instant. Afterward, Zhao He returned indoors. The day's events were hard for him to accept. A martial artist had killed a half-step white zombie with a single punch. Before this, Zhao He would never have believed it, but the evidence before his eyes left him no choice. That young man is peculiar. Astonished, Zhao He also developed a keen interest in Yi Ran. Unaware of Zhao He's thoughts, Yi Ran returned to the martial arts school, and seeing the still excited Wu Xie, said helplessly, "Master, you were amazing today. Go to sleep now." The girl was clearly still thrilled, but Yi Ran remained. Though it was his first encounter with the dark spirits of this world, the zombie's strength paled in comparison to his own, leaving him utterly unimpressed. At least I have some means of self-preservation now, but this is just the most ordinary of evils. Returning to his room, Yi Ran murmured softly. Strength brought confidence, yet Yi Ran understood he was only at the beginning with a long road ahead. The night passed without incident. The next morning Yi Ran guided Wu Xie in her training, as usual. With the 100 refinements, golden body art, and body tempering pills, the girl progressed swiftly, her cultivation steadily rising. Watching her diligent efforts, Yi Ran nodded in satisfaction. She was his lovely little cash cow, growing robustly every day. Little did Yi Ran know that overnight the previous day's events had spread throughout Mountain City. After all, the Li family had invited many guests, so news traveled fast. Early in the morning, everyone in Mountain City was talking about how Yi Ran had killed a zombie with a single punch. Did you hear? Last night Master Yi killed that zombie at the Li residence with one punch. Really? Master Yi is a martial artist, not a cultivator. Can he really defeat evil spirits? Absolutely true. My elder brother was at the Li residence and saw it with his own eyes. That impressive. Indeed, they say even the invited Taoist Zhao He was stunned. In no time many townsfolk of Mountain City were filled with admiration for Yi Ran. Strength commanded respect, a truth that held anywhere. At a tea stall, three young men listened to the surrounding chatter, their faces complex, eyes flickering with These three had once been Yi Ran's disciples, but when a vengeful spirit came to claim lives, they had fled without hesitation, not even bothering to inform Yi Ran, a display of utter heartlessness. They had all assumed Yi Ran was doomed, yet not only had he survived, but he had also killed a zombie with a single punch. In unison, the same thought crossed their minds. To return. All three were orphans, idling about the city day in and day out, living from hand to mouth, until Yi Ran took them in, granting them a place to call home. Yet unlike Wu Xie, their hearts harbored not a shred of gratitude. The moment they learned that Yi Ran was being haunted by a vengeful spirit, they fled without a second thought. Now, having heard that Yi Ran had slain a zombie with a single punch and earned the people's reverence, they were tempted to After all, staying with Yi Ran ensured at least a full stomach. No matter how hard things got, he had never let his disciple. A silent exchange of glances said it all. Rising to their feet, the three made their way toward the martial hall. The mountain town was but a small city. Before long, they stood before the gate and knocked. Within the courtyard, Yi Ran was leisurely sipping tea when the knock came. This time, however, before he could rise, Wu Xie had already opened the gate. But the moment she saw the three outside, the young girl's face turned icy. What are you doing here? Though they were once her senior brothers, now she felt only deep resentment toward them. Unfazed, the leader smiled and said, "Little sister, is it wrong for us to come visit our master?" You didn't think that way when you ran off. Now you show up." Wu Xie refused to believe their words. Meanwhile, Yi Ran overheard the conversation from the courtyard. Truth be told, Yi Ran couldn't even bring himself to hate these former disciples. The moment they abandoned their master-student bond and left, that bond was severed forever. Even if taking them back would earn him more rewards from the system, he wouldn't do it. He'd rather suffer a loss than give those ingrates an easy ride. Xie, master, just drive them out. Too weary to even see them, Yi Ran simply ordered Wu Xie to chase them away. Given the girl's current cultivation, dealing with these three was more than enough. Nodding with a smile, "Did you hear that? Master says leave. Little sister, that's going too far. We're all Master's disciples. Why do you stop us from seeing him? Leave now, or I won't be polite. Then we'll have to offend you, little sister." The three scoffed at her threat. Oh, what could a mere girl do against them? But in the next moment, they regretted their arrogance. Though only a few days had passed, Wu Xie had already become a true martial artist. Seeing they refused to leave, she wasted no words and threw a punch, sending the leader flying. The other two stood dumbfounded. Had their delicate little junior sister always been this strong? Get lost. At her cold command, they scrambled away in disgrace. Watching their pathetic retreat, a smile finally graced Wu Xie's lips. She could never forgive those who had heartlessly abandoned her master. He was too good for the likes of them. They didn't deserve to be his disciples. Just as she was about to close the gate, Li Shan and priest Zhao He arrived for a visit. Seeing them, Wu Xie respectfully greeted. "Patriarch Li, priest Zhao. We've come specially to see Master Yi. Thank him for yesterday's help." Li Shan addressed her with a courteous smile, his nickname for Yi Ran shifting from that kid to Master Yi. Zhao He, however, stood silently to the side. Wu Xie led them into the courtyard. As fate would have it, Zhao He caught sight of Yi Ran casually tossing a body-tempering pill into his mouth. To Yi Ran, these pills were no different from jelly beans. Li Shan, being an ordinary man with no exposure to alchemy, noticed nothing unusual. But Zhao He froze his eyes wide. Had he just seen correctly? That lad had swallowed a pill. Before Li Shan could speak, Zhao He strode up to Yi Ran astonished. "Was that a pill you just ate?" The Wu Wei temple had pills too, but they were treasures. Even Zhao He received only one per month, and he would fast and bathe before consuming it to show his reverence. But Yi ran. If he wasn't mistaken, the boy had just tossed it into his mouth like candy without even refining it. That was absurd. That was a pill. Who in their right mind would consume a pill without refining it? It was sheer desecration. Seeing Zhao He's shocked, pained, and even indignant expression, Yi Ran casually said, "Priest, you must have misseen. It's not a pill, it's a jelly bean." Jelly bean. Zhao He gave him a look that said, "Do you take me for a fool?" He wasn't so old as to be blind. That was clearly a pill. As a cultivator at the Meridian opening stage, he could certainly tell the difference. But since Yi Ran denied it, there was nothing he could do. Still, the thought of such waste pained him, and he couldn't help but say, "Every pill is a precious treasure. One must adjust their state to its peak before use, and refine it with full effort to prevent loss of medicinal power. Using it so carelessly is a pity, an insult to alchemy." Like an elder admonishing a junior, Zhao He meant no harm. He simply couldn't bear to see such waste. Yi Ran smiled helplessly. "Priest, you misunderstand. It really is a jelly bean." Indeed, it was just a jelly bean to him. He had nearly 10,000 body-tempering pills now. Waste was the least of his concerns, for they were inexhaustible. Every time he gave one to Wuxia, he'd get dozens back. What did he have to worry about? But Zhao He, unaware of this, grew so agitated he could barely speak. "You? By the way, Priest Zhao and Patriarch Li, is there something you need?" Not wanting to dwell on the topic, Yi Ran changed the subject. At that, Li Shan waved toward the gate, and servants from the Li family carried in large chests. "Master Yi, this is a small token of our gratitude for your help yesterday, which spared our family from disaster." Having witnessed Yi Ran's strength, Li Shan was eager to cling to this powerful ally. Gold, silver, and jewels. He was generous without reserve. He hoped only to build a good relationship, so that in times of crisis Yi Ran might extend his protection to the Li. Seeing Li Shan's generous gifts, Yi Ran was momentarily taken aback, yet he understood the intention behind them. After a moment's thought, he chose not to refuse. After all, life always demanded money. Though Yi Ran possessed a considerable amount of pills, he had little currency, and the martial arts school's rice jar was nearly empty. While Yi Ran could sell some body-tempering pills for money, these pills had never been seen before and were only useful to martial artists. It was uncertain if they would even sell. Moreover, Yi Ran was reluctant to trade pills for money. Li Shan's delivery of gold and silver, however, solved the problem. "In that case, I thank the clan leader Li." Seeing Yi Ran nod in acceptance, Li Shan's face lit up with joy. He feared rejection more than acceptance and immediately offered repeated flattery. "You're too kind, Master Yi. This is merely what you deserve." As the two exchanged pleasantries, Zhao He, standing by, thought little of it. To him, the money was simply Yi Ran's due. After all, even he would charge a fee for his services. It was only natural. Yet Zhao He's mind remained tangled over the earlier matter of the pills, torn between lamenting Yi Ran's wastefulness and curiosity about their origin. Zhao He speculated that the pills might be heirlooms passed down through Yi Ran's family. He knew something of Yi Ran's lineage, generations of martial artists, and surmised he had stumbled upon a few pills by chance. What a pity the lad didn't recognize their value, consuming them like candy. The thought deepened Zhao He's regret. Yet he harbored no ill intentions. Such base acts as robbery were beneath him. After accepting the wealth, Li Shan pressed his advantage. Yi Ran invited the group to sit, personally brewing tea for them, and they engaged in casual conversation. As for Wuxia, the young girl, she continued her diligent training as usual. Master Yi's disciple is truly hard-working. Watching Wuxia in her cultivation, Li Shan remarked. As for Zhao He, he stood frozen, staring at her. He had paid little attention to the girl before, but now he realized. She possessed a strength equivalent to the qi condensation stage. Though she had no trace of spiritual energy within her, her power was undeniably comparable to that of a qi condensation cultivator. This was absurd, considering she was merely 14 or 15 years old. In that moment, Zhao He felt that this small Yi family martial arts school was brimming with secrets. Under Zhao He's gaze, Wuxia took out a body-tempering pill and consumed it. Unlike Yi Ran's wasteful manner, she immediately closed her eyes to refine the pill's energy. His mouth twitched involuntarily. Were these pills truly free? Could even a mere disciple afford to use them in daily training? Master Yi, Zhao He said, his address shifting in awe. Yi Ran responded with confusion. What is a Taoist, Zhao? Does your disciple always use pills for her training? Not exclusively. She also uses medicinal baths in conjunction. Pills and medicinal baths. This lad was truly swimming in wealth. Seeing the envy on Zhao He's face, Yi Ran guessed his thoughts. He knew that if he didn't explain today, the man would persist until he got answers. Yi Ran had no concerns about the pills. They were only beneficial to martial artists and utterly useless to cultivators. Even if Zhao He learned the truth, it mattered little. Quietly retrieving a body-tempering pill from his system space, Yi Ran said, I developed this pill myself. It's only for martial artists. Since you're so interested, Taoist, Zhao, I'll give you one. Carefully accepting the pill from Yi Ran, Zhao He examined it for a long while. He confirmed it was a pill he had never seen before, its medicinal properties entirely different from the ones he usually consumed. It seemed Yi Ran had spoken true. This was a pill specifically designed for martial artists. Driven by curiosity, Zhao He swallowed the pill, eager to experience its effects firsthand. Taoist Zhao Yu. Watching Zhao He devour the pill, without hesitation Yi Ran's face darkened. Hadn't he clearly said the pill was for martial artists only? Why did he eat it? As the pill entered his stomach, a sharp pain coursed through Zhao He's body. The blood and qi within a cultivator's body were incomparable to a martial artist's, rendering them unable to withstand the violent potency of the body-tempering pill. Within moments, Zhao He's skin flushed crimson and veins bulged on his forehead. Seeing this, Yi Ran acted swiftly, using his own blood qi to forcibly expel the pill's energy from Zhao He's body. Despite his meridian surge perfection cultivation, if Yi Ran hadn't intervened, Zhao He would have been torn apart by the pill's power. Such ferocious potency. Compared to the pills used by cultivators, the body-tempering pill's energy was far more violent. Recovering his senses, Zhao He sighed in lingering fear. Taoist Zhao, I told you. This pill is for martial artists. Yi Ran could only offer a helpless smile, finding Zhao He less than astute. This poor Taoist was too hasty. My gratitude for your timely rescue, Master Yi. Zhao He was magnanimous in his thanks, and his regard for Yi Ran deepened. This young man was unlike any martial artist he had encountered before, shrouded in mystery, possessing extraordinary strength, and even creating pills tailored for martial artists. It was an eye-opening revelation. Having witnessed the entire scene, Li Shan's respect for Yi Ran grew. He felt immense relief at his decision to cultivate a good relationship with him. If even Taoist Zhao held him in such high esteem, Li Shan believed that with Yi Ran's future patronage his Li family's safety would be assured. Zhao He ceased pondering the body-tempering pills, losing interest upon learning they were useless to cultivators. Precisely the outcome Yi Ran desired. Just then a knock echoed at the courtyard gate. Li Shan, the clan leader himself, rose to answer it, showing none of the dignity befitting his status. Oh, He Qing, clan leader Li. Opening the gate, Li Shan saw a young man in official robes and voiced his surprise. He Qing, equally puzzled, wore a strange expression. This He Qing was a minor constable at the Mountain City government office. Li Shan wondered why he was here, but He Qing was even more bewildered. He hadn't mistaken the address. This was indeed the Yi family martial arts school. So why had clan leader Li Shan answered the door? After a moment of mutual astonishment, He Qing spoke first. Clan leader Li, I've come to see Master Yi. Upon learning that He Qing had come to see Yi Ran, Li Shan said nonchalantly, wait here. He'll go ask Master. Before Yi Ran and Zhao He, Li Shan could be obsequious, but in front of others his aura as the head of the Li family was still formidable. With that he closed the courtyard door. Shortly after, Li Shan returned, and having obtained Yi Ran's consent, led He Qing into the yard. Seeing Yi Ran seated in the courtyard, He Qing immediately hurried forward. Under the watchful eyes of the others, he knelt directly before Yi Ran, speaking with grief. I beg Master Yi to seek justice for my brother. This sudden scene left everyone bewildered. Yi Ran rose and helped He Qing up, saying, Constable He, please rise first and speak. Then under Yi Ran's inquiry, He Qing explained his purpose. It turned out that He Qing's brother He Ming had committed suicide 3 months prior. Originally, He Ming, like He Qing, was a constable in the Mountain City government office. However, 3 months ago the office suddenly accused He Ming of colluding with evil spirits and murdering several people, claiming there was irrefutable evidence. Facing the office's accusations, He Ming insisted on his innocence. But confronted with solid evidence, he was unable to defend himself and ultimately hanged himself in the government prison. In this world, many succumb to evil spirits for various reasons. Not only ordinary people, but even cultivators sometimes collude with and join forces with evil entities. Consequently, those who become minions of evil spirits are despised by all. Such was He Ming's fate. After this incident, the He family, including He Qing, became pariahs in Mountain City, hunted like rats in the streets. Knowing his brother's character, well, He Qing refused to believe he could do such things. Even after the incident, despite being reviled by thousands, He Qing remained determined to uncover the truth and clear his brother's name. Unexpectedly, shortly after his brother's death, a series of strange events occurred in the government office. First, many claimed to have seen He Ming's vengeful spirit, and then the county magistrate nearly died at the ghost's hands. Finally, He Qing's sister-in-law, He Ming's wife, was also repeatedly haunted by the vengeful spirit. This further stirred panic, with many saying He Ming's soul had returned. He Qing, a mere constable, could handle mundane affairs, but when it came to evil spirits, he was powerless. Moreover, the He family was ordinary and lacked the wealth to hire cultivators for help. Having heard that Yi Ran had killed a zombie with a single punch the previous night, He Qing decided to seek his assistance. This was the only solution he could think of. After recounting the entire story to Yi Ran, before Yi Ran could speak, Zhao He interjected. He Ming, do you know about this Taoist Zhao? Yi Ran asked. Zhao He nodded. In truth, I descended the mountain this time for two reasons. One was the Li family affair, and the other was at the request of Magistrate Zhou to handle He Ming's matter. He Qing was anxious, but Magistrate Zhou was even more so, having long sought to contact a cultivator. The nearest sect of cultivators to Mountain City was the Wuwei Temple. It was unexpected that both matters would coincide. However, upon hearing Zhao He's words, He Qing's expression turned complex. His goal was to uncover the truth and clear his brother's name, while Zhao He was summoned by Magistrate Zhou. Instinctively, He Qing felt resistant. Yet setting aside these concerns, seeing Yi Ran hesitate, He Qing knelt again in desperation. His eyes reddened as he pleaded. Master Yi, my brother was surely wronged. He could never have colluded with evil spirits, let alone harm anyone. Now that he is dead, I beg you to intervene. I would be willing to serve you like a beast of burden for the rest of my life, to repay your kindness. Seeing He Qing like this, Yi Ran helped him up again. All right, stop kneeling at the drop of a hat. I agree to help you. In the end, Yi Ran could not refuse He Qing's plea. Seeing his agreement, Zhao He smiled. Since Master Yi is also joining, this matter will be much easier. Once we find that evil spirit, the two of us can easily slay it. Zhao He's thinking was straightforward. He cared little for the truth. As a cultivator, his duty was to vanquish demons and evil. Whatever grievances He Ming had in life were none of his concern. If He Ming became an evil spirit and harmed others, Zhao He would eliminate him. At this, He Qing, summoning unexpected courage, retorted passionately. Even if my brother became an evil spirit, he was driven to it by others. An ordinary person daring to openly defy a cultivator made Zhao He's expression darken as he looked at He Qing. Even with his good temper, Zhao He now felt anger. A terrifying pressure surged toward He Qing, whose face turned pale, yet he stubbornly refused to yield, standing his ground. Fortunately, Yi Ran stepped in front of He Qing and said with a smile to Zhao He, Dao is Zhao, everything in this world has its causes and effects. I believe it's best to investigate thoroughly. Yi Ran was not as stubborn as Zhao He, who believed all evil spirits were inherently malevolent. As a transmigrator, Yi Ran understood a crucial truth. While evil spirits are indeed harmful and terrifying, often the most frightening thing is the human heart. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Zhao He's expression softened slightly, but he still said coldly, Master Yi may do as you wish. But I only know how to slay demons and vanquish evil. Nothing else concerns me. If the evil spirit appears, I will show no mercy. As for the rest, it is none of my affair. With that, Zhao He turned and left. Seeing this, Li Shan bid Yi Ran farewell and quickly caught up. After seeing them off, Yi Ran shook his head with a wry smile. Zhao He was a good man, but his temperament was too stubborn and single-minded, much like Yi Ran's former self. Let's go. First, let's examine He Ming's body. This time, Yi Ran did not bring Lucia. Though the little girl wanted to go, he firmly refused. Proper cultivation is the true path. Do you think you can skip training like your master? Besides, if you don't cultivate, how can your master grow stronger? Though displeased, the little girl dared not defy Yi Ran and reluctantly nodded. Leaving her enough body-tempering pills and ancient body-quenching liquid, Yi Ran left with He Qing. However, to Yi Ran's surprise, as soon as he stepped out, he saw Zhao He standing by the street. Yi Ran chuckled, while Zhao He deliberately put on a stern face and said, He'll go with you. The sooner we kill this evil spirit, the sooner I can return to the mountain. Hypocrite. Seeing that Zhao He hadn't left, Yi Ran revealed a smile, while Zhao He wore a look of stubborn pride. Noticing this, Yi Ran didn't expose him, but instead took the initiative to speak. If Taoist Zhao is willing to help, that couldn't be better. I'm also eager to return to the mountain as soon as possible. Though they had little interaction, their mutual impression was quite favorable. In Zhao He's eyes, Yi Ran was a mysterious man, yet sincere in character, fitting his taste in every way. A friend he was willing to make. As for Yi Ran, his impression of Zhao He was equally good, unlike the other cultivators in his memory. Though Zhao He was rigid and somewhat stubborn in other aspects, he was beyond reproach. He also harbored a heart devoted to aiding the world and vanquishing demons. The trio soon left the city, heading straight for the mass grave. In the mountain city, ordinary folk were buried in the mass grave after death. For this reason, the place was thick with resentment. Even in broad daylight, no one dared approach it. But now, with Zhao He and Yi Ran accompanying him, there was naturally no issue. Upon entering the mass grave, dense rows of graves greeted their eyes, and the temperature dropped sharply. Though it was still summer, it gave a bone-chilling sensation. He Qing couldn't help but shiver. Had it not been for Yi Ran and Zhao He by his side, he would likely have retreated in fear. Led by He Qing, the trio arrived at He Ming's grave. A simple mound of earth with a wooden plank as a tomb. Open the coffin. With a calm gaze fixed on the grave, Zhao He said flatly. Hearing this, He Qing hesitated not and began to dig immediately. As He Qing dug the grave, a group of over a dozen people hurried up the mountain. Leading them was an elderly woman, supported by a strikingly beautiful woman beside her. Mother, why have you come? The elderly woman was Zhang, mother of He Qing and He Ming, while the beautiful woman was He Ming's wife. Yet He Qing's attitude toward his sister-in-law was icy, not even acknowledging her. What are you doing? Seeing He Qing digging the grave, Zhang asked urgently. She had rushed over after hearing from He Ming's wife that He Qing had gone to the mass grave. In response to his mother's inquiry, He Qing spoke truthfully. Mother, my brother died wrongfully, though I must clear his name. Second brother, since he's dead, can't you let your brother rest in peace? At this, He Qing's sister-in-law Lu He Ming's wife spoke with a tearful voice. She vehemently opposed He Qing's exhumation, even inciting the elderly mother Zhang, arguing that opening the coffin would disturb He Ming's eternal rest. Yet despite Liu's persistent obstruction, He Qing remained adamant about exhuming the body for examination. He even invoked the names of Yi Ran and Zhao He. Upon seeing Zhao He and Yi Ran, Zhang and the others bowed respectfully, while Liu's eyes flickered with panic. With Yi Ran and Zhao He summoned the old mother. Zhang finally ceased her opposition. Moreover, as a mother, she too wished to clear her son's name. Even now she refused to believe he had colluded with evil spirits to plague the mountain city. With his mother's consent, He Qing rallied everyone to help. With more hands, the work progressed noticeably fast. As He Ming's coffin was about to be unearthed, Lu excused herself, claiming illness, and bid farewell to Zhang to return home and rest. Zhang, thinking she was merely overwhelmed by grief, nodded without suspicion. All right, go on then. Be careful. Don't worry, mother. With that, Lu hurried away while Yi Ran cast a seemingly casual glance at the woman, a faint smile curling at his lips. What is it? Seeing this, Zhao He asked. Yi Ran simply shook his head, deciding to wait until after the coffin. Nothing. Heave-a-ho. Heave-a-ho. With everyone working together, the coffin was lifted from the grave. Zhao He then stepped forward and spoke solemnly. All those born in the year of the ox, rooster, or dog, turn away. Naturally, no one dared defy Zhao He's words, as several in the crowd promptly turned their backs, not daring to look at the coffin. This was a matter of tradition. When opening a coffin, if one's zodiac sign clashed with the deceased, they must not face the coffin or see the body. Even a curious glance could invite evil spirits. Open the coffin. Seeing everyone ready, Zhao He with those words, He Ming's coffin was slowly opened, revealing a partially decomposed corpse before them. Yi Ran observed the body. It seemed no different from a normal one, entirely unlike a zombie. As a martial artist, though Yi Ran's power rivaled Zhao He's, his other skills were far inferior. Not one to feign knowledge, Yi Ran frankly turned to Zhao He and asked, Taoist, Zhao, have you noticed anything? You didn't see it. Nonsense, I'm a martial artist, not a cultivator. I don't have such means. Annoyed by Zhao He's counter-question, Yi Ran shot him a glare. This corpse remains intact, yet it has no soul. A ghost, on the other hand, is formed from lingering resentment without a physical body. He Ming's body shows no issues, but his soul is heavy with resentment. He has likely become a vengeful spirit. Zhao He briefly explained to Yi Ran. Hearing this, Yi Ran nodded, then approached the coffin to scrutinize He Ming's body. Though the decaying corpse was gruesome, Yi Ran quickly noticed something amiss. In certain areas beneath the skin, the flesh had turned pitch black. As if struck by a thought, Yi Ran said to, Give me a silver needle. Unsure of Yi Ran's intent, no one carried a needle. Finally, the old mother Zhang removed a silver hairpin from her head and handed it to Yi Ran. Master Yi, will this do? It will. Taking the silver hairpin, Yi Ran thrust it directly into the abdomen of He Ming's corpse, into the internal organs. When Yi Ran withdrew the hairpin, the one silver pin had turned black. Witnessing this, everyone present paled in shock, especially He Qing, whose eyes reddened. As a constable, he knew all too well what this meant. It meant his brother had been poisoned first, then the scene was staged to look like suicide. His brother had not taken his own life. He had been murdered. Realizing this, He Qing's eyes instantly reddened. He knew his elder brother had been wronged. Brother, I will seek justice for you. Struggling to hold back his tears, He Qing spoke through gritted teeth. Beside him, their elderly mother Zhang, unable to bear the outcome, grew faint and collapsed. Seeing this, others nearby quickly supported her. For the aged Zhang, this verdict was too much to accept. Eventually, He Qing asked someone to escort his mother home to rest. Master Yi, what should we do now? After handling this, He Qing turned to Yi Ran, now regarding him as his pillar of support in all matters. Hearing this, Yi Ran said in a deep voice, First lay your brother to rest. After reburying He Ming's corpse, the group left the mass grave and headed to the residence of He Ming's wife Lu. Since He Ming's death, his wife Lu had become a widow living alone. Strangely, when they arrived, she was nowhere to be. She had just said she felt unwell and went home to rest, yet her figure was absent. Yi Ran seemed to have anticipated this and showed little concern. Since she's not here, let's go directly to the yamen. The group proceeded to the county office and met the magistrate of Shanxing, Wang Qingshan. Stout and clad in brocade, Wang Qingshan personally came out to greet them. Of course, his main focus was on Zhao. Even as a court official, he remained deferential in the presence of cultivators. After all, in the eyes of cultivators, so-called imperial officials amounted to little. They belonged to entirely different worlds. Some powerful cultivators even held the royal family in contempt. Taoist Zhao, Master Yi. Politely greeting Zhao He and Yi Ran, he proactively led them into the yamen. In the back courtyard, Wang Qingshan hosted a feast, behaving obsequiously throughout, even toward Yi Ran. After all, everyone in Shanxing knew of Yi Ran's formidable strength, a man capable of killing a zombie with a single punch. Wang Qingshan dared not offend him. Zhao He had little appetite for the fine food and wine, but Yi Ran indulged, freely eating with great relish. After the feast, darkness gradually fell. Every nightfall, Wang Qingshan's nerves involuntarily tense. For many consecutive nights, He Ming's vengeful spirit had relentlessly haunted him, leaving Wang Qingshan unable to rest properly and deeply fearful of the dark. But tonight was different. With Zhao He and Yi Ran present, Wang Qingshan felt considerably relieved. He intended to arrange accommodations, but Yi Ran declined. Magistrate Wang, you're too kind. It seems rest will be elusive tonight. We shall wait in this courtyard. Well, very well. Ill-troubled Taoist Zhao and Master Yi then. As night deepened, Yi Ran and Zhao He sat in the courtyard drinking and chatting. Yi Ran, I don't know what you're planning, but a malevolent spirit is a malevolent spirit. Even if wronged in life, it should not use that as an excuse to harm others after death. Zhao He was no fool. From Yi Ran's actions during the day, he had already discerned that the man had guessed something. Zhao He's stance was resolute. Even if Yi Ming had grievances in life, once transformed into a malevolent spirit, he must be eradicated. He would not tolerate it harming others. Pausing, Zhao He continued. Moreover, once turned into a malevolent spirit, unless it reaches a certain level of power, its consciousness remains dormant. It becomes a mindless husk acting only on instinct, driven solely by the urge to kill, like the ancestor of the Li family. In short, a malevolent spirit is a malevolent spirit. Hearing Zhao He's words, Yi Ran drank calmly. In my hometown, there's a saying, a clear conscience sleeps soundly, unafraid of ghosts at the door. As he spoke, Yi Ran turned to Zhao He, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The causes in life bear fruits after death. Just as you believe no malevolent spirit is good, I too believe that human hearts can often be more terrifying than spirits. Zhao He was momentarily stunned, having never heard such a notion. Each held their own views, unable to convince the other. Seeing Zhao He's disagreement, Yi Ran smiled and said no more. Zhao He meanwhile thought that once Yi Ran witnessed He Ming's vengeful spirit, he would understand that once turned, the spirit was no longer the person it once was. It had become a mindless monster knowing only slaughter. Time passed, and in the dead of night, Zhao He keenly sensed a chill wind blowing. His eyes snapped open. It's here. Gazing intently ahead under the watch of Zhao He and Yi Ran, a cold wind swept through the courtyard. Then a gray shadow passed unimpeded through the wall and drifted slowly into the yard. Upon seeing the gray shadow, He Qing couldn't help but cry out, brother. Even Wang Qingshan from his room hurriedly came to stand behind Yi Ran and Zhao He, as if only by staying close to them could he feel safe. His gaze was both terrified and venomous, fixed on the gray shadow. He Ming, with Taoist Zhao and Master Yi here today, you're doomed. Lately, Wang Qingshan had been driven nearly mad by He Ming's vengeful spirit. He believed that with Zhao He and Yi Ran present, he could finally finish this creature. Hearing them, Zhao He said flatly, it's useless. By now He Ming has likely forgotten everything, recognizing no one, knowing only slaughter. Resentment had long consumed He Ming's mind, reducing him to a walking corpse and empty shell. Yet, just as Zhao He finished speaking, He Ming's vengeful spirit fixed its gaze on Wang Qingshan and actually spoke. Witnessing this, Zhao He was stunned. Impossible. He Ming was merely a low-level gray spirit. By all logic, his consciousness should have been devoured by resentment. Little brother. Brother. Hearing that He Ming recognized him, He Qing broke down in tears. Witnessing this, Zhao He was stunned. Impossible. He Ming was merely a low-level gray spirit. By all logic, his consciousness should have been devoured by resentment long ago. He couldn't possibly retain his mind. Even more impossible was recognizing family or enemies from his past life. Yet, just now He Ming had clearly identified Wang Qingshan, and He Qing displaying completely opposite attitudes toward them. Zhao He could hardly believe it when he saw that He Ming, having transformed into a vengeful spirit, had still retained his consciousness. Like zombies, vengeful spirits also possessed ranks. From the lowest level, the gray heart ghost, ascending in order were the white shirt ghost, the yellow page ghost, the dark shadow, the fierce ghost, and the cyan spirit ghost. As for the He Ming before him, he was absolutely just a gray heart ghost. Of this Zhao He was utterly certain. But a gray heart ghost could not possess a mind. They were long devoured by the resentment within their hearts, which was precisely why they transformed into vengeful spirits, remembering nothing of their past lives. Yet now He Ming's eyes were clear, with no sign of his mind being consumed by resentment. There's something wrong, Zhao He murmured. He Ming definitely held a secret, otherwise there was no way he could still retain his consciousness. To this Yi Ran spoke with utter indifference. Every rule has its exception. With that, Yi Ran stepped forward on his own, looking at He Ming's vengeful spirit. You came here for revenge. Can you tell us about your life before you died? Hearing this, He Ming's gaze fell upon Yi Ran and Zhao He. Sensing the dense blood energy within Yi Ran and the unique aura of a cultivator radiating from Zhao, a profoundly human-like wariness flickered in He Ming's eyes. Yet when he saw Wang Qingshan hiding behind the two of them, an intensely deep hatred instantly surged within his gaze. You corrupt official, I won't let you off. Even with cultivators present, He Ming could not suppress the seething hatred within him. Though he sensed an ultimate threat from Yi Ran and Zhao, he was still unwilling to retreat. Then his gaze shifted back to Yi Ran. This fellow had just asked about the events of his past life, and at the thought He Ming spoke with a face full of hatred. It's all because of him and that slut. They were the ones who killed me. Originally, He Ming was a minor constable in the Mountain City government office. Though his family wasn't wealthy, life was decent enough, though at the very least he had a steady income. Furthermore, He Ming doted on his wife Lu Shi. When he first met Lu Shi, she was merely a pitiful woman who had fled from another town to Mountain City. Because she had some charm and was alone, she was often taken advantage of in Mountain City. Once a few ill-intentioned men even tried to forcibly defile her. It was during that incident that He Ming, who was on patrol, encountered them. He drove those men away for Lu Shi. Afterwards, seeing that Lu Shi was pitiful and alone, He Ming temporarily took her in. In the beginning, Lu Shi was indeed gentle and considerate, which made He Ming, a grown man, feel warmth for the first time. As time passed, living together in such close quarters, feelings naturally and slowly blossomed between the solitary man and woman. Back then, He Ming truly believed Lu Shi was the woman who would accompany him through life. To marry her, he defied his family's objections entirely and insisted on taking her as his wife. After the wedding, their life was very peaceful, and He Ming deeply loved his wife. But what he didn't know was that without his knowledge, Lu Shi had already begun an affair with his direct superior Wang Qingshan. Their meeting was a chance occurrence. Because of He Ming's position, Lu Shi naturally came into contact with many people from the government office, and Wang Qingshan was one of them. The first time he saw her, Wang Qingshan was captivated by Lu Shi's considerable charm. And this woman Lu Shi was far from the simple person she appeared to be on the surface. In front of He Ming, she disguised herself as a weak and delicate woman, but in reality Lu Shi had never been a contented woman. Especially during her flight, selling her body for a morsel of food was something Lu Shi had long grown accustomed to. In some respects, Lu Shi was indeed a pitiable woman, but the pitiable often have their detestable aspects. And so Wang Qingshan and Lu Shi were a perfect match, instantly drawn to each other. Subsequently, without He Ming's knowledge, the two began to meet frequently in secret. His eyes bloodshot, He Ming ground his teeth as he spoke. This adulterous pair, not only did they carry on their shameless affair behind my back, but this corrupt official, fearing I would discover them, even deliberately framed me. He claimed I was colluding with evil spirits, and together with that slut, they planted false evidence in my home beforehand, landing me in prison. Afterwards, that slut, without me noticing, used the excuse of visiting me and fed me food and drink that had been poisoned beforehand. As he spoke, a dense aura of resentment radiated from He Ming. Recalling the scene before his death, He Ming could never have imagined that the virtuous wife he saw would be so venomous. Back then, when He Ming, tortured in prison, saw Lu Shi coming to visit him, he was even filled with gratitude. Why are you here? In the dark, damp prison cell, He Ming looked at Lu Shi with tenderness. Lu Shi, taking out the food and wine she had prepared from a basket, spoke with tears glistening in her eyes. I was worried about you. Don't be afraid. I never did any of those things. A clear conscience needs no explanation, it'll be out soon enough. To ease his wife's worries, He Ming intentionally said this. Hearing this, Lu Shi nodded in reply. I naturally believe you. You've suffered these days. This is a meal I specially made for you. Please have a taste. Seeing that his wife had personally prepared a meal and had come specifically to see him, He Ming was deeply moved. Without a shred of suspicion, he began to eat. Your cooking is still as wonderful as ever. As he ate, He Ming praised her. He felt he could eat his wife's cooking for a lifetime and never tire of it. However, what he didn't expect was that as Lu Shi watched He Ming eat the food and drink several cups of wine, a cold sneer unconsciously flickered in her eyes. Soon before he had even finished eating, He Ming felt something was wrong. A sharp pain first twisted in his stomach, then a sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His gaze fell on Lu Shi in disbelief. But the Lu Shi now was nothing like the gentle woman from moments before. She stood up, looked down at He Ming, her eyes terrifyingly cold, a faint smile curling on her lips. You poisoned the food. That's right, both the food and the wine are poisoned. Why, oi? Before Lu Shi could answer this time, a laugh came from outside the cell. Then Wang Qingshan's figure stepped into the cell. Right in front of He Ming, he wrapped an arm around Lu Shi's waist and looked at He Ming with a mocking grin. Because as long as you're alive, how can the two of us be together? Seeing this scene, He Ming understood everything. His eyes turned bloodshot as he struggled to get up, but alas, already deeply poisoned, he had no strength left. Wang Qingshan and Lu Shi just watched him mockingly. Lu Shi even actively leaned into Wang Qingshan's arms coquettishly. I don't want to stay here. This guy is as good as dead anyway. This place makes me very uncomfortable. Alright, let's go. Hearing this, Wang Qingshan nodded with a smile and agreed. Wang Qingshan and Lu Shi flaunted their affection unabashedly, while He Ming poisoned severely harbored immense hatred in his heart, yet lacked even the strength to stand. In the end, Wang Qingshan and Lu Shi departed, leaving He Ming behind with eyes full of resentment. Not long after, He Ming died from the poison, and those arranged by Wang Qingshan staged it to appear as a suicide driven by guilt. Recalling all he had endured in life, He Ming's grievance could hardly be pacified, his eyes turning bloodshot. Kill you all, kill you all. He muttered incessantly, clearly showing that the resentment was gradually eroding his sanity. Even He Qing, upon hearing of his brother's ordeal, glared at Wang Qingshan with murderous intent. It wasn't me, it was Lu Shi. It was Lu Shi who wanted you dead, not me. Faced with He Ming's vengeful spirit, Wang Qingshan was terrified, caring not for anything else, and blurted out the whole truth. In truth, from the very beginning, Wang Qingshan had never intended to marry Lu Shi. He was merely captivated by her beauty. Later, whenever Lu Shi expressed her desire to marry him, he used He Ming as an excuse. He claimed that He Ming and Lu Shi were already wed, and as the county magistrate of Shanxing, how could he commit such? Initially it was manageable, but as time passed, Lu Shi once again proposed marriage, and Wang Qingshan refused, using He Ming as his excuse. This time, however, Lu Shi seemed to have planned ahead, speaking without hesitation. Let's kill him, then I can marry you. What? Startled by Lu Shi's words, Wang Qingshan looked at her in disbelief. He never imagined this woman could be so malicious as to harm her own husband. Though lecherous, Wang Qingshan had never contemplated murder for gain. He flatly rejected Lu Shi's proposal. However, Lu Shi then threatened him with their affair, saying that if he didn't marry her, she would expose their relationship to. How would he, as the county magistrate, face the people of Shanxing and his subordinates then? Threatened by Lu Shi, Wang Qingshan had no choice but to acquiesce. It wasn't me, Everything was Lu Shi's plan, including the evidence which she prepared herself, merely telling me where to hide it. Terrified, Wang Qingshan looked at He Ming and defended himself. It was evident he spoke the truth. As his words faded, Lu Shi strode out from the room. Unable to contain herself, she stepped out and glared viciously at Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan, are you even a man? Did you not participate in all of this? Unable to contain herself, she stepped out and glared viciously at Wang Qingshan. Wang Qingshan, are you even a man? Did you not participate in all of this? The plan was hers, but without Wang Qingshan's cooperation, how could a mere woman like her have accomplished all this? Facing Lu Shi's accusations, Wang Qingshan retorted without backing down. I was forced by you. Oh, it was not my intention. Huh. Hearing this, Lu Shi let out a cold laugh, her contempt undisguised. Under the threat of death, the two blamed each other, each trying to pin all the guilt on the other. With Lu Shi's appearance, the resentment radiating from He Ming grew even denser. If hatred were measured, he loathed Lu Shi more than Wang Qingshan. Once He Ming had truly loved Lu Shi, giving her all the best he had. To ensure a better life for them, he endured hardship without a single complaint. Yet in the end he lost even his life, and the instigator of it all was the one he had once loved most. As the resentment intensified, the temperature in the courtyard dropped further. Wang Qingshan, Lu Shi, and He Qing, three ordinary people, soon felt a biting cold, while Zhao He, his face ashen, stepped forward and addressed He Ming. About to break through, He Ming was clearly on the verge of advancing to the level of a white-shirt ghost. A white-shirt ghost was equivalent to a cultivator at the meridian-forcing realm. Should He Ming succeed, matters would become troublesome. Moreover, He Ming's resentment was so intense that his combat prowess would rank among the top of his kind. Without further hesitation, Zhao He, though pitying He Ming's tragic life, would not allow a vengeful spirit to wreak havoc unchecked. Grievances in life should be settled after death. This was Zhao He's long-held belief. Enough. Regardless, you are dead now, the affairs of life no longer concern you. As Zhao He spoke, Wang Qingshan, hearing his voice, clung to it like a lifeline. Master Zhao, save me. Zhao He paid him no heed. He held such men in contempt. His intervention had nothing to do with Wang Qingshan. It was merely his duty as a cultivator to vanquish evil. Standing before Wang Qingshan and Lu Shi, Zhao He faced He Ming with unwavering resolve. Under his gaze, He Ming's resentment surged, and he coldly demanded, "You would stop me. You seek to harm others, so I must stop you." Zhao He's eyes were resolute, with no intention of stepping aside, while He Ming, brimming with fury, refused to leave. As they stood at an impasse ready to clash, Yi Ran suddenly appeared before Zhao He. Seeing him, Zhao He frowned, sensing something amiss, and said coldly, "Yi Ran, evil is evil. Do you intend to collude with malevolent spirits?" Humans and evil spirits were eternal foes. Unfazed by Zhao He's rebuke, Yi Ran cast a contemptuous glance at Wang Qingshan and Lu Shi, then remarked calmly, "I have no thought of colluding with evil, but this time I side with He Ming. Those two truly deserve to die. Yi Ran, the law of the land will punish them. As a cultivator, it is my duty to eliminate evil. I will never allow a demon to harm anyone before me." Hearing Yi Ran Zhao, he spoke angrily. He knew Wang Qingshan and Lu sure deserved death, but justice must be served by the law and not by a vengeful spirit. This Zhao he could not permit. It contradicted his lifelong principles. No matter the reason, Zhao he would never allow an evil spirit to harm others in his presence. As he spoke, Zhao He's aura began to rise, and he gripped the long sword slung across his back. Yi Ran stepped aside. With a long sword in hand, Zhao He's gaze was resolute. Today, as long as he stood, he would not allow He Ming to harm anyone, including Wang Qingshan and Lu, even if those two indeed deserved death. Seeing Zhao He like this, Yi Ran smiled bitterly to himself. This fellow was truly a stubborn old Taoist, bullheaded as an ox, knowing only to cling to rigid principles. If that's the case, then we have no choice but to fight. I've been wanting to test your skills, Taoist Zhao. Yi Ran. All right, you have your convictions, and I have my reasons. No more words. Let's just strike. Yi Ran never thought he could persuade Zhao He. With a personality like that, if a few words could sway him, he wouldn't be. As for what Zhao He said about national law and order to Yi Ran, it seemed utterly laughable. Now the dynasty was crumbling, the court rife with corrupt officials and thick with foul air. Where was there any law or order? The lives of the common people were worth less than those of pigs and dogs. With that, Yi Ran turned to glance at He Ming, breaking into a faint smile. Go ahead. As a man, reclaim your own grievances with your own fists. Even He Ming was taken aback by these words. He hadn't expected Yi Ran to stand by him. After a moment of stunned silence, He Ming sincerely thanked Yi Ran. Thank you, Yi Ran. At the same time, Zhao He roared, moving his feet and charging over in an instant. Facing Zhao He's assault, Yi Ran did not retreat. He threw a punch toward Zhao He, his fist shimmering with a dense blood-red light. The sword's edge and the fist's radiance collided fiercely. In their first exchange, Yi Ran actually held a slight advantage, forcing Zhao He's figure to stagger back a step. Even Zhao He himself hadn't anticipated such an outcome. A mere martial artist possessing strength greater than his own. How was that possible? After all, with the enhancement of spiritual energy, a cultivator at the Meridian Rush stage could easily wield tens of thousands of gene of force. Yet in a contest of raw power, he had lost to Yi Ran. Without dwelling on it, Zhao He attacked Yi Ran again. Meanwhile, seeing Zhao He held back, He Ming's vengeful spirit drifted directly toward Wang Qingshan and Lu. The resentment in his eyes was thick to the extreme. As He Ming closed in, Wang Qingshan stumbled backward repeatedly, eventually tripping and falling to the ground. It's not my fault. Lu forced me. It was all her idea. I had no choice. At this moment, Wang Qingshan's heart was filled with nothing but terror. Yet faced with his pleas, He Ming paid them no heed. That adulterous pair. Both deserved death. Just as He Ming was about to strike Wang Qingshan, Zhao He, who was locked in combat with Yi Ran, feigned a move and then turned to charge at He Ming. From the very beginning, Zhao He's target had been He Ming, not a fight with Yi Ran. Unfortunately, Yi Ran seemed to have seen through Zhao He's intentions and easily intercepted him again. Yi Ran, you're aiding the wicked. Blocked once more, Zhao He roared in anger. In response, Yi Ran retorted, in my eyes, those two are worse than evil spirits. You? Yi Ran did not share Zhao He's altruistic heart to save the world, nor was he a saint. In Yi Ran's view, Wang Qingshan and Lu simply deserved to die, nothing more. Neither could convince the other. Knowing he couldn't break free without defeating Yi Ran, Zhao He steeled himself and launched a full-force assault. A talisman appeared in his hand from somewhere. With a flick, he hurled it toward Yi Ran, simultaneously forming hand seals and chanting in a low voice. Seal. At his words, the talisman blazed with golden light, and soon the character seal materialized. Yi Ran keenly sensed a mysterious power surging from that seal character, instantly enveloping him. So this is a cultivator's talisman. The talisman Zhao He used was called a sealing talisman, capable of temporarily trapping evil spirits or cultivators. Experiencing the power of a talisman for the first time, Yi Ran didn't overthink it. As a martial artist, he lacked Zhao He's diverse techniques, knowing only that overwhelming force could break all. Clenching his right fist, he threw a mighty punch, shattering the talisman that had bound him in one blow. Just as I thought, the sealing talisman couldn't hold him. Seeing this outcome, disappointment flickered in Zhao He's eyes, followed by a look of resignation. Talismans were divided into 9 grades, with 9 being the highest and 1 the lowest. The sealing talisman was a first-grade talisman, and with Zhao He's strength, he could only inscribe first-grade once. Yet a first-grade talisman posed little threat to Yi Ran, a fact Zhao He had anticipated before making his move. It was hard to imagine how a martial artist could possess such formidable power. Just as Yi Ran shattered the sealing talisman's confinement, a sound like a baby's cry suddenly emanated from the direction of He Ming and the others. Wailing. The noise was piercing and shrill, especially in the dead of night, sending chills down one's spine. What is that? Following the sound, both Yi Ran and Zhao He's expressions changed instantly. Wang Qingshan sat slumped on the ground, his face pale, as he cowered behind Lu, who stared coldly at He Ming before her. That wasn't the main point. What truly caught Yi Ran and Zhao He's attention was a mass of blood-red light in front of Lu, within which a small figure writhed, like a newborn infant. Yi Ran couldn't make sense of it, but Zhao He's face darkened to the extreme as he spat out coldly. A ghost infant. As a cultivator, Zhao He recognized at a glance that the shadow within the blood light was a ghost. Indeed, as the blood light slowly faded, an infant with rotting skin and blood dripping continuously. In terms of appearance alone, this ghost infant was even more terrifying than He Ming's vengeful spirit. Upon emerging, it let out a sound that was neither crying nor laughing, harsh and grating. Its horrifying little face immediately turned to Lu as if it were intimately familiar with her, like a baby calling out to its mother. You cultivated the ghost infant art. At the same time, Zhao He's furious roar rang out, his face dark as he glared at Lu. From the ghost infant's reaction, it was clear that Lu was its master. Or rather, in the ghost infant's eyes, Lu was its mother, so it instinctively sought her closeness upon appearing. Faced with Zhao He's accusation, Lu ignored him. She had originally intended to keep the ghost infant art a secret, but with Zhao He held back and He Ming about to strike, if she didn't summon the ghost infant, she would have been slain by He Ming's vengeful spirit. Zhao He's face darkened to an extreme as he gazed upon the ghost infant before Madame Lu. The method of cultivating the ghost infant was not particularly difficult. Even an ordinary person could practice it if they knew the technique. Yet the process was utterly cruel. First, one had to find a suitable infant, not one already born, but still in the womb. Using a special method to induce labor, the child would be stillborn upon delivery. Then, through specific nurturing techniques, the infant would be transformed into a malevolent entity. The ghost infant method did not enhance the cultivator's power, but the resulting ghost infant would obey its master's every command without question. Such a practice was despised by every cultivator. First, because the entire process was excessively cruel, and second, because it was utterly useless, offering no benefit to the practitioner. Zhao He had cultivated for many years and had read about the ghost infant method in ancient texts, but this was his first time witnessing it firsthand. Staring at the blood-drenched ghost infant, the fury in his eyes was impossible to conceal. At that moment, Zhao He seemed to understand what Yi Ran had meant. Sometimes, compared to evil spirits, the human heart was the most terrifying thing of all. Ignoring Zhao He's glare, Madame Liu's attention was entirely fixed on He Ming's vengeful spirit. Seeing the ghost infant summoned by Madame Liu, He Ming's spirit paused for a moment, but soon resumed its assault, determined to kill the adulterous pair today. As He Ming attacked again, Madame Liu had no time to hesitate and commanded the ghost infant kill him. Obedient to her orders, the ghost infant let out a sound that was neither laughter nor weeping and charged directly at He Ming. The two malevolent spirits clashed fiercely, filling the courtyard with a surge of resentment. The chilling wind made everyone's hair stand on end. However, the ghost infant gradually fell into a disadvantage, seemingly no match for He Ming. This ghost infant was likely born not long ago, and the method Madame Liu used to cultivate it appears incomplete, Zhao He remarked. Witnessing this, Zhao He spoke calmly. In every aspect, the ghost infant was no match for He Ming, being relentlessly suppressed. It seemed it wouldn't last much longer. A victory was certain. The crying grew louder. Seeing this, Madame Liu grew anxious. The ghost infant was her last resort. If it failed, she feared she would die at He Ming's hands today. As for Zhao He was clearly unreliable, showing no intention to intervene. Even if he did, Yi Ran. Thus, to survive, Madame Liu knew she had to rely on herself. As the ghost infant was sent flying by He Ming's palm, she panicked and shouted coldly at his vengeful spirit. He Ming, do you want to kill your own child? He Ming, who had been about to press the attack and severely wound, or even destroy the ghost infant, froze in place. His blood-red eyes fixed on Madame Liu. What did you say? Seeing his reaction, Madame Liu steadied herself and said, I said he is your son. Do you want to kill your own child? Unable to believe her words, He Ming turned to look at the ghost infant he had struck down, refusing to accept it was his son. Not only He Ming, but even Yi Ran and Zhao He were startled. Yi Ran asked Zhao He, can you see anything? Let's find out. With that, Zhao He formed hand seals and swept his fingers over his eyes. Heavenly Eye, a flash of golden light flickered in his eyes. As he looked at He Ming and the ghost infant again, he saw many things he had missed before. Between the two strands of blood-red threads connected them, a sign only present between blood relatives. In other words, the ghost infant was indeed He Ming's offspring. What a venomous woman. Zhao He's gaze turned even colder. He had assumed Madame Liu had obtained a stillborn from elsewhere, but never imagined she would use her own child to forge a ghost infant. How could she be so ruthless? It was her own flesh and blood. Zhao He's voice was not concealed, so everyone present heard him. He Ming's spirit stood frozen. Even as the ghost infant attacked him, he remained motionless. When the blows landed, he did not retaliate, for it was his child. Seeing He Ming cease to fight back, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Madame Liu's eyes. She added fuel to the fire. Yes, this is your child, He Ming. You wouldn't harm your own son, would you? You? Hearing this, He Ming's hatred for Madame Liu surged to new heights. The woman's cruelty was beyond imagination. Even a tiger does not devour its own cubs, yet this woman had turned her child into a ghost infant. What kind of malicious heart could commit such an act? Before the child was born, while still in the womb, Madame Lu had used a special method to kill her own offspring. At the same time, He-Ming finally recalled that not long after their marriage, Madame Lu had indeed been pregnant once. A physician had been called to examine her. He had been overjoyed at the news, but fate had intervened. After just 6 months, the child in Madame Liu's womb was suddenly miscarried. At the time, He-Ming had suspected nothing, even blaming himself for not taking better care of her, believing overwork had caused the miscarriage. But now it was clear that the truth was entirely different. It had all been a scheme orchestrated by Madame Lu. She had deliberately killed the child to forge the ghost infant. You despicable woman. He-Ming blocked the ghost infant's attacks, while glaring venomously at Madame Lu. The woman's heart was more poisonous than any evil spirit. Madame Lu did not deny it. Instead, she spoke with unyielding conviction. I never wanted to marry you. I only endured it out of necessity, because I was alone. That child was yours. What does it have to do with me? The seed of a lowly constable is worthy of being my child. A bastard like him is better off serving his only purpose, becoming a ghost infant to protect me. In this world without enough power to protect oneself, who can guarantee what will happen in the next moment? Madame Lu had never loved He-Ming. She married him only because at that time she was alone and without support. Upon hearing Liu's words, even Wang Qingshan, standing nearby, felt a flicker of fear toward this woman, instinctively shrinking back. Indeed, Liu's heart was too ruthless. She could be so merciless even to her own child, let alone others. No wonder she had struck at He-Ming without a trace of hesitation back then. Ignoring Wang Qingshan's retreat, Liu's face twisted into a ferocious, maddened grin. She let out a series of cold, mocking laughs as she watched He-Ming dodge the ghostly infant's attacks. He-Ming, he is your child. You wouldn't kill your own son, would you? Even turned into a malevolent spirit, He-Ming still retained his sanity. He could never bring himself to strike his own son, unlike Lu. Yet it was precisely this hesitation that gave Lu a glimmer of hope for survival. She crept inch by inch toward the courtyard gate, clearly planning to flee. But before Lu could reach the gate, Yi Ran blocked her path. At the sight of him, Liu's face darkened instantly, a flicker of wariness flashing in her eyes. It was because of this man that Zhao Yi had been stopped earlier, otherwise she would never have exposed the ghostly infant. Now she could no longer stay in this mountain town. Despite her hatred, Lu was utterly helpless against Yi Ran, whose strength rivaled Zhao Yi's. Even with the ghostly infant, she likely stood no chance against him. Paying no heed to Liu's thoughts, Yi Ran, someone like you, do you even fear death? Lu did not answer. Yi Ran, indifferent, turned his gaze to the hesitant spirit of He-Ming and said, He-Ming, you are dead and your son is dead. What is there left to hold back? He truly couldn't fathom He-Ming's reservations. Father and son, both now spirits, what could they possibly lose? The reason he had stopped Zhao Yi from intervening was simply to give He-Ming a chance at revenge. Once revenge was fulfilled, Yi Ran would not allow He-Ming to linger in the world. So why the hesitation? Hearing Yi Ran's words, He-Ming froze. Yes, what was there to hold back now? His son was dead, he himself was dead. Vengeance was his only remaining desire. With that thought, He-Ming seized the ghostly infant as it lunged at him. Watching the child writhe in his grasp, a pang of guilt flickered in his eyes. He had failed to protect him, and only now had he uncovered the truth. Gazing at the ghastly infant, He-Ming murmured, Father has wronged you. If there is a next life, I will make it up to you. So saying, ignoring the infant's struggles, He-Ming fixed his gaze on Lu and Wang Qingshan. Sensing the shift in He-Ming, Liu's expression changed while Wang Qingshan paled in terror. He-Ming transformed into a dark shadow, lunging at Wang Qingshan, who pleaded frantically. It had nothing to do with me. It was all her idea. I was forced. But Wang Qingshan's pleas fell on deaf ears. He-Ming paid them no mind. With a single claw, He-Ming pierced Wang Qingshan's chest, tearing out his heart. The man collapsed rigidly. Having slain Wang Qingshan, He-Ming turned to Lu, still clutching the ghostly infant. He-Ming, you. Lu tried to speak with feigned composure under his icy stare, but He-Ming gave her no chance. He struck without hesitation, intent on ending her. Sensing Liu's danger, the ghostly infant erupted in fury, but he was no match for He-Ming's power. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free, forced to watch helplessly as He-Ming slew Lu. He-Ming, I am your wife. You cannot kill me. I'll come with me to atone in hell. In the past, He-Ming might have softened at Liu's feigned vulnerability, but now seeing her true nature, he didn't hesitate. Without the ghostly infant's aid, Lu was merely an ordinary person, powerless against He-Ming. As He-Ming struck her down, Yi Ran glanced at Zhao Yi. Seeing Zhao Yi's conflicted expression, but no sign of intervention, Yi Ran knew his perspective had shifted. Otherwise, given Zhao Yi's nature, he would never have allowed Wang Qingshan and Lu to be killed without stepping. With no one to stop him, He-Ming's vengeful spirit devoured Lu whole. Only thus could he quell some of his. Having done this, He-Ming bowed to Yi Ran and Zhao Yi in gratitude. Thank you both. Go now? Since revenge is fulfilled, this world is no place for you. Yiran nodded gently in reply. Wang Qingshan and Lu were dead. He Ming and the ghostly infant could no longer remain in the mortal realm. He Ming felt no resistance, but before departing he cast a reluctant glance at his younger brother He Qing. Sensing He Ming's gaze, He Qing called out sorrowfully, "I must go. Take good care of mother. The family is in your hands." Tears streaming, He Qing nodded in response, not asking his brother to stay. He knew He Ming was already dead, now a malevolent spirit. That Yi Ran had allowed him to personally slay Wang Qingshan, and Lu was already a great mercy. He couldn't let He Ming's spirit linger. Seeing He Qing nod, He Ming smiled faintly, his gaze finally settling on the ghostly infant. This unborn son he had never met. Watching the child still struggling in his hands, He Ming's eyes filled with tenderness. "No matter what, father will be with you." As he spoke, azure flames erupted from his body, soon engulfing both him and the ghostly infant. Under the searing blaze their forms slowly dissolved, fading into nothingness and vanishing into the air. He Ming and the ghostly infant were truly gone, but after his spirit vanished, a segment of emerald green bamboo remained. Seeing it, Zhao he suddenly understood. Heart-cleansing bamboo. So that's how He Ming kept his sanity. This heart-cleansing bamboo was quite a treasure. It could calm the mind and focus the spirit used in refining pills. Even carried on one's person, it helped cultivators achieve tranquility during meditation. It reduced the risk of qi deviation. Zhao he had wondered how He Ming retained his sanity. Now seeing the bamboo, he realized it was embedded within He Ming's vengeful spirit, preserving his mind. Although the heart-cleansing bamboo was commendable, it could only ensure He Ming retained his sanity at the ash-gray ghost realm. Once he broke through to the white-robed ghost stage, its efficacy would greatly diminish. It was the first time he had witnessed a malevolent spirit slay someone without intervening. Truth be told, the night's events had profoundly shaken Zhao He. For one who had vowed since childhood to eradicate all evil spirits from the world, his choice tonight was unprecedented. Here, just as Zhao He was lost in thought, Yi Ran tossed the piece of heart-cleansing bamboo over to him. Having already consulted the system, he knew the heart-cleansing bamboo was useless to a martial artist. Even if bestowed upon Wu Xie, it would yield no reward, as it could not aid the girl's growth. Thus Yi Ran gave it directly to Zhao He. "You don't want it." Though not an exceedingly rare treasure, the heart-cleansing bamboo was still a valuable artifact. Seeing Yi Ran discard it so casually, Zhao he felt somewhat exasperated. "I am no cultivator, what use would I have for it? Come, since matters are concluded, it's time to return." Waving his hand dismissively, Yi Ran replied. By then the sky had gradually brightened, marking the end of the night. Hearing this, Zhao he was speechless, unsure what to say. Even if the heart-cleansing bamboo was useless, selling it would fetch a considerable sum. Yet Yi Ran clearly cared little for wealth. Besides, the gold and silver delivered by the Li family earlier was more than enough for the foreseeable future. Moreover, in this world, if one possessed strength, how could they ever fear poverty? Watching Yi Ran and Zhao he prepared to leave, He Qing, who had been standing aside, hesitated repeatedly before finally speaking. "Thank you, Master Yi and Taoist Zhao. Rest assured, I will never implicate either of you in Wang Qingshan." Wang Qingshan was, after all, the county magistrate. His death would inevitably trigger an investigation from higher authorities. Slaying a magistrate, even indirectly by allowing a malevolent spirit to act, was a grave crime. Having nothing else to offer in gratitude to Yi Ran and Zhao He Qing resolved to shoulder all responsibility himself, ensuring they would not be implicated. Seeing He Qing's forthright demeanor, Yi Ran smiled and patted his shoulder. "Take good care of your mother. Don't worry about other matters." With that, without waiting for He Qing's reply, he departed with Zhao He. Slaying a county magistrate was indeed a heinous crime for an ordinary person, punishable by decapitation 10 times over. But who were Yi Ran and Zhao He? Even if investigators were dispatched, what could they do? Would they antagonize a cultivator over a mere magistrate? That was clearly impossible. The court officials would never commit such folly, so Yi Ran remained unconcerned. Even Zhao he paid it no mind. After all, cultivators transcended mortal law. "Why are you following me? Not returning to the Li residence?" Seeing Zhao he accompany him all the way to the martial arts school, Yi Ran asked in confusion. The man wasn't returning to the Li family, so why was he following? Zhao he replied directly. "I wish to stay here." Compared to the Li residence, Zhao he naturally preferred Yi Ran's martial arts school. After all, given Yi Ran's strength, they were at least kindred spirits. Seeing Zhao he's earnestness, Yi Ran didn't refuse. He didn't dislike the old fellow anyway. If he wanted to stay, so be it. However, the conditions were certainly not as good as the Li residence, nor were there servants to attend to him. Xia opened the door. Knocking on the courtyard gate, it was soon opened, and Wu Xia rushed straight into Yi Ran's arms. Yi Ran had been gone all night, and Wu Xia had worried endlessly. Now seeing him safe, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Master." "All right, Taoist Zhao is still here." Seeing the young girl clinging tightly to him, Yi Ran gently tousled her hair and teased. Only then did Wu Xia notice Zhao he beside them. Her face flushed crimson, and she hastily released Yiran. They'll go make breakfast. She murmured softly, her cheeks burning, then dashed into the kitchen without looking back. Ushering Zhao He into the courtyard, Yiran said casually, "Make yourself at home, Daoist Zhao, no need to stand on ceremony. However, this place isn't as fine as the Li residence, and there are no servants, so I'm afraid you'll have to fend for yourself. No matter. I care little for such things." Zhao He was not one to indulge in luxury. He was accustomed to the austere life of secluded cultivation. Soon Wu Xie finished preparing breakfast. After the three of them ate together, Yiran sat in the courtyard sipping tea, while Wu Xie began her day of cultivation. First, she immersed herself in the ancient body-tempering solution. Seeing Wu Xie's diligent training, while Yiran lay back in utter comfort basking in the sun, Zhao He asked curiously, "Master Yi doesn't cultivate?" In Zhao He's view as a martial artist of such formidable strength, Yiran must have trained arduously. Yet he had been lying in the courtyard for hours without even turning over. This was hardly rigorous discipline, so to this Yiran could only think cultivation was out of the question. Though his talent was now top tier compared to training himself, nothing was more satisfying than watching his disciple grow stronger. But he could only keep this thought to himself. He certainly couldn't tell Zhao He. "This is a cultivation method I created myself." He made up an excuse to brush it off, but hearing this, Zhao He grew even more intrigued. A self-created cultivation method. What method allowed one to grow stronger while lying down? Does Master Yi always train like this? Getting stronger just by lying still, eh? Indeed. I call it the lying flat cultivation method. In response to Yiran's answer, Zhao He rolled his eyes. "I may not be a martial artist, but am no fool. Both martial artists and cultivators require diligent training to grow stronger." He didn't believe a word of this so-called lying flat cultivation method. He assumed Yiran was simply unwilling to share. Thinking about it, he was a cultivator and Yiran was a martial artist. Why would he reveal his training secrets? Very well, since Master Yi is unwilling to say, I was being presumptuous. "I'm telling the truth," Yiran replied earnestly. He truly did grow stronger just by lying still. Seeing Yiran still refuse to admit it, Zhao He said no more. He was absolutely certain that no one could become stronger simply by lying down. Just as Yiran finished speaking, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Detected hosts disciple breaking through to minor achievement in body tempering. Randomly triggering 5-fold reward. Cultivation level increasing. Instantly the aura around Yiran began to surge. Sensing this change, Zhao He sitting beside him nearly leaped to his feet. Staring incredulously at Yiran, who lay still with eyes closed, he exclaimed, as if seeing a ghost. "This? Is he about to break through?" Having just declared that no one could grow stronger by lying down, he now witnessed Yiran achieving a break. Almost instantly, Yiran's cultivation advanced unimpeded from the great completion of the blood-burning realm to its perfection. Zhao He, who witnessed the entire process, could no longer remain calm. How is this possible? He broke through just by lying around. This defies all logic. Since when does anyone advance simply by lying down? Moreover, Yiran's breakthrough seemed utterly effortless, without the slightest hitch, as naturally as water flowing into a channel. Glancing at the dumbfounded Zhao He, Yiran spoke with a smile, but Zhao He remained in a dazed feeling. Glancing at the dumbfounded Zhao He, Yiran spoke with a smile, but Zhao He remained in a dazed feeling, as if his entire worldview was on the verge of collapse. "Master, I broke through." At the same time, Wu Xie, who had also achieved a breakthrough, ran out of her room in delight. With the aid of the ancient body-tempering elixir, Wu Xie had successfully reached the minor accomplishment of the body-tempering realm, and her first thought was to tell her master. Seeing the little girl's excitement, Yiran nodded with a smile. "Not bad, you've done well." Saying this, Yiran lazily rose, told Wu Xie that he had something to reward her with, and then strode into his room. On the wall of Yiran's room hung a short blade. This blade could be considered one of the few treasures of the Yi family martial arts hall, said to have been passed down from their ancestors. He had long intended to give it to Wu Xie, but had been delayed by previous incidents involving the Li family and He Qing. Now that the little girl had broken through, it was the perfect time to bestow it upon her. Taking the blade, he walked out of the room and stood before Wu Xie. "Here, this blade is yours from now on. Master this." "Xie cannot accept this. This is your personal blade." Seeing the blade, Wu Xie shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum, adamantly refusing. But Yiran, without further ado, simply forced it into her hands. "Take it. Your master has something far better." Though the blade was fine, it was merely a mortal weapon of little account in the eyes of a cultivator. Zhao He, standing nearby, cast a single glance at the blade and immediately lost interest. Weapons based on their power were classified into 5 grades: mortal, spirit, treasure, heavenly, and divine. Each grade was further divided into 3 tiers: common, superior, and supreme. It was even said that some powerful divine weapons had developed sentience, known as a weapon spirit. For cultivators, mortal weapons were no better than trash, utterly beneath their notice. But once a weapon reached the spirit grade, things were quite different. Between two cultivators of equal strength, if one wielded a spirit weapon and the other did not, victory would undoubtedly belong to the one with the spirit weapon. Spirit weapons greatly enhanced a cultivator's combat prowess. Even the lowest grade common spirit weapon was no exception. Under Yi Ran's insistence, Wu Xie finally accepted the short blade. At the same time, the system's voice arrived as expected. Host has rewarded disciple with a superior mortal weapon. Triggering random 50 times multiplier. Host rewarded with superior spirit weapon dragon pattern blade. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Ran smiled faintly, just as he had expected. Gazing at the dragon pattern blade resting quietly in the system's space, its blade adorned with a lifelike dragon motif, it was truly extraordinary. What if I give the dragon pattern blade to Xie and trigger another reward? He seemed to have found a bug in the system. Unlike pills or cultivation techniques, weapons didn't need to be consumed or cultivated. With this, couldn't he keep reaping rewards endlessly? He could even get himself a full set of divine weapons. But while the thought was beautiful, reality was harsh. Host must bestow a weapon that the disciple can perfectly wield before rewards are granted. The system's reminder was like a bucket of cold water, utterly extinguishing Yi Ran's fantasies. Spirit weapons were completely different from mortal weapons. Take the dragon pattern blade for instance. Even if Yi Ran bestowed it upon Wu Xie now, with her current cultivation, she wouldn't be able to use it at all. Only when Wu Xie could perfectly wield it would the system grant the reward, just like with pills and techniques. He thought he had discovered a bug in the system, but in the end he had only been overthinking. Still, Yi Ran didn't mind too much. If it couldn't be done, so be it. At least he had obtained a superior spirit weapon. When Wu Xie's cultivation improved in the future, he would just give it to her then. Watching the little girl carefully return the short blade to her room and hang it properly on the wall, Yi Ran lazily laid back down on his recliner. This recliner had been custom-made by Yi Ran's order. It was very comfortable to lie on, crafted entirely based on his memories from a past life. The only pity was that it lacked a massage function. Master Yi. Taoist Zhao, no need to be so formal. Just call me by my name. Then he'll call you Brother Yi. Fine. As he spent more time with Yi Ran, Zhao, he found himself increasingly unable to see through him. Ever since returning, Yi Ran had done nothing at all, simply lying around like a salted fish, yet he had broken through. And so smoothly at that. Zhao, he had never experienced anything like this during his own breakthroughs. Even for minor realms, he had always been extremely cautious. Who else could break through just by yawning? Brother Yi, is this so-called lying flat cultivation method real? Even now, Zhao, he couldn't believe such a cultivation method existed. Yi Ran nodded. Of course it's real, but only I can practice it. No one else can. This. Zhao Yi's mind kept telling him that this lying flat cultivation method was pure nonsense, yet the facts before him constantly reminded him that it was real. Otherwise, how could Yi Ran have broken through? Should I give it a try? An inexplicable thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. After all, who would want to train bitterly every day if they could just lie down? Watching Yi Ran, who looked like a landed gentry, occasionally throwing a few words to Wu Xie. Xie, you've been slacking off a bit in your training lately. You can't afford to be negligent. Yes, master. Xie will train diligently. Listening to the exchange between master and disciple, Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. Who the hell was slacking off? Wu Xie hadn't stopped training since breakfast. The little girl was drenched in sweat from head to toe. And then there was Yi Ran. He couldn't even be bothered to turn over, casually tossing body-tempering pills into his mouth, like candy. The more Yi Ran acted like this, the more Zhao Yi's heart itched. Could it really be that lying flat allowed one to cultivate? He asked stubbornly. Brother Yi, is this lying flat cultivation method really something only you can practice? No one else can. Yi Ran glanced suspiciously at Zhao Yi, catching the envy in his eyes, and quickly guessed what the old fellow was. Want to learn to lie flat? Don't even think about it. You could lie there until you die of old age, and it still wouldn't work. Brother Zhao, don't even think about this cultivation method. It really is useless for others. This method of cultivation through lying down was truly beyond others' reach, and Yi Ran had not deceived Zhao Yi. Yet once curiosity was piqued, a man would not give up without a try. As the old saying goes, one will not turn back until hitting the southern wall, nor give up until reaching the Yellow River. The next day, after an early breakfast, Wu Xie began her cultivation as usual, while Yi Ran and Zhao Yi, like two salted fish, lay flat in the courtyard. The spring breeze brushed by, and before summer arrived, the gentle sunlight bathed them in comfort. Yet Yi Ran glanced curiously at Zhao Yi lying beside him. When making the lounge chairs earlier, Yi Ran had crafted a few extra for backup. But he wondered what had gotten into this old fellow today, copying his reclining posture. Knowing Zhao Yi's thoughts, Yi Ran couldn't help but warn him, Brother Zhao, this cultivation method of lying down truly isn't for you. I'm not lying. It was the truth. Lying like this, Zhao Yi could lie until death and never break through. Yet Zhao Yi replied, I'll just give it a try, Brother Yi. Is there really nothing else to do? Just lying down is enough. Seeing this, Yi Ran sighed helplessly. Since persuasion failed, he let Zhao Yi lie down. After a few days, when he found it useless, Zhao Yi would naturally give up. Yes, just lying down is enough. With that, Yiran ignored him, squinting his eyes to bask in the sunlight. In the following days, he stubbornly imitated everything Yiran did. Naturally, the result left him questioning his existence. Detected Host's disciple breaks through to the initial level of the 100 Refinements Divine Body Art. Random tenfold reward triggered. Host's 100 Refinements Divine Body Art reaches the Great Accomplishment stage. While lying down, Yiran's aura fluctuated again, startling Zhao He into opening his eyes wide. It didn't seem like a breakthrough, yet why did Yiran's presence feel stronger? Bewildered Zhao He wondered why Yiran always grew stronger while lying down, yet he himself saw no change at all. After staring at Yiran for a long time, he could only give up in frustration. Detected Host's disciple breaks through to the Great Accomplishment stage of body tempering. Random 50-fold reward triggered. Awarded Blazing Blade Technique. Host's cultivation is ascending. Tired of lying down, Yiran went out for a stroll and was sipping tea and listening to music in a tea house booth when his aura suddenly surged. Xia's little girl has broken through again. Not bad, not bad. 3 days after reaching the minor accomplishment stage of body tempering, Wu Xia had broken through to the great accomplishment stage. Breaking through a minor realm in 3 days. Truly a prodigy of heaven who had awakened her martial soul. As Yiran's aura began to surge again, Zhao He sitting beside him was utterly dumbfounded. What happened now? Yiran had done nothing at all, yet it felt like he was about to break through again. These past few days Zhao He had done nothing but follow Yiran, imitating his every move. After several days, Zhao He had fully grasped Yiran's daily routine. To put it bluntly, Yiran's life had nothing to do with cultivation. It was more like idling around. Every morning after breakfast, he would lie down until noon. After lunch, he would either wander into town for tea and music or stroll somewhere else. Hell, once he even visited a pleasure house. Calling him a salted fish would be an overstatement. Yet every few days his aura would inexplicably strengthen, leaving Zhao He baffled. They did the same things, so why could Yiran grow stronger while he couldn't? Now it was even more absurd. Another breakthrough in just a few days. Zhao He admitted he was envious. Why were people so different? Was breaking through as a martial artist really this easy? But before he could dwell on it, Zhao He soon realized something was wrong. Yiran was about to break through a major realm. Breaking through a major realm was vastly different from a minor one. Anyone breaking through a major realm had to be extremely cautious, not like Yiran, who did it while sipping tea and listening to music. Worried about Yiran's situation, Zhao He warned, "Brother, you suppress your cultivation and break through back home. Don't act recklessly. Failure in a major breakthrough could be devastating, even leading to death." But Yiran ignored Zhao He's warning, his aura climbing steadily. Soon it seemed to break through a bottleneck, entering an entirely new level. Martial Origin Realm. Yiran's cultivation had reached the initial stage of the Martial Origin Realm, equivalent to a cultivator's core formation stage. As Yiran's aura gradually stabilized, Zhao He stood frozen in place. It was over. The breakthrough succeeded in less than 100 breaths. Recalling his own breakthrough to the Meridian Opening Realm, he had spent 3 days preparing alone. Only after adjusting his state to its peak did he dare to attempt it. But Yiran, it took less than 100 breaths. Had all these years of bitter cultivation been for nothing? The thought suddenly crossed his mind. The scene he had just witnessed was simply too shocking. Moreover, Yiran's strength had been on par with his before. Now that Yiran had broken through a major realm, didn't that mean he possessed the power of a core formation stage cultivator? Brother Yi, your cultivation. Oh, just a minor breakthrough. It's equivalent to a core formation stage cultivator. Just hearing this, Zhao He's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A core formation stage cultivator was nothing more than a just to him. But thinking of how effortlessly Yiran had broken through, he found himself speechless. Indeed, it was nothing more than just. After all, in just a few days Yiran had broken through again, and so easily. His breakthroughs were as effortless as eating and drinking. Seeing Zhao He's unstable Dao heart, Yiran thought for a moment and reminded him, "Brother, Zhao, everyone has their own cultivation method. You really don't have to imitate me, it will only harm you in the end." Seeing Zhao He's unstable Dao heart, Yiran thought for a moment and reminded him, "Brother, Zhao, everyone." Hearing this, Zhao He no longer insisted. After these past few days he had come to realize that this cultivation method of lying down was truly beyond his grasp. Brother Yi is right. I was too stubborn. Seeing Zhao He had come to his senses, Yiran smiled faintly. After these days together they had grown close, and Yiran genuinely considered Zhao He a friend. He naturally didn't want him to take a wrong path. Why imitate something like lying down? It was a foolish choice. Returning from the tea house after dinner, Yiran was in good spirits. Today he had successfully broken through to the Martial Yuan realm, greatly enhancing his strength. As night fell he sat cross-legged in his room, carefully sensing his cultivation. After breaking through to the Martial Yuan realm, martial energy coalesced within his body, continuously fortifying his blood and qi while tempering his physical vitality. This tempering required no active effort, it occurred automatically, at every moment, much like a cultivator's golden core. His blood and chi had intensified more than tenfold. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Yi Ran could effortlessly defeat 10 of his former selves. This explained the vast gulf between each major realm, a difference rooted in their very essence. Satisfied, Yi Ran nodded and gradually drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident. The next morning after breakfast, he could clearly sense Wu Xie's nervousness. Today was the day the malevolent spirit had previously vowed to claim their lives. The young girl instinctively feared this ghost. Perceiving Wu Xie's anxiety, Yi Ran remained utterly unperturbed. Though only 9 days had passed, he now possessed the cultivation of the martial Yuan realm. His past self had managed to repel that spirit. With his current realm, he could easily annihilate it. Focus on your training and worry not. Today your master will teach you a new blade art. Yesterday the system had rewarded him with the blazing blade art. Like cultivation techniques, martial skills were ranked into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. The blazing blade art was a yellow grade superior martial skill perfectly suited for Wu Xie's current level. A higher grade would be impossible for her to master at this stage. The blazing blade art was a yellow grade superior martial skill perfectly suited for Wu Xie's current level. A higher grade would be impossible for her to master. Seeing Yi Ran in his usual indolent state, Zhao He felt exasperated. Today he decided not to join Yi Ran in idleness, for he realized that when he loafed he merely loafed, but when Yi Ran did so he grew stronger. Aren't you worried about that ghost at all? Having learned of the death debt money, Zhao He asked casually. Yi Ran smiled and replied, "With you here, why should I be afraid? Don't flatter me. You're stronger than me now. If you can't handle it, I certainly can't." Zhao He rolled his eyes at Yi Ran without hesitation. The man's cultivation speed was enviable, stirring deep jealousy within him. Yet seeing Yi Ran's confidence, Zhao He felt reassured and went off to train alone. Yi Ran did not leave the house all day. As dusk fell and dinner concluded, the three sat around the courtyard quietly awaiting the malevolent spirit's arrival. Unlike before, only Wu Xie felt anxious. This time, neither Yi Ran nor Zhao He showed any tension. It was merely a fiend. They faced no pressure. Time passed. At midnight, a chill wind swept through. Both Yi Ran and Zhao He keenly sensed the fiend's presence. Why must they always come at midnight? A faint smile curled on Yi Ran's lips. These fiends were punctual, appearing precisely at the witching hour, neither early nor late. Time passed. At midnight, a chill wind swept through. Both Yi Ran and Zhao He keenly sensed the fiend's presence and recognized it at once. Just a despair ghost. A single glance was enough to bore him. Its strength was inferior even to He Ming's, explaining why his past self had driven it away. "See ya, master," he called to Wu Xie, who responded softly. "You've trained for some time. Today your master will test you. This fiend is yours to deal with." Yi Ran had no intention of intervening. The fiend was too weak, yet it served as a perfect practice target for Wu Xie. Still, the young girl was frightened. It was her first encounter with a fiend. How can one grow without battle? Without life and death trials, even the highest cultivation is but a reflection in a mirror or the moon on water's surface. Do you understand? Sensing her fear, Yi Ran encouraged her. With his support, Wu Xie summoned her courage, gripping a short blade as she approached the fiend. Unlike He Ming's vengeful soul, this fiend lacked any intelligence. Its eyes bloodshot, it fixed its gaze on Wu Xie with a predatory gleam surrounded by swirling yin energy. Facing the fiend for the first time, Wu Xie was tense, but drew her blade without retreating. Watching her resolute back, Yi Ran nodded in approval. Fear was natural for a first encounter, but lacking the courage to fight was unacceptable. Without that bravery, what future could she have? From this perspective, Wu Xie had performed admirably. Zhao He, however, voiced concern. "Yi, is Xie all right? This fiend, though weaker than He Ming, is still formidable, likely at the peak of the despair ghost stage." Wu Xie's cultivation was only at the grand completion of the body refining realm, a step below the fiend in realm. Moreover, this was her first battle against a fiend. It was uncertain if she could fully unleash her strength. Was it too hasty to let her face it alone? In response to Zhao He's worry, Yi Ran said calmly, "Rest assured, with us here, no danger will befall her. And don't underestimate Xie." Yi Ran was confident he could ensure her safety, and he also believed she would not lose. Though it was her first battle against a fiend, and she was at a slight cultivation disadvantage, one must not forget that Wu Xie had awakened her martial soul. In a cultivator's terms, she was a prodigy of heaven. A prodigy's combat strength could not be judged by ordinary standards. A mere minor realm gap should pose no problem for her. Seeing Yi Ran's confidence, Zhao He grew curious. He had watched Wu Xie train daily, but knew little of her actual combat prowess. Intrigued, he turned his attention to the impending fight. As the two spoke, the battle between Wu Xie and the fiend commenced. The fiend struck first, its mindless instincts perceiving her as prey, flesh and blood that would greatly benefit it. Thus it attacked her almost instinctively. Its claws lashed out at Wu Xie. Her reaction was slightly delayed. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, but still threw a fierce punch. It was evident that facing the evil spirit for the first time had filled Wu Xie with immense tension, causing her movements to involuntarily slow by half a beat. Fortunately, at the last moment the young girl managed to suppress her fear and fiercely threw a punch. As fist clashed with claw, a tremendous burst of energy erupted, ultimately sending the evil spirit stumbling back several steps under Wu Xie's force. Although Wu Xie's cultivation was a minor realm lower than the evil spirit's, she held an absolute advantage in every other aspect. Not to mention her martial soul, there was also the 100 Refinements Golden Body Art, a terrestrial-grade cultivation technique. Practicing it granted her unparalleled combat prowess within the same realm. Seeing her gain the upper hand with a single strike, a gleam of sharp light flashed in Zhao He's eyes. With his insight, he could tell that this advantage was purely due to a crushing disparity in raw strength. From the very beginning, Wu Xie had lost the initiative, yet she still managed to strike later and seize control. If that wasn't a display of overwhelming power, what was? Pushed back by the punch, the evil spirit was thoroughly enraged. Letting out a low growl, it lunged at Wu Xie once more, its surrounding resentment growing even denser. As the battle between the girl and the ghost dragged on, aside from the initial advantage, Wu Xie's weaknesses gradually surfaced over time. Though she was clearly stronger than the evil spirit, her combat experience was woefully lacking, almost non-existent. She had the strength, but simply couldn't land a hit on the creature. Moreover, the fear Wu Xie harbored toward the evil spirit further hampered her performance. As Zhao He had said earlier, could she truly unleash her full potential? From the looks of it, she clearly hadn't. Otherwise, the battle would have already ended, instead of allowing the evil spirit to gain the upper hand as it was now. Possessing immense strength, but utterly unable to strike her opponent, the more she missed, the more anxious she became. And the more anxious she grew, the more openings she exposed, giving the evil spirit opportunities to counterattack. Before long, the evil spirit landed a blow, raking its claws across her arm and leaving several bloody gashes. Though the wounds were minor, the pain only deepened Wu Xie's panic and terror. It was a vicious cycle. After all, Wu Xie was just a young girl of 14 or 15. Unable to subdue the evil spirit despite her efforts, she was on the verge of tears. Her eyes reddened, and she swung her short blade wildly without any technique, allowing the evil spirit to easily dodge every strike. Unable to land attacks, and utterly clueless about defense, Zhao, he couldn't help but speak up as he watched Wu Xie's wounds multiply. That's enough, isn't it? This is her first time facing an evil spirit after all. Knowing that Yi Ran intended to train Wu Xie, this was still her first encounter. If the fight continued, her injuries. In response, Yi Ran remained expressionless. Wait a little longer. Wait longer. If not for the fact that Yi Ran usually doted on Wu Xie, Zhao, he would have questioned his intentions entirely. It was obvious to anyone that Wu Xie had truly reached her limit, not in strength, but mentally. With her power locked away and unable to be unleashed, what was the point of continuing? What Zhao He didn't realize was that this wasn't Wu Xie's true limit. Far from it. As the vengeful spirit pressed Wu Xie closer and closer to the brink of collapse, Zhao He nearly intervened several times, but Yi Ran stopped him each time. Wait a little longer. This is something she must go through. Can you save her once? Can you save her for a lifetime? Brother Yi, I understand your reasoning, but not everything can be achieved in one step. She's all ready. Zhao He could barely stand to watch any longer, but before he could finish, a blazing inferno suddenly erupted around Wu Xie, engulfing her entirely. At the sight of Wu Xie's transformation, Zhao He's voice died in his throat. What was this? Only a flicker of amusement passed through Yi Ran's eyes. So it had finally awakened. The Crimson Flame Martial Soul. He had noticed earlier that Wu Xie seemed unable to fully control her martial soul. Possessing such a formidable power, yet unable to wield it proficiently. How could that be allowed? He had tried to teach the girl, but every martial soul was unique, and Yi Ran had found no easy solution. In the end, the only method he could think of was life and death trials, to make her feel this power at the brink of death and learn to command it. And as it turned out, his idea had worked. The Crimson Flame Martial Soul had erupted. Flames swept across the entire courtyard. Standing amidst the fire, Wu Xie's eyes were red, as if she had suffered a great injustice, glaring fiercely at the evil spirit before her. The pain from her wounds ignited the young girl's fury. As if sensing her rage, the flames around her blazed ever hotter. Shrouded in this fire, the evil spirit couldn't even approach, let alone attack. The searing heat mercilessly consumed its body, the agonizing pain forcing the evil spirit to let out a piercing scream. Instinctive terror drove the evil spirit to retreat, but Wu Xie had no intention of letting it escape. Within the flames, Wu Xie advanced step by step toward the evil spirit. Faced with her relentless approach, the creature couldn't help but stumble backward. But the flames of the Crimson Flame Martial Soul had already sealed off its escape route, leaving it to watch helplessly as Wu Xie drew near. The terrifying fire seemed to naturally suppress the evil spirit, rendering it unable to strike at Wu Xie. At that moment, she swung her short blade, fiercely hacking into the creature. As if responding to her command, the surrounding flames surged forward in unison, instantly incinerating the evil spirit until not even ashes remained. And just like that, the battle was over. Everyone had assumed Wu Xie was no match for the evil spirit, but who could have predicted such a swift reversal? As the flames gradually receded, he stared at Wu Xie with a look of utter disbelief. What in the world were those flames? Even he had felt a chill in his heart. Everything had happened so fast, and the power Wu Xie had unleashed left he completely baffled. For a moment he was stunned. How could this master and disciple both be such anomalies? Yi Ran was already an exception, advancing in cultivation even while lying down. Now even Wu Xie, this little girl, had become this absurd. She harbored such power within her. It was no exaggeration to say that the flames from earlier could have scorched even a white-clothed ghost half to death, let alone a despair ghost. So what exactly was the deal with this master and disciple? If Yi Ran was already too much, now even this little girl Wu Xie was being this absurd. He looked at Yi Ran with a resentful gaze. Those flames just now. He had intended to ask what those flames were given their formidable power, but before he could finish his sentence, Yi Ran interrupted him. Oh, nothing much. Just a little trick. A little trick. Did you really take me for a fool? Flames capable of incinerating a white-robed ghost, and you call that a little trick? In an instant, he felt utterly exhausted and declared he had not a single word left to say to Yi Ran. I'm tired. With that, he returned to his room, but his receding figure carried an unmistakable air of desolation. What's gotten into him? Yi Ran muttered in confusion. He was fine just a moment ago. But before he could dwell on it, the system's notification chimed. Detected that the host disciple has improved her mastery of the Crimson Flame Martial Soul, triggering random 5-fold reward. Host's mastery of the Indestructible Martial Soul has increased by 5%. That works too. The Indestructible Martial Soul was a legendary grade soul, a tier above Wu Xie's Crimson Flame Martial Soul. Like Wu Xie, Yi Ran had been struggling with how to cultivate this soul in recent days. After all, guarding a treasure without knowing how to unlock, it was truly agonizing. He had been planning to study it thoroughly when he had ample energy, but now it had come to him. This meant he could continue completely and utterly to lie back and relax. Utterly satisfied. At the same time as Yi Ran was lost in thought, the little girl Wu Xie charged into his arms, her expression clearly begging for praise. Seeing Wu Xie's expectant face, Yi Ran smiled and patted her head. Not bad. Receiving Yi Ran's praise, Wu Xie's eyes curved into crescents. Go soak in a medicinal bath. You have so many injuries. After the battle, the little girl bore many wounds. Though none were fatal, a medicinal bath would certainly be beneficial. The ancient body-tempering fluid could not only temper the body, but also heal wounds, and even remove scars. As a young girl, Yi Ran didn't want Wu Xie to be covered in scars in the future. She nodded obediently and ran back to her room. With the vengeful spirit dealt with, Yi Ran also returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. He slept soundly until dawn, feeling refreshed and ready for another day of lazing about. After washing up, he found that Wu Xie had already prepared breakfast. To be fair, Yi Ran was getting lazier by the day. He used to make breakfast himself, but now Wu Xie was responsible for all 3 meals. Yo, brother Zhao, you're up early. Spotting Zhao, he sitting cross-legged in the courtyard, he greeted him cheerfully. Hearing this, he glanced at the already high sun. Early. It was practically noon, wasn't it? Brother Yi, as cultivators, we should train diligently. Your current behavior. After a moment's thought, he couldn't help but offer advice. Yi Ran was truly getting out of hand, especially with his rising time getting later each day. But as before he could finish, Yi Ran, while eating breakfast, said nonchalantly, Brother Zhao knows my cultivation method is different. I am cultivating. His mouth twitched uncontrollably. What more could he say? After finishing the breakfast Wu Xie had specially saved for him, Yi Ran brought out a lounge chair, arranged himself in a comfortable position, and continued his lazing about. Because he had woken up so late, he had only been lying down for less than 2 hours before it was time for lunch. Wu Xie prepared lunch on time. Her cooking talent was remarkable, her skills were improving visibly, perhaps even faster than her cultivation progress. He devoured the delicious food. Seeing this, he couldn't help but say, Brother, didn't you just have breakfast? He had eaten just over an hour ago. How could he still eat? Brother Zhao, you don't understand. My lying flat cultivation method consumes a lot of energy. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm really working hard. He replied vaguely while eating heartily. Hearing the word hard work, he rolled his eyes without hesitation. Did those 2 words have anything to do with you? A lazy slacker who lies around all day couldn't be further from the concept of hard work. After a whirlwind of eating and drinking his fill, Yi Ran, as usual, brewed a pot of tea and let out a satisfied sigh. See ya, master. Your cooking is getting better and better. Keep it up. I'm glad you like it, master. As long as she received her master's praise, Wu Xie was happy. Watching Wu Xie, who was now completely charmed by Yi Ran, he felt a pang of envy. When would he ever have a disciple who cared for him so thoughtfully? In the afternoon, Yi Ran continued to laze about while Wu Xia and Zhao He continued their cultivation. Each was busy with their own affairs, but every time Zhao He saw Yi Ran, he felt an urge to lie down next to him. That lounge chair looked so comfortable. Combined with the warm spring sun, the thought was incredibly tempting. Yet a voice in his mind constantly warned him, don't lie down or you'll be ruined. You are not Yi Ran. After much internal struggle, Zhao He finally gave up. He was not Yi Ran, he wouldn't grow stronger by lying down. So he had to train diligently. The afternoon of training passed quickly. During dinner, Yi Ran and Zhao He leisurely shared some wine. After a few cups, Zhao He spoke to Yi Ran. Brother Yi, I think I'll be leaving tomorrow. What, heading back to the mountains? Can you put it more nice? Oh, you mean going back to the temple? Yes. I've been away from the mountain for quite some time. Besides, the founding patriarch's birthday at my Wu Wei temple is coming up. Having said this, Zhao He hesitated for a moment before extending an invitation to Yi Ran. The founding patriarch's birthday was a major event at the Wu Wei temple, and Zhao He wanted to invite Yi Ran to attend. Though they hadn't known each other long, Zhao He truly considered Yi Ran a friend. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran hesitated. It wasn't that he was worried about anything, he simply found the idea tiring. I think he'll pass. After a moment's thought, Yi Ran declined. Why go on a long journey when it was so comfortable to just laze around at home? But the moment Yi Ran finished speaking, Zhao He saw through his thoughts. His eyelids twitched in exasperation. You're not thinking it's too much trouble, are you? Hearing this, Yi Ran felt a little embarrassed. Seeing his expression change, Zhao He was even more certain of it. This guy was simply too lazy to go. Just think how many people outside would kill for a chance to attend the Wu Wei temple's founding patriarch's birthday. Yet this fellow had refused purely out of laziness. Zhao He's face flushed red with anger. Rejected his invitation simply out of laziness. The grand celebration of the founder of Wu Wei temple turned down for such a reason. At the thought of this, Zhao He's stubborn temper flared up. He even forgot to drink, speaking directly to Yi Ran. No, you must go. Seeing Zhao He's resolute expression, Yi Ran was utterly bewildered. What was this all about? Lately he felt Zhao He had been acting jumpy. Seeing Yi Ran silent, Zhao He continued, pack your things tomorrow and come with me to Wu Wei temple. Brother Yi, though you are a martial artist, you now possess strength comparable to a core formation cultivator. You need some understanding of the outside world. It will benefit you. Making decisions for Yi Ran while earnestly persuading him. Watching this seemingly schizophrenic man and considering his words did hold some truth. Of course, the main reason was fear of provoking him further by refusing. In the end, Yi Ran nodded in agreement. After all, Zhao He was the first friend he made in this world. It was a pity there were no psychiatrists in this world, otherwise he would have forced this guy to get treatment. This was no joke. Normal when not in an episode, but troublesome when it struck. He wondered why cultivators also suffered from mental illnesses. Could it be due to excessive training pressure? Seeing Yi Ran agree, Zhao He's expression softened. Yi Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, with patients one must soothe and not provoke them. Since they had to travel the next day, the three retired early after dinner. Early the next morning, Yi Ran, still sound asleep, was dragged up by Zhao He. Seeing it was still dark, Yi Ran couldn't help complaining. Brother Zhao, isn't this too early? The sun hasn't even. He stopped mid-sentence, noticing Zhao He's grim expression, and quickly changed his tune. Brother Zhao is truly farsighted. The journey is long, so leaving early is wise. He'll pack up and we'll set off. This sudden shift left Zhao He, who was about to speak, at a loss. What was up with Yi Ran today? Suspiciously leaving the room, he saw Wu Xia had prepared breakfast, and asked, don't you think your master has been acting strange lately? Hearing this, the little girl tilted her head, thought for a moment, then shook her head. No. Was it his imagination? But Zhao He quickly dismissed that thought. Yi Ran this morning was definitely abnormal. Soon Yi Ran finished washing and joined them in the courtyard. The three sat together for breakfast. But both Yi Ran and Zhao He had their own thoughts. One considered the other a patient needing care, while the other found him off and planned to probe. Brother Zhao, Brother Yi. They spoke simultaneously, each lost in thought, then exchanged awkward smiles. Yi Ran, quicker to react, said first. Brother Zhao, please go ahead. Oh, I just wanted to ask if you've been feeling unwell lately. Unwell? No, I eat well and feel great. Yi Ran, puzzled by Zhao He's question, replied with confusion. I see. And mentally? Any particular sensations? Mentally. Wondering why Zhao He asked this, Yi Ran suddenly realized. Could his guess be right? And had this guy already sensed his own condition? As a cultivator with many means, he would certainly feel something wrong. For a moment, Yi Ran looked at Zhao He with sympathy, softening his tone as much as possible. Brother Zhao, this isn't a big deal. The key is to take care of yourself daily. Don't dwell on things, think of happy moments, and above all, don't put too much pressure on yourself. What nonsense is this? Zhao He didn't understand a word of Yi Ran's speech. Seeing Zhao He about to flare up again, Yi Ran quickly stopped talking. He sighed inwardly. Alas, Brother Zhao's illness is severe. Any random word can set him off. Thinking back to when they first met, Yi Ran felt he should have noticed this earlier. After all, what normal person would believe in a lying-down cultivation method? Yet this guy actually followed him and lay around for days. From that moment, he should have detected Zhao He's condition. A pang of guilt struck him, while Zhao He, watching Yi Ran's changing expressions, quickly pondered. Soon a flash of insight struck Zhao He. Could Brother Yi have fallen into chi deviation? Exactly. That lying-down cultivation method he practices, I've never even heard of it. And as a martial artist, his cultivation speed is astonishingly fast, almost unbelievable. Such rapid progress must have its drawbacks. Probably without realizing it, Brother Yi has cultivated into chi deviation. The thought of Yi Ran suffering from chi deviation due to cultivation filled Zhao He with worry. This was no trivial matter. It could even be life-threatening. Both harbored their own thoughts, each convinced they had seen through everything. A silent competition between two geniuses began. They looked at each other with deep concern. As if by telepathy, they each served the other a bowl of porridge, handing it. Brother Zhao, have some porridge, it's good. Brother Yi, drink it while it's hot. Brother Zhao, don't just drink porridge, have some pickles. Brother Yi, have a bun. Both were extremely attentive, speaking softly and silently vowed to find a way to solve the other's problem. Alas, Brother Zhao's illness is tricky. I wonder if the system will offer rewards for this in the future. Alas, Brother Yi's condition will require some fine pills to nourish him and gradually improve his body. A tender, affectionate aura quietly emanated from the two. With their soft gazes and caring tones, an indescribable atmosphere settled over the dining table. Wu Xia, watching from the side, was completely baffled. What had happened to her master and priest Zhao during this simple breakfast? Not only had their tone changed entirely, but their eyes were different too. Young Wu Xia felt her head full of question marks. She couldn't understand what was going on with these two. Was this how adults interacted? Breakfast concluded in an oddly strained atmosphere. Afterwards, Zhao He proactively offered to help Yi Ran pack his luggage. Brother Zhao, no need. I don't have much to pack. Really, if there's anything, just tell me. He'll help you. After an exchange of polite refusals and courtesies, it was Wu Xia who ultimately finished packing. Only then did the trio set out. In Yi Ran's view, the best way to reach Wuwei Temple was naturally by horseback. Given their cultivation levels, as long as they remained cautious, they need not overly fear attacks from evil spirits. At the city gate, there was a merchant dealing in horses. Ordinary people certainly couldn't afford them, but for Yi Ran and Zhao He the cost was trivial. However, just as Yi Ran was inquiring about the price, Zhao He had somehow already procured a carriage from somewhere. Brother Yi, you're not fit for riding. Let's take the carriage, he said to Yi Ran. In Zhao He's mind, since Yi Ran's cultivation had gone awry, he must be extremely weak. How could he possibly endure the jolts of a horse's back? He simply couldn't bear the bumpy ride. But Yi Ran refused without a second thought. No need, isn't riding a horse more convenient? What was so good about a carriage? It wasn't as if they were a noble lady traveling. Compared to a carriage, Yi Ran far preferred the feeling of galloping on a horse. But the words had barely left his lips when Zhao He's expression darkened instantly. Frowning, he looked at Yi Ran with utmost seriousness. No, we must take the carriage. Brother Yi, am doing this for your own good. Seeing Zhao He's face turn grim again, Yi Ran was jolted alert and sighed inwardly with helplessness. Alas, Brother Zhao's affliction was indeed severe. Logically, since the three of them were either martial artists or cultivators, traveling on horseback was the norm. Taking a carriage like a delicate young lady shielding from wind and rain made no sense. But Zhao He was clearly having another episode. For the sake of his health, Yi Ran could only nod in reluctant agreement. All right, I'll do as you say, Brother Zhao. Seeing Yi Ran nod, Zhao He finally broke into a smile. Witnessing such a stark shift in expression, Yi Ran felt a mix of emotions. Oh well, given Zhao He's condition, he would just go along with everything. Their silent concern for each other made both feel they were exhausting themselves for the other's sake. The only one who suffered was Wu Xia standing by. The young girl had been excitedly picking out a horse only to end up with a carriage. To make matters worse, when they boarded, Yi Ran initially wanted Zhao He to sit inside, while he acted as the driver. After all, Zhao He was ill and could rest better in the carriage. But Zhao He adamantly refused, insisting instead that Yi Ran sit inside. Brother Zhao, the carriage is more comfortable. Leave the driving to me. Brother Yi, what are you saying? Get inside. How could I let you drive? They pushed and yielded, neither willing to compromise. Finally, seeing Zhao He about to flare up again, Yi Ran quickly conceded. Brother Zhao, how about we both sit inside? And let Xia drive. He truly didn't want to provoke Zhao He, uncertain how his condition might manifest. Hearing this, Zhao He saw that Yi Ran was equally persistent. If he didn't go, Yi Ran certainly wouldn't either. He sighed inwardly. Alas, Brother Yi's condition is worse than I thought. Has his mind been affected too? With this thought, Zhao He finally agreed. Then, under the astonished gaze of the horse dealer, the two men slipped into the carriage, leaving young Wu Xia outside to take the reins. Watching the carriage fade into the distance, the dealer scratched his head in confusion. Two grown men letting a young girl drive. It was the most graceless sight the dealer had ever seen, especially since Wu Xia was so beautiful, easily inspiring affection. Such an adorable girl. How could those two men bear to let her sit alone outside and drive? Alas, the dealer could never fathom the thoughts in Yi Ran and Zhao He's hearts. See ya, this is the map I drew. Just follow this route. As the carriage ambled along the official road, Zhao He took out the map and said. Hearing this, Wu Xia nodded. Seeing her obedient demeanor, Zhao He said with some tenderness, I'm sorry to put you through this, child. Rest assured I will find a way to cure your master. In Zhao He's mind, if he didn't need to care for Yi Ran, he would never have let Xia drive. Under Wu Xia's puzzled expression, Zhao He ducked back into the carriage. Inside, Yi Ran was lounging lazily against the cushions. To be fair, the carriage Zhao He had procured was quite luxurious and comfortable to sit in. But what irked Yi Ran was that Zhao He kept secretly watching him from the moment he entered his gaze rarely. Unaware that Zhao He was simply concerned for him, Yi Ran became even more convinced that Zhao He's mental state was truly troubled. Especially considering Zhao He's earlier behavior. Irritable, easily startled, and even confused at times. These were classic symptoms of mental illness. Alas, Yi Ran let out a helpless sigh. Brother Zhao was indeed pitiful. Silently lamenting, he casually took out a body-tempering pill and tossed it into his mouth, a habit of his. Although he had already broken through to the martial origin realm, the pill tasted good and served as a pleasant candy. But the moment the pill entered his stomach, Zhao He's brow furrowed deeply. Could this pill refined by Brother Yi himself be related to his qi deviation? It's likely. The process of refining any pill requires utmost care, and the ingredients have strict standards. Since Brother Yi isn't an alchemist, his self-made pills must have significant flaws. Every medicine has its toxicity. I can't let Brother Yi continue taking these pills. With this thought, Zhao He looked at Yi Ran with utmost seriousness. Brother Yi, huh? Seeing Zhao He's suddenly solemn expression, Yi Ran was taken aback. What was wrong? Had he provoked him? Ignoring Yi Ran's bewildered look, Zhao He said gravely, I have something to tell you. I'm serious. Please speak, Brother Zhao. Unsure of what Zhao He was up to now, Yi Ran could only nod in acknowledgement. You must stop taking that pill, Brother Yi. It's definitely detrimental to your cultivation. If you continue, your body will eventually fail. Staring at Zhao He's earnest expression, Yi Ran was frozen in place. He wouldn't even let him Seeing Zhao He suddenly adopt an extremely serious expression, Yi Ran felt inwardly speechless, yet also grew more convinced that Brother Zhao was severely ill. Brother Zhao taking a pill shouldn't be a problem, should it? To avoid provoking Zhao He, Yi Ran spoke cautiously. But just as his words fell, Zhao He exclaimed with anger, how can you say there's no problem? Brother Yi, do you realize this pill is dangerous? If you keep taking it, you'll be poisoned to death sooner or later. I said you can't take it, so you can't. From now on, you must never take it again. Zhao He genuinely cared for Yi Ran, so the more he spoke, the more agitated he became. By the end, his eyes were wide with fury, as if he were prepared to fight if Yi Ran refused. Seeing Zhao He like this, Yi Ran quickly waved his hand. Alright, I won't take it. If you say no, then no. Good heavens, was Brother Zhao this worked up over a casual question? Sigh. And what was that about the pill poisoning him? Where did that notion come from? Could it be delusions? It was utterly groundless, yet Zhao He spoke with such certainty. Soon Yi Ran thought of a possibility. Could Brother Zhao be suffering from delusions? Guessing this, Yi Ran's gaze toward Zhao He grew even more sympathetic. Brother Zhao, truly a man of ill fate. Never mind, I just won't take them in front of Brother Zhao anymore. The key is not to provoke him. These trivial matters were nothing compared to Brother Zhao's well-being. He could simply take the pills in private later. Sure enough, seeing Yi Ran agree, Zhao He's expression instantly softened. Observing this, Yi Ran finally felt relieved. Indeed, with a patient one must not contradict them. Going along with them was better for recovery. As Yi Ran pondered this, Zhao He was thinking the same thing. In his view, Brother Yi must have understood his own condition, which was why he listened so obediently. Both fell silent in the carriage, each closing their eyes in contemplation. Neither knew, however, that each was silently keeping watch over the other, caring in quiet concern. This damnable unspoken affection. At this moment, the bond between them seemed to be elevated. The carriage moved slowly, unaware of the scene inside. Wu Xia drove while studying a map. She noticed that on the map Zhao He had given her, besides the main road, there was a shorter route. This path seems... Her big eyes carefully examined the map. Confirming it was a shortcut, she changed course and took the small path. Turning off the main road, the path grew bumpy and uneven, jostling the carriage. Zhao He poked his head out of the carriage, took one look at the scene and froze. Where was this? See a girl, where have you taken? Taoist Zhao, I found a shortcut on the map. This way is faster. Replying truthfully to Zhao He's query, Wu Xia's answer left him speechless as he examined the map. Of course he knew about this shortcut, but it was impassable. He had marked the main road for Wu Xia, yet the girl had insisted on taking this route. Seeing Zhao He's furrowed brow, Wu Xia asked in confusion, what's wrong? Did I take a wrong turn? No, not wrong, but this shortcut is blocked. There's a zombie village ahead. A zombie village, as the name implied, meant the entire village had turned into zombies. Zhao He had heard of this village before, but had never had the time to deal with it. Because the village was remote and posed less of a threat, and handling such a place was no easy task, no cultivator had bothered with it. As long as the zombies didn't harm people, it was fine. But who would have thought Wu Xie would choose this path? He was about to turn back when 3 monks approached from the distance. Senior brother, look, there's a carriage ahead. Though on foot, the 3 monks moved swiftly and soon reached the carriage. First glancing at Wu Xie, the leading monk, then saw Zhao He's head poking out from the carriage. His expression shifted slightly before he pressed his palms together. Boss, so it's Daoist Zhao. Yuanbei. Clearly they knew each other, but Zhao He's face darkened at the sight. Meeting an acquaintance, Yi Ran also stepped down from the carriage. They exchanged greetings beside the carriage, and Zhao He introduced Yuanbei to Yi Ran. Brother Yi, this is Yuanbei from Quming Temple. This is Yi Ran from the Yi Family Martial Arts Hall in Mountain City. Upon learning Yi Ran was a martial artist, Yuanbei lost interest and didn't even greet him. Instead, he turned to Zhao He. Daoist Zhao, are you heading to the zombie village? No, just took a wrong turn. Oh, I thought you were on the same errand as I. You're going to the zombie village. Indeed. A monk is compassionate and cannot allow such a den of evil to wreak havoc. Since I am representing the temple at the Wuwei Temple's founder's birthday, I might as well clear this zombie village on the way. As he spoke, Yuanbei maintained a serene expression, but his words made it clear that he and Zhao He were at odds. Yi Ran paid little attention to this. Yuanbei's attitude toward him was haughty, and he had no desire to engage. What worried Yi Ran was that this provocation might worsen Brother Zhao's condition. Sure enough, hearing this, Zhao He's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. In that case, I wish Master Yuanbei great success. Daoist Zhao flatters me. Exorcising demons is the duty of us monks. Since Wuwei Temple is unable to handle this zombie village, Quming Temple naturally will not stand idly by. What did you say? Faced with Yuanbei's veiled mockery, which even escalated to the level of their respective temples, Zhao He's stubborn temper flared immediately. His eyes bulged like copper bells as he roared angrily at Yuanbei. Confronting the enraged Zhao He, Yuanbei remained utterly composed. He knew Zhao He's temperament well and had deliberately provoked him. He had expected to infuriate Zhao He as he always did. But before Yuanbei could speak, a black shadow flashed by, and before he could react, he was forcibly taken away. His furious shout echoed through the air. What demon dares to lay hands on me? How dare you? What demon dares to lay a hand on me? In the mountain forest, only Yuanbei's furious roar echoed, for his figure had long since vanished. The 2 young monks following Yuanbei exchanged glances at this scene, their faces filled with confusion. No, it seemed like only a black shadow flashed by. Everything happened too quickly, too fast for them to see. At that moment, besides Yuanbei, Yi Ran had also disappeared from the scene. Needless to say, the one who had forcibly taken Yuanbei away was none other than Yi Ran. Like Zhao He, Yuanbei's cultivation was also at the Meridian Surge stage, so naturally, he had little resistance against Yi Ran, who was at the Martial Yuan stage. Feeling the scenery blurring past him as Yi Ran dragged him along, Yuanbei tried to struggle only to find himself utterly unable to break free. Damn it! His heart sank, realizing his opponent's strength far surpassed his own. Just as Yuanbei was pondering how to escape, Yi Ran stopped. Only then did Yuanbei see that it was Yi Ran who had brought him here. His eyes held both anger and surprise tinged with confusion. Yi Ran was merely a martial artist, yet his strength. Yuanbei had struggled fiercely earlier, but couldn't break Yi Ran's grip. Back then, Yuanbei had guessed the opponent's strength was at least comparable to a core formation cultivator, but now he saw it was Yi Ran. A martial artist with strength comparable to a core formation cultivator. Was that a joke? Impossible. Before Yuanbei could recover, Yi Ran casually took out a body-refining pill and ate it, sighing as he did. In front of Brother Zhao, I couldn't even eat a body-refining pill. It was suffocating me. To avoid provoking Zhao He, Yi Ran had indeed held back. Now that Zhao He was gone, he could finally eat freely. Watching Yi Ran's look of enjoyment, Yuanbei was stunned. What had he just seen? If his eyes weren't deceiving him, that little martial artist had just popped a pill into his mouth. Such a precious pill, and this kid just casually ate it. Like Zhao He, when he first saw this, Yuanbei's first reaction was that it was a waste of sacrilege. And where did this kid get the pill? How could a martial artist get their hands on pills? Where did you get this pill? A pill. Any cultivator would covet one. Facing Yuanbei's interrogation, Yi Ran gave him a cold glance and said, made it myself. If it weren't for fear that this monk would provoke Brother Zhao and worsen his condition, Yi Ran wouldn't have bothered to bring him here. But he still needed to warn this monk. Not wanting to dwell on the pill, Yi Ran turned and stepped closer to Yuanbei. Watching Yi Ran approach, Yuanbei finally realized that this young martial artist possessed strength comparable to a core formation cultivator. For a moment he panicked. Could it be that he intended to attack him? Master Yi, I am from the Quming Temple, and we have no enmity. Attacking me without reason is. What are you thinking? Before Yuanbei could finish, Yi Ran directly threw an arm around him. He wasn't a murderous maniac who would kill someone on their first meeting. He had never intended to kill Yuan Bei, he only wanted to remind him that Zhao He was ill and to be careful with his words. Oh no. Of course not. Why would I kill you? Listen to me carefully. Yes, Master Yi, please speak. You've known Brother Zhao for a long time, haven't you? Taoist Zhao. Yes, I've known him for quite a while. Then haven't you noticed anything? Noticed? Hearing this, Yuan Bei thought for a moment, then shook his head in confusion. What was he supposed to have noticed? Seeing this, Yi shot him a disdainful glance. Tiska, fairweather friend. You've known him this long, and haven't noticed Brother Zhao's condition. It's clear you haven't treated him sincerely. Since Yuan Bei hadn't seen Zhao He's illness, Yi didn't waste words. He'll be direct. Brother Zhao, huh? At this, Yuan Bei was taken aback. Zhao He was already a Meridian Surge cultivator. How could he fall ill? Seeing Yuan Bai's reaction, Yi could only continue helplessly. Don't be so startled. I'm serious. Brother Zhao's illness is no ordinary one. It's a mental disorder with symptoms of delusion. This condition is extremely hard to control and affects one's mind, making people irritable and prone to imagining things that don't exist. So when you talk to Brother Zhao from now on, think before you speak. Don't provoke him. Whatever he says, you must defer to him. Understand? Yi words struck Yuan Bei like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned, his mind full of questions. Delusions. Irritability. What was all this about? In all his years of cultivation, he had never heard of. And compared to Zhao He, you're the one who seems sick, aren't you? Watching Yi pop body refining pills like candy while staring at him with a dark look. Yuan Bei thought that maybe Zhao He wasn't ill, but this guy definitely was, and seriously so. Feeling Yuan Bai's gaze, Yi noticed the odd look in his eyes, but paid it no mind, asking seriously, "God." Seeing Yi serious expression with an underlying hint of warning, Yuan Bei nodded woodenly. Understood. There was no choice. This guy was crazy and absurdly strong. Unable to defeat him, Yuan Bei, who prided himself on being a clever monk, could only yield. Seeing Yuan Bei nod, Yi nodded in satisfaction. Then you know what to do. Yes. Good. As he spoke, Yi tossed another body refining pill into his mouth. Yuan Bai's mouth twitched wildly. In such a short time, this guy had already eaten 3 pills. Was he really treating pills like rice? Just as the pill entered his mouth, Zhao He arrived, seeing Yi eating pills again from a distance. His earlier worry turned into fury. Before he even reached them, his angry shout came. Brother Yi, you're eating pills again. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't? With these words, Zhao He appeared before them, his face cold, as he scolded Yi. Brother Yi, these pills will harm you. You really must stop. Please listen to me, just this once, okay? Zhao He spoke with reddened eyes, genuinely worried about Yi's health. Seeing Zhao He on the verge of tears, Yi was bewildered. Why was he about to cry? Fearing that Zhao He might be having another episode, Yi dared not provoke him. He quickly spat out the pill in his mouth, and turned to Yuan Bei, shouting, "What did you give me to eat? Didn't you say it was a sugar bean?" Caught off guard by these words, Yuan Bei was at a loss. When had he ever given him anything to eat? It was clearly Yi himself who kept tossing pills into his mouth one after another. What did that have to do with this humble monk? But just as Yuan Bei was about to defend himself, a glint of warning flashed in Yi's eyes, the meaning unmistakable. Seeing this, Yuan Bei quickly shut his mouth, daring not say another word. Watching their act, Zhao He couldn't be bothered to expose them. He first spoke to Yi with deep concern. "Brother Yi, as your friend, I won't harm you. You really can't take that pill anymore." Alright, I won't take it. It was that monk who gave it to me. I didn't." Yuan Bai's heart was bitter, but he couldn't speak out. Seeing this, Zhao He turned to Yuan Bei, his face cold, and said, "Come with me. I have something to tell you." Watching Zhao He walk away to the side, Yuan Bai's face twisted in misery. "Again? Are you two brothers just messing with this monk? Aren't you going?" Just as Yuan Bei hesitated, Yi's voice drifted over faintly. Helpless Yuan Bei had no choice but to follow. After walking 7 or 8 meters away, Zhao He turned and looked at Yuan Bei, seriously asking, "What did Brother Yi just tell you?" "Huh, nothing much, just that you're sick or something." Hearing this, Yuan Bei hesitated before replying. "Sick?" At these words, a look of "just as I thought" appeared in Zhao He's eyes. "Alas, it's exactly as I expected." "What do you mean by exactly as expected?" Yuan Bei was already dizzy from these two brothers. Seeing his look of utter confusion, Zhao He took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Actually, Brother Yi has fallen into demonic deviation due to his cultivation, and even his mind may have been affected. Alas, I never thought that even so Brother Yi would still care about me. I must find a way to heal his body in the future." And Yuan Bei, I don't care about other matters, but when it comes to Brother Yi, you must not provoke him, or don't blame me for being ruthless." Understood. Why did these words sound so familiar? Hearing Zhao He's words, Yuan Bei stood there dumbfounded. Enough, truly enough. These two brothers were deliberately messing with him, weren't they? One said he had a mental illness, the other claimed he had demonic deviation. What was wrong with these two? Moreover, judging by their sincere eyes, there was no hint of pretense. The care they showed for each other was genuine, truer than gold itself. Without a doubt, if anyone dared to harm the other, these two would rise up and fight to the death. If Zhao He knew what Yuan Bei was thinking, he would surely sneer. What does this monk know about friendship? Between Brother Yi and me, it's a bond of righteousness as vast as the sky and loyalty as firm as metal, a feeling you could never understand. Seeing Yuan Bei silent for so long, Zhao He said with displeasure, "What didn't you hear me?" Jared awake, Yuan Bei was furious. Even a bodhisattva has a temper. Were these two brothers just going to toy with him like this? Did they really think this monk had no pride? He immediately snapped. "Zhao He, you two brothers are going too far. Yuan Bei." Ahem. Yuan Bei was truly enraged, but before he could finish, two coughs came from behind. Turning around, he saw Yi Ran smiling warmly at him, though the smile seemed oddly chilling. "Brother Yi, wait a moment. He'll be done talking with him soon." Thinking Yi Ran was calling him Zhao, he waved and smiled. On the other side, Yi Ran also waved back. "Enough, you two brothers." Watching their actions, Yuan Bei felt like his years of cultivation were about to crumble. It was simply infuriating. But faced with Yi Ran's threat, Yuan Bei humiliatedly nodded and said, "This humble monk understands. Good. Remember, never provoke my brother Yi in the future, or he'll fight you to the death." "Fine." Gritting his teeth in reply, Yuan Bei turned and walked away. He finally understood. These two brothers were clearly out to get him, not even sparing a monk. They were utterly inhuman. Paying no mind to Yuan Bai's grim expression on the way back, Yi Ran supported Zhao He, and Zhao He supported Yi Ran. Their conversation made the veins on Yuan Bai's bald head bulge with fury. "Brother Yi, watch your step. There's a stone here. Careful not to fall." "Thank you, Brother Zhao." "Brother Zhao, be careful. There's a branch here. Watch your eyes." "Thank you, Brother Yi." Yuan Bai's fists clenched with an audible crack. Many times he barely held himself back from charging at them. This was too much, bullying a monk like this. Umatba. Constantly reciting sutras under his breath, the short distance felt like an eternity. When they finally returned to the carriage, and Wu Xie saw Yi Ran, she rushed over first. "Master." Smiling, he patted Wu Xie's head. Meanwhile, Yuan Bei wasted no time calling his two waiting junior brothers to leave immediately and head to the zombie village. He couldn't bear another second with these two brothers. They were utterly despicable. "Master Yuan Bei." But just as he took a few steps, Yi Ran suddenly called out to him. He wanted to ignore it, but Yi Ran clearly wouldn't let him go. Finally, he turned around, gritting his teeth, and said, "Benefactor, Yi, is there something else?" "No, I just wanted to ask if you're taking this road to Wu Wei Temple." "Yes, but first we three brothers must eliminate the zombie village." "In that case, let's travel together. It'll be good to have each other's backs." Hearing this, Yuan Bei nearly spat blood, staring at Yi Ran in shock. At that moment, Yuan Bei wished he could slap himself several times. He should never have stopped, just kept walking. But now Yi Ran had already climbed into the carriage with Zhao He, leaving him no chance. "Senior brother, what's wrong?" Seeing Yuan Bai's dark expression, a junior brother asked with concern. What had they even said? Why did Yuan Bei look so grim, and why was there a hint of fear in his eyes? These two scoundrels are bullying a monk. Umatba. Grinding his teeth, he turned and walked away, his steps hurried, as if trying to outrun the carriage behind him. Yuan Bei, fuming with indignation, strode ahead alone, truly unwilling to have any further contact with those two, as they were simply infuriating. Seeing senior brother Yuan Bei like this, the two young monks following behind were utterly bewildered. Wu Xie, observing this, could only hasten the carriage to catch up quickly. Because the narrow path was rough and bumpy, the carriage jolted fiercely as it sped up, making the ride extremely uncomfortable. Worriedly glancing at Zhao He, Yi Ran took the initiative to lean out and ask Wu Xie, "Girl, it's fine to go slower." "Master, it's that monk who walks too fast." To this, Wu Xie replied with a grievance, for it wasn't that she wished to rush, but that Yuan Bei was simply walking too swiftly. A single glance confirmed that Yuan Bei had even resorted to using his cultivation to hasten his pace. "Master Yuan Bei." Uncertain what had gotten into him, Yi Ran could only call out regardless of whether Yuan Bei would respond. "Slow down, there's no need to be so hasty." Hearing Yi Ran's call, Yuan Bei gritted his teeth audibly, but still slowed his steps. Finally feeling much more at ease, Yi Ran then settled back into the carriage. "Are you alright, Brother Zhao?" "I'm fine. How about you? How are you holding up?" At this, Zhao He offered a faint smile. Seeing that Zhao He was in good spirits, Yi Ran breathed a secret sigh of relief and nodded with a smile in return. Yuan Bei and his two companions walked ahead, while Wu Xie drove the carriage behind. Thus the group proceeded toward the zombie village. Along the way, one of Yuan Bai's junior brothers ventured to ask, "Senior brother, that Taoist Zhao He and Master Yi seem to have a very close bond." The fact that Zhao He would show such concern for a martial artist struck them as peculiar, prompting the question. But mentioning it only stirred up a bellyful of resentment in Yuan Bei. Do not speak of those two again. Neither of them were any good, and he had no desire to discuss them. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Yi Ran and Zhao He were also engaged in idle conversation. From Zhao He, Yi Ran learned a bit more about Yuan Bei. This fellow was the senior disciple of the Yuan generation at Quming Temple, having had considerable dealings with Zhao He before, though the two had always been rivals. This in fact stemmed from the relations between Wuwei Temple and Quming Temple, or rather the broader discord between the Taoist and Buddhist paths. Among cultivators there were many schools, and Taoists and Buddhists had never quite seen eye to eye. As the leading sects of Danyang Commandery, Wuwei Temple and Quming Temple naturally followed suit. On the surface they appeared cordial, but behind the scenes they were locked in constant rivalry. Listening to Zhao He's account, Yi Ran gained considerable insight. As they spoke, the carriage gradually came to a halt, and Wu Xia poked her head in to announce, "Master, we have arrived." The two descended from the carriage together, and in the distance a small village came into view. This was the zombie village Zhao He and Yuan Bei had spoken of. It was now dusk and the sun was about to set, yet this tiny settlement was eerily silent, devoid of any trace of life. Seeing Yi Ran and Zhao He, Yuan Bei let out a cold snort, but said nothing, though his expression suggested he had suffered some great grievance. "Shall we go in now?" Yi Ran turned to Zhao He and asked. "Let's wait until nightfall." Since the goal was to eradicate this zombie village, it was naturally better to act under the cover of darkness. Moreover, Zhao He harbored no particular concerns this time. With two cultivators at the meridian forging perfection stage, Yuan Bai's junior brother at the chi condensation perfection stage, and Yi Ran, a martial artist comparable to a core formation cultivator. Eliminating this zombie village should pose no problem. Hearing Zhao He's words, Yi Ran had no objections, though he couldn't help but feel curious about a village where the entire population had turned into zombies. In truth, this village had been quite ordinary just a few years ago. But much like the ancestor of the Li family, one villager underwent a corpse mutation after death, becoming a zombie. Upon becoming a zombie, its first targets were its own living relatives, so naturally, this zombie attacked those bitten by the zombie due to the corpse poison would soon transform into zombies themselves. Furthermore, the village was located in a remote area with little wealth, so cultivators rarely bothered with it, thus allowing a zombie village to form. Compared to ghosts and monsters, the truly terrifying aspect of zombies was their infectiousness. Once bitten by a zombie, an ordinary person had almost no escape. They would quickly turn into a zombie themselves. If not contained in time, as with this village, it wouldn't be long before the entire settlement became a zombie village. This small village was nothing compared to some cases in Danyang Commandery, where an entire city had become a dead city with all its inhabitants transformed into zombies. Imagine a city populated entirely by zombies. What a sight that would be. Moreover, in such places where zombies gathered in large numbers, there was usually a corpse king commanding them. This corpse king was most often the very first zombie to appear. This village likely had a corpse king as well, so to eradicate it, the corpse king had to be slain. Yi Ran and Zhao He chatted intermittently, with Zhao He speaking earnestly, while Yi Ran and Wu Xia listened attentively. As for Yuan Bei, he simply sat off to the side in meditation, choosing to ignore them entirely. So we should still exercise some caution this time. After hearing Zhao He's words, Yi Ran mused for a moment. Caution is warranted, but there's no need to be overly tense. Given our strength, we should be fine. Yi Ran was worried about Zhao He for this time. They weren't facing a single evil spirit, but an entire village of them. In the heat of battle, would Zhao He's condition relapse? Similarly, as Zhao He spoke, a flicker of concern passed through his eyes. Brother Ye's condition was not ideal. Having suffered chi deviation, his body must be weak and his mind clouded, making him truly unfit for combat. Both were silently worrying about each other, and almost in unison their gazes shifted toward Yuan Bei. They'll strike directly and slay that corpse king to end the fight quickly. As for Brother Zhao's safety, they'll have to ask Master Yuan Bei to look after him. That's the best plan. Brother Yi is likely facing such a scene for the first time. He'll take the lead and slay the corpse king to finish things swiftly. As for Brother Yi, you'll have to temporarily entrust him to that fellow Yuan Bei. Both harbored the same thoughts, while Yuan Bei, meditating with closed eyes nearby, suddenly felt a premonition of ill omen. For some unknown reason, in an instant he felt as though he were being targeted by some primordial beast, and a chill inexplicably rose from the depths of his heart, surging uncontrollably to his head. Who was plotting against this humble monk again? Yuan Bai's heart sank, his instincts warning him that something unpleasant was about to unfold. Could it be a change in the zombie village? He mused, but before he could ponder further, a voice like a demon's whisper echoed in his ears. Master Yuan Bei, come with me for a moment. I need to speak with you. Again. Upon hearing this, Yuan Bei opened his eyes in alarm, and sure enough, he saw Yi Ran standing there. A minute earlier, both Yi Ran and Zhao He had struck upon the same idea, and their methods were identical. That was to swiftly deal with the corpse king themselves, then have Yuan Bei look after the other. With this in mind, Yi Ran rose first, and turned to Zhao He. Brother Zhao, I just recalled something I need to discuss with Master Yuan Bei. Wait for me. Oh, it's fine, go ahead. Zhao He had also intended to approach Yuan Bei, but since Yi Ran spoke first, he could only wait until Yi Ran. Thus Yi Ran found Yuan Bei. Gazing at Yi Ran's earnest expression, Yuan Bai's eyes reddened. Why is this fellow here again? Suppressing his rage, Yuan Bei gritted his teeth and replied no. Does he truly think this humble monk can be easily manipulated? I simply refuse. Alas, what are you? Yuan Bei was genuinely furious. Yet despite his forceful tone, before he could finish he felt his body lift into the air and against his will was dragged aside by Yi Ran. Without any chance to refuse, Yuan Bei was forcibly pulled into the small grove, his heart full of grievance. Whom has this humble monk offended? Master Yuan Bei. Ensuring Zhao he couldn't see them, Yi Ran spoke solemnly. Since it had come to this, even if he didn't want to, what could he do? Yuan Bei could only choke back his bitterness and ask, what does benefactor Yi wish to say? It's like this. Brother Zhao is unwell, so I was thinking that when we act I hope you can stay by his side and look after him. As for the corpse king, he'll handle it. Look after Zhao. Hearing this, Yuan Bei was stunned. That man's cultivation is the same as mine. Does he need care? But Yuan Bei clearly had no right to refuse. Finishing, Yi Ran narrowed his eyes and asked, you wouldn't refuse, would you, Master Yuan Bei? The look in his eyes was dangerous. In his heart, Yuan Bei was 1,000 times opposed, but under Yi Ran's gaze the words that reached his lips inexplicably changed. Fine. Then he'll trouble you, Master. But please don't tell Brother Zhao about this. Yi Ran feared hurting Zhao He's pride, so he forbade Yuan Bei from telling him. What could Yuan Bei say? He could only nod in humiliation. Soon the two emerged from the grove. Yuan Bei returned to his spot and resumed meditating with closed eyes, but from the constant twitch of his lips, it was clear his mind was far from calm. As for Yi Ran, he went back to Zhao He and Wu Xia. Seeing him return, Zhao He asked, finished? Just some trivial matters. I sought Master Yuan Bai's guidance. What a coincidence. I also have something to say to that, Yuan Bei. After Yi Ran spoke, Zhao He eagerly sought out Yuan Bei. Dusk was approaching, he had to arrange for Brother Yes' safety, or else during the fight, he wouldn't have much energy to spare for him. Yuan Bei. With these words, Yuan Bei, who had barely calmed down, exploded. Are you two brothers never going to... Without even looking to see who it was, he glared at Zhao He and roared. Before any words were spoken, Yuan Bei was already so enraged. Zhao He was taken aback, but sensing Yi Ran's gaze, he too, without explanation, grabbed Yuan Bei and forcibly dragged him into the grove. What were you shouting about? What was I shouting? Zhao He, even a bodhisattva has a temper. Do you truly think this humble monk fears you? This was too much. He had deliberately avoided them. What more did they want? Are you mad? I need your help with something. Facing the furious Yuan Bei, Zhao He stood his ground, glaring back. The two stared each other down until finally Yuan Bei was the first to relent. Speak. What is it? Don't tell me it's to protect Yi Ran. Earlier Yi Ran had asked him to protect Zhao He, and now Zhao He was coming with a request. Were these two brothers going to toy with him like this? Yuan Bei prayed inwardly, but the more he feared something, the more it came to pass. Hearing this, Zhao He nodded heavily. How did you know? Since you've guessed, yes, I'm here to ask you this favor. You know Brother Yes' situation. He suffered a chi deviation and is facing this kind of scene for the first time. So I need you to protect him later. As for the corpse king, he'll handle it. I'm counting on you. Yuan Bei had lost all strength to be angry. Hearing Zhao He's words, he only felt exhausted. Enough, truly enough. If this humble monk is guilty, let the Buddha punish me, not let these two brothers. Too weary to say more, seeing Yuan Bei frozen in place with no response, Zhao He anxiously grabbed his shoulder and shook him. Well, say something. Ah, fine. Whatever you say, he replied like a walking corpse. Seeing this, Zhao He released him and nodded in satisfaction. Then thank you. I owe you a favor. Afterward, they left the grove again. Zhao He returned contentedly to Yi Ran, while Yuan Bei sat there dazed, as if his soul had fled. Senior brother, what's wrong? Seeing his state, a junior disciple approached and asked. This was clearly not right. What had happened to senior brother Yuan Bei? But facing his junior's inquiry, Yuan Bei remained expressionless, only muttering softly enough. I'm tired. Let it all burn. Burn. Burn what, senior brother? The junior couldn't understand what Yuan Bei was saying, but Yuan Bei showed no sign of answering. Thus they waited for about half an hour until the sky was fully dark. The previously silent zombie village suddenly came alive with the fall of night. Thick waves of corpse chi and eerie low growls continuously emanated from the village. Night belonged to the evil, and the zombies within the village naturally began to stir after sunset. Seeing that the time was right, Zhao He stood up first and said to the group, let's go. As he spoke, he subtly signaled to Yuan Bei with his eyes, the meaning clear, act as agreed. Just protect bro. Not only Zhao He, but Yi Ran also shot a glance at Yuan Bei. Seeing the two brothers' expression, Yuan Bei turned his head away in utter despair. He feared that if he looked at these two brothers any longer, he would die of anger. Witnessing Yuan Bai's reaction, both Yi Ran and Zhao He assumed the other had understood their intent, and they strode aggressively toward the zombie village. Watching their confident chest-out posture, Yuan Bei felt that he was the one who truly needed care. It had been only a short time since he met these two, yet he felt his state of mind on the verge of collapse. Senior brother, hurry up. Only when the junior disciple beside him reminded him did Yuan Bei snap back to reality. Then then followed with a darkened face. Walking all the way to the outskirts of the zombie village before they even entered, they saw several zombies wandering at the village entrance. However, these zombies were not powerful all at the purple zombie level. Generally speaking, zombies infected by a bite and transformed through corpse poison were far inferior in all aspects compared to those that underwent spontaneous corpse mutation. They could hardly become powerful zombies. In a sense, these bite-transformed zombies were merely subordinates of true zombies considered half-zombies. The strength of a half-zombie was largely determined by the zombie that bit it. For instance, if bitten by a purple zombie and turned into a half-zombie, it was almost impossible to break through to become a white zombie. But if bitten by an indestructible bone and turned into a half-zombie, it might directly possess the power of a green zombie or even a hairy zombie. Of course, this was not absolute, but it was highly probable. For Yiran and Zhao He, these half-zombies at the village entrance posed no danger at all. Even Wu Shiyu could easily handle them. However, both were determined to find the zombie king first and slay it. Without hesitation, Yiran and Zhao He attacked, simultaneously charging at the half-zombies while shouting, "Brother Yi, leave these half-zombies to me. Brother Zhao, just rest on the sidelines." Both were worried about the other's condition and unwilling to let the other fight. Thus they reached the half-zombies at the same moment. Zhao He produced a talisman from somewhere and shot it toward one of them. As the talisman stuck to the half-zombie, Zhao He formed a hand seal and flames burst forth, consuming the half-zombie entirely. Yiran's method was even more direct. He punched a half-zombie's head to pieces. Both dispatched their foes instantly. By the time Yuan Bei arrived, the battle was already over. "Brother Zhao, stay behind me. There's no need for you to fight these zombies." Worried that Zhao He might suddenly fall ill, Yiran spoke with concern after clearing the half-zombies at the entrance. Hearing this, Zhao He replied, "Brother Yi, you are stronger than I am. Leave these half-zombies to me. There's no need for you to act." "No, let me handle it." "Let me do it. You rest, Brother Yi." As they spoke, they continued deeper into the village. Following behind them, Yuan Bai's face was expressionless. Enough was enough. Couldn't these two brothers be quiet even when fighting zombies? And listen to what they were saying. These were zombies. An outsider would think they were competing for treasure. Indeed, once inside the village, whenever they encountered zombies, Yiran and Zhao He vied to be the first to strike, as if afraid the other would snatch some precious treasure. Alas, Brother Yi is too stubborn. Clearly unwell, yet he insists on fighting. Brother Zhao's temperament. Alas. Neither could stop the other from acting, yet both feared that a prolonged battle might aggravate the other's condition. As they were thinking this, zombies began to gather from all directions of the village. Clearly these zombies sensed that outsiders had entered. Though they lacked intelligence, they caught the scent of living humans and followed their instincts, converging on the spot. There were dozens of them. Seeing so many zombies, Yiran and Zhao He's eyes narrowed, not out of fear, but concern for each other's health. Brother Zhao, rest for a while. He'll handle these zombies. Yiran certainly didn't want Zhao He to fight. These dozens of purple zombies posed no threat to Yiran at his current strength. If Zhao He waited a moment, he could finish the battle. But before Yiran could finish speaking, Zhao He had already charged forward. "I can't let Brother Yi fight. He'll take care of these half-zombies." Thinking this, Zhao He struck without mercy, showing no hesitation. Actionless and mindless, vast heaven and earth, pure void sword art. He bit his finger and smeared blood on his longsword. Instantly the blade emitted a faint white glow. With each swing, countless sword shadows flickered. Yiran had never seen Zhao He use such a technique before, but what worried him more was whether Zhao He was having another episode. After all, this was clearly a powerful move. Why use it against mere cannon fodder? Moreover, Zhao He's complexion was clearly off. What was he so anxious about? Zhao He was of course eager to eliminate the half-zombies to prevent Yiran from fighting. Unfortunately, Yiran didn't understand, and only felt that Zhao He's condition was completely wrong. Even Yuan Bei stood dumbfounded. Was that necessary? Against these half-zombies, did Zhao He have to use the pure void sword art? This was no longer using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. It was using a cannon to swat flies. The pure void sword art was the ultimate offensive technique of the Wu-Wei Temple, a yellow-grade, high-rank martial skill of immense power, but it also consumed a great deal of energy and required sacrificing one's own blood to empower the sword. Such a technique would be justified against a zombie king, but against these half-zombies, wasn't it overkill? For a moment, Yuan Bei truly wondered if Zhao He was insane. Before he could think further, Yiran's voice came from beside him. "Master Yuan Bei, what are you standing there for? Have you forgotten what I told you?" "Huh? What huh? Follow me." Yiran was genuinely anxious. Was Zhao He really having an episode? And Yuan Bei was just standing there foolishly, even though he had agreed to look after Zhao He. Yiran looked at Yuan Bei with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Yuan Bei in turn felt utterly aggrieved. Look after him? Did this guy look like he needed looking after? Not a single half-zombie could withstand even one of his sword strikes. With Zhao He in his current state, it was like a tiger among sheep, killing one small zombie with each swing of his sword. What could I possibly do to help him? What help could I offer? Seeing Yuan Bei still standing there dumbfounded, Yi Ran was speechless. Was he scared witless? And he called himself an eminent monk of Buddhism. Was this all the mental fortitude he had? Facing a few zombies, and he was like this. Could cultivators also fear evil spirits? Yi Ran naturally didn't know that Yuan Bei wasn't afraid of evil spirits at all. He was completely thrown off balance by the two brothers. Seeing that Yuan Bei was useless, Yi Ran had no choice but to charge into the swarm of zombies, helping Zhao He finish off these half-corpses as quickly as possible. With Yi Ran's addition and Zhao He unleashing his ultimate move, the dozens of half-corpses were soon completely annihilated. After slaying the group of half-corpses, Yi Ran approached Zhao He with concern and asked, "Are you all right, brother Zhao?" The sincerity in his eyes warmed Zhao He's heart, who smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. Actually, brother Yi, you didn't need to intervene. This humble Taoist could have handled these half-corpses alone. Brother Zhao, you're the one who shouldn't be so reckless. With me and Master Yuan Bei here, there's no need for you to push yourself so hard. Don't you agree, Master Yuan Bei?" What was the deal with these two brothers? Listening to their exchange, Yuan Bei didn't even have the energy to be angry anymore. He was left with nothing but utter despair. To make matters worse, the two junior monks beside him added fuel to the fire. Taoist Zhao He and Master Yi have a great relationship. Indeed, they're like blood brothers. It'll be damned you two idiots can't see there's something off about these brothers. Glaring fiercely at the two junior monks, Yi Ran then spoke up again. "Master Yuan Bei, am I right, or am I right?" Right, everything you say is right." What else could he say? At this moment, Yuan Bei felt that these two brothers were the nightmare of his life. Watching Yuan Bei nod woodenly, Yi Ran said with some exasperation, Master Yuan Bei still needs more experience in the world. As a cultivator, to be frightened by evil spirits at the first encounter. How can that be acceptable? You. Hearing Yi Ran speak with such conviction, Yuan Bei felt the fury in his heart rising uncontrollably once more. Was this humble monk afraid? Could I possibly be afraid of evil spirits? Since embarking on the path of cultivation, the evil spirits Yuan Bei had slain numbered at least 1,000, if not 800. Would I be afraid of evil spirits? This is an insult to this humble monk. But before Yuan Bei could erupt in rage, over 100 more half-corpses surrounded them from the darkness. And this time the leading zombie was clearly a white zombie. "It must be the Corpse King Zhao," he said softly, gazing at the lead zombie, whose body was already covered in white. But at that moment, everyone's attention wasn't on the white zombie, but on another zombie beside it. And a little girl. Indeed, in a village full of zombies, the presence of a little girl was utterly bizarre. Moreover, the little girl was holding the hand of a female half-corpse beside the white zombie, acting extremely affectionate towards her. A human. Yi Ran sensed no trace of evil aura from the little girl. There was no doubt she was human. But why was a living person living here? And why amidst so many zombies did they not harm her? She appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old with no spiritual energy, just an ordinary person. This puzzled Yi Ran and the others. "There's something strange about this little girl," Zhao He murmured. Yi Ran nodded. "Regardless, let's rescue her first." Setting aside the question of why the zombies didn't harm her since they had seen her, they couldn't just stand by. Saving her was the priority. Yi Ran's decision met with Zhao He's full approval. They exchanged a glance, and Zhao He made the first move. "Brother Yi'll handle the white zombie. You go save the little girl." Brother Zhao. He had originally planned to take on the white zombie himself and let Zhao He rescue the girl, but Zhao He didn't give him the chance. Master Yuan Bei joined Brother Zhao in the attack. With no other option, Yi Ran called out to Yuan Bei while swiftly charging towards the little girl. Executing the Qingshu sword technique, Zhao He soon engaged in fierce combat with the leading white zombie. Facing Zhao He's assault, the white zombie was thoroughly enraged. Its strength proved to be no less than Zhao He's, having reached the peak of white zombie, just one step away from advancing to the green zombie level. Zhao He couldn't subdue the white zombie immediately. Seeing this, Yuan Bei, urged on by Yi Ran, had no choice but to join Zhao He in a combined effort against the creature. As for Yi Ran, he headed straight for the little girl. With the three of them in motion, the leading white zombie let out a furious roar, and the numerous zombies present immediately sprang into action. They surrounded Yi Ran as well as Wu Xie and Yuan Bai's two junior disciples. Everyone was caught in battle, but these half-corpses were ultimately weak. Even when surrounded, Yi Ran felt no concern. Charging and slashing his way through, Yi Ran soon noticed something amiss. The movements of these zombies seemed deliberately aimed at protecting the little girl. Indeed, as the half-corpses encircled him, the little girl, led by the female half-corpse, kept retreating, shielded in the middle by the massive zombies. A human little girl protected by so many zombies. This struck Yi Ran as peculiar. Logically, in the eyes of zombies, the little girl was nothing more than fresh blood. Yet these zombies were determined to protect her. What nonsense was this? Evil spirits protecting humans. Not only Yi Ran, but even Zhao He and Yuan Bei couldn't fathom why. In all their years of slaying demons and vanquishing evil, this was the first time they had encountered such a situation. especially the little girl who was now hiding behind the female zombie, her eyes filled with terror. And the source of this fear seemed to be them. She wasn't afraid of the zombies, but was instead terrified of them, the human. Filled with confusion, but with no time to dwell on it, Yiran continued cutting down the zombies, blocking his path, determined to rescue the little girl first. These half-corpses couldn't stop Yiran. Just as he was about to reach the little girl, the white zombie locked in battle with Zhao He and Yuan Bei suddenly surged with an explosive increase in its aura. Its eyes turned a blazing crimson in an instant, and low guttural roars escaped from its fanged mouth. Its aura climbed steadily, the white fur on its body slowly began to turn green, and its length increased bit by bit. Damn it, it's about to break through. Zhao He and Yuan Bei realized at once that the white zombie was on the verge of evolution, transforming into a green zombie. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. Of all times this white zombie had to undergo its breakthrough at this, the green zombie was already equivalent to a golden core cultivator. Zhao He and Yuan Bei, who had been holding the advantage, were sent flying with a single strike after the white zombie successfully broke through. Damn it! Steadying himself, Zhao He cursed under his breath. This zombie had certainly chosen its moment to break through. Seeing Zhao He and Yuan Bei repelled, Yiran looked over at them with concern, especially at Zhao He. In that fleeting moment of worry, the zombie that had just broken through to green zombie appeared before Yiran. It did not pursue Zhao He and Yuan Bei. Clearly, in the eyes of this green zombie, the little girl was far more important than the two men. It seemed that the green zombie had broken through precisely because it sensed the little girl was in danger. For Yiran, however, the fact that it had stopped attacking Zhao He and Yuan Bei was a relief. Turning to face the green zombie, this was her first confrontation with a malevolent entity of this level. Compared to the evil spirits she had encountered in the mountain city, this green zombie was vastly more powerful. Its entire body was covered in green fur, and the corpse chi it exuded sent a chill through Yiran's heart. Be careful. At that moment, Zhao He approached Yiran. He said nothing more, only warned her to be cautious. Among those present, only Yiran was capable of fighting the green zombie. Zhao He and Yuan Bei, with their cultivation at the peak of the meridian opening realm, were no match for it. The situation had shifted dramatically. Hearing Zhao He's words, Yiran nodded slightly. With a thought, she summoned the dragon pattern blade from her system space. The moment they saw the dragon pattern blade, Zhao He and Yuan Bei were stunned. With their experience, they could easily tell it was a spirit weapon, and a high-grade one at that. My goodness. Yuan Bai's heart was a mix of emotions. A martial artist not only possessing strength greater than his own, but also wielding a high-grade spirit weapon. And had the blade just appeared out of thin air. A Chinquan pouch. Seeing Yiran produce the blade from nowhere, Yuan Bei assumed she had a Chinquan pouch. A Chinquan pouch was a spatial treasure extremely rare, even among cultivators. Only powerful sects possessed them, and they were incredibly difficult to forge. This girl had far too many treasures. Yuan Bei couldn't help but feel envious. Were all martial artists these days so wealthy? Wealthier than cultivators like themselves? Unaware of Yuan Bai's thoughts, the green zombie let out a furious roar as Yiran brandished the dragon pattern blade. Leave it to me. You handle the rest. Staring intently at the green zombie, Yiran spoke in a low voice. Zhao He and Yuan Bei naturally had no objections. Brother Zhao, be careful. Before striking, Yiran said to Zhao He with concern. Moved by her words, Zhao He reminded her in return. You too. Both were worried about each other, but there was no time to dwell on it. With those words, the three acted simultaneously. Yiran stamped her foot and charged straight at the green zombie. Facing her assault, the green zombie advanced, instead of retreating, rushing to meet her. The green zombie's entire body was covered in green corpse fur, and its skin was as hard as iron, impervious to swords and spears. Ordinary weapons could barely harm it. Moreover, the green zombie's fangs and claws were terrifying weapons, not only razor-sharp and comparable to spirit weapons, but also laden with potent corpse poison. Even a cultivator would be poisoned if struck. Without timely treatment, they could suffer lifelong injuries, become half-zombified, or even die. Even Yiran, facing a green zombie for the first time, dared not be careless. She swung the blade in a single strike. The green zombie raised its hand to block. The dragon pattern blade struck its palm with a sound like clashing metal. Yet the blow only left a shallow wound on its palm. So tough. The dragon pattern blade was a high-grade spirit weapon, yet it could not inflict any substantial damage on the green zombie, truly worthy of its reputation for copper skin and iron bones. Not only was its defense astonishing, but its regenerative ability was also terrifying. Such a wound would heal in moments for a green zombie. Zhao He kept his eyes on Yiran's battle. Seeing that her strike had not grievously wounded the green zombie, the worry in his gaze deepened. He knew that for a green zombie, such an injury would heal completely in a matter of breaths. But under Zhao He's watch, the wound on the green zombie's hand inflicted by Yiran showed no sign of healing. Green blood continuously seeped from the wound, as if some mysterious force was preventing it from closing. This was strange. Normally such a wound would heal in moments for a green zombie, yet now it showed no sign. It's that spirit weapon. Yuanbei spoke, then having also been watching Yiran's fight. He had noticed the same thing and immediately recognized that it was due to the dragon pattern blade. This spirit weapon was peculiar. After being struck, wounds could not heal quickly. The green zombie's formidable regenerative ability was entirely suppressed by the dragon pattern blade. Hearing Yuanbei's words, Zhao He understood and felt relieved. If it could so effectively counter the green zombie's regeneration, the pressure on Yiran would be greatly reduced. Let's rescue the person first. They couldn't intervene in Yiran's fight for now. It was better to deal with the other zombies and save the little girl. Hearing this, Zhao He nodded. The two of them fought their way toward the little girl. But the surrounding zombies, as if maddened, desperately blocked their path. Wounded by a single strike and unable to heal, the green zombie was enraged. It roared at Yiran and corpse chi spread wildly around it. This corpse chi was foul to the living and also had a corrosive effect. Facing the onslaught of corpse chi, Yiran's body was enveloped in a shroud of blood chi. After breaking through to the martial origin realm, the blood chi within Yiran had already ascended to an entirely new level. Moreover, Yiran discovered that with martial origin her body could also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, unlike cultivators, the spiritual energy entering her body was quickly refined by the martial origin, transformed into blood chi and integrated into her being. It continuously nourished her while also increasing her blood chi. The martial artist Wu Yuan and the cultivator's golden core are to some extent the same principle. However, the golden core cultivates spiritual energy, while Wu Yuan cultivates blood chi. At this moment, the blood chi swirling around Yiran was so dense that it left Yuanbei utterly dumbfounded. How could a human possess such blood chi? He was practically a walking pool of blood. Yuanbei, who prided himself on his vast experience, had never seen anyone with such abundant blood chi. The density of this blood chi even surpassed the spiritual energy within his own body. Just which mountain had this deity sprung from? He had truly mastered the path of martial arts, reaching such a remarkable level. With blood chi enveloping his body, the corpse chi of the green zombie could not affect Yiran in the slightest. Of course, even without using blood chi, Yiran would not have cared about this corpse chi, as it could not harm him at all. The only thing troubling Yiran now was the green zombie's formidable defense. Of course, this so-called strength was only in Yiran's mind. Initially, Yiran had hoped to end the battle in 1 or 2 strikes, but now it seemed that was not possible. For now, he could not slay this green zombie with a single blow. If Yuanbei knew what Yiran was thinking, he would surely curse him out loud. Kill a green zombie with 1 strike. Who did he think he was? Did he think green zombies were as common as rotten cabbages? But since a 1-strike kill was impossible, it would just take a bit more effort. This time, without waiting for the green zombie to act, Yiran launched an attack. Seeing Yiran charge again, the green zombie did not back down and rushed forward as well. When fighting zombies, even cultivators must be careful not to be injured, as corpse poison is difficult to deal with. The higher the zombie's level, the harder it is to expel the poison. Thus, when possible, cultivators avoid direct confrontation with zombies and refrain from getting hurt. Instead, they use other methods to outmaneuver the zombie and ultimately slay it. However, Yiran's fighting style was entirely different. Simple, heating confrontation. No tricks, just direct, brutal combat with the zombie. With a single slash, he clashed again with the green zombie, leaving another wound on its palm. Sensing something amiss, the green zombie realized its wounds would not heal. It let out an enraged roar, and its attacks grew even more ferocious. At that moment, the green zombie had only one thought: to tear this human apart. Yet Yiran showed no fear and made no move to dodge. Watching Yiran fight, Zhao He couldn't help but frown. This was a dangerous way to battle. Though Yiran seemed to have the upper hand, if he were hit by the zombie, the corpse poison would enter his body, leading to what they feared came to pass. Yiran slashed at the green zombie's shoulder, inflicting significant damage, but the zombie seized the opportunity to strike his abdomen, leaving several bloody gashes. "Brother Yi!" Zhao He shouted in alarm, rushing toward Yiran, worried about the corpse poison entering his body. Corpse poison could never be underestimated, especially from a green zombie. Both Zhao He and Yuanbei were deeply concerned. This was a serious problem. It seemed that despite his strength, Yiran lacked experience in fighting evil entities. Didn't he know not to confront zombies hidden? Yet under their watchful eyes, Yiran's abdominal wound healed completely in just 2 or 3 breaths. Zhao He and Yuanbei were stunned. What was happening? Had they misjudged, and the green zombie's attack missed? But that couldn't be. They had clearly seen blood. They were unaware that Yiran possessed the legendary indestructible martial spirit, whose most terrifying trait was its indestructible nature. Simply put, as long as an attack did not obliterate him in 1 blow, the indestructible martial spirit could heal him instantly. Yiran had yet to fully master the indestructible martial spirit, otherwise he could achieve limb regeneration and even rebirth from a single drop of blood. His wound healed in an instant, and corpse poison was useless against him. Immunity to all poisons was merely a basic ability of the indestructible martial spirit. Watching Yi Ran's wound heal instantly, even the green zombie was stunned. With its rudimentary intelligence, it had never seen such monstrous regenerative abilities in a human. Who was the zombie here? Why couldn't its wounds heal while it closed in the blink of an eye? This left the already dim-witted creature questioning its existence. But this was only the beginning. What came next would make it question its existence even more. In the ensuing battle, Yi Ran fully demonstrated what it meant to fight recklessly. Facing the green zombie's attacks, Yi Ran neither dodged nor defended. When it struck him, he retaliated with a... As a result, the green zombie's injuries grew worse as the wounds from the dragon pattern blade could not heal quickly. In contrast, no matter the injury, Yi Ran's wounds healed within 3 breaths, at most leaving no trace, as everyone knew zombies favored heat-and injury-for-injury combat. Yet this green zombie was now terrified. A zombie being chased and hacked by a human wielding a blade. Yes, it was being chased, and dared not engage Yi Ran in direct combat. Facing Yi Ran's assault, the green zombie's limited intelligence kept warning it, don't fight this human heathen, you can't win, if you continue you'll be chopped to death. So the green zombie grew afraid, and began to flee, while Yi Ran chased it relentlessly. Who is the zombie here? Seeing this, Yuan Bei was utterly speechless. He had seen many zombies but never one being chased and beaten, especially a green zombie. From this scene, Yi Ran seemed more like the zombie, while the green zombie appeared as a pitiful creature fleeing, and there were no special techniques, no flashy moves, no talismans or hand seals. Yi Ran's combat was simple: chase down the zombie and hack away wildly, causing it to roar in pain and run. Defeating the zombie using its own strength, Yi Ran, with his invincible battle physique, overwhelmed the green zombie, leaving it no chance to fight back. Watching the green zombie flee wildly through the village under Yi Ran's pursuit, now leaping onto rooftops, now darting into houses. No matter how it tried to escape, it could never shake off Yi Ran's relentless chase. Wielding the dragon pattern blade, he pursued the green zombie through the village, cutting it down 7 times in and out. The once furious roars had now transformed into desperate pleading wails. For some reason at that moment, Yuan Bei actually began to sympathize with the green zombie. It was truly pitiful. Umatba. He silently recited a Buddhist prayer, hoping only that the green zombie would never encounter Yi Ran in its next life. The zombie's body was already covered in countless wounds, drenched in green blood from head to toe. Cornered in a dead end, Yi Ran looked at the trapped green zombie and said with a gentle smile, "Nowhere left to run, is there?" As he spoke, he advanced slowly and unhurriedly toward the green zombie. It was visibly trembling with each step Yi Ran took closer. A zombie actually terrified by a human. This was a sight Yuan Bei had never witnessed before. He turned to Zhao He with a bewildered look. "And you call this qi deviation? Which cultivator suffering from qi deviation could be so ferocious?" Hearing this, Zhao He replied with concern, "Perhaps this is also one of the symptoms of qi deviation." Yuan Bei was left speechless. Just as Yi Ran was about to hack the green zombie to death, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out, stopping him. With the voice, the little girl who had been hiding among the zombies rushed forward, standing in front of the green zombie with her arms spread wide, using her tiny body to shield it. "Don't hurt my daddy." Her childish face was filled with anger. Hearing this, Yi Ran was stunned. "Daddy." This little girl was calling the green zombie her father. Not only that, but the green zombie, which had been beaten into submission by Yi Ran, now forced itself to stand upright when it saw the little girl in front of it resolutely shielding her behind its body. A deeply human determination gleamed in its eyes. It was as if should Yi Ran dare to harm the little girl, it would risk its own life without hesitation. The female zombie that had been holding the little girl's hand also came to stand beside the green zombie, staring at Yi Ran with equal resolve. The other surviving zombies also stopped their actions, all eyes fixed on Yi Ran. "What's going on?" Turning to Zhao He, who had rushed over, Yi Ran asked in confusion. This little girl was becoming stranger and stranger, living with zombies, and now calling this green zombie her father. Faced with Yi Ran's question, Zhao He furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting between the green zombie and the little girl. "Let me examine her to be sure." Unable to discern anything from a distance, he had to find a way to get close to the little girl and conduct a thorough check to find the answer. Saying this, Zhao He tightened his grip on his longsword, ready to act. Seeing this, Yi Ran stopped him immediately. "What are you doing?" "Obviously I'm going to kill these 2 zombies." "What?" Hearing this, Yi Ran rolled his eyes helplessly. This guy was too straightforward. Couldn't he see that something was off? Stopping Zhao He, Yi Ran turned to the little girl and asked, "Little one, you say he's your father?" Seeing no sign of attack, the little girl poked her head out from behind the green zombie and nodded. "Yes, this is my daddy, and she is my mommy." "Huh." The green zombie was the father, and the female zombie was the mother. What was going on with this little girl? "Then how did you come to know them?" Yi Ran continued. But this time the little girl replied with a puzzled look, "I've known them since I was born, of course." Yi Ran had initially assumed the little girl had been abducted by the two zombies, and too young to remember mistakenly believed them to be her parents. But from her answer that was clearly not the case. Since she could remember the little girl had always been with these two zombies, and the two zombies treated her exceptionally well, never harming her, always doting on her, just like real parents caring for their own child. They had lived in the mountains before. When the little girl was hungry, the two zombies would catch wild animals for her. As a baby, she drank animal milk. As she grew older, she ate meat. But as the little girl got older, she often felt lonely alone in the mountains. Perhaps sensing this, the two zombies brought her down from the mountains. As luck would have it, they stumbled upon this zombie village. She remembered that when she first came here with her parents, her father, the green zombie, had gotten into a big fight with others. In the end, her father won, and they settled down here. Naturally, her father became the king of all the zombies here. Perhaps because Yi Ran showed no hostility, or because the little girl, seeing a human for the first time, felt a special affinity. Without suspicion, the little girl told Yi Ran everything she knew. After listening, Yi Ran glanced at Zhao He as if to say, "Aren't you supposed to know everything about this zombie village? How come you don't know any of this?" Meeting Yi Ran's questioning gaze, Zhao He's face flushed red, and he awkwardly turned away, unable to meet his eyes. This guy was utterly unreliable. Deciding not to dwell on it, Yi Ran coaxed and cajoled the little girl into coming over to him. This guy was utterly unreliable. Deciding not to dwell on it, Yi Ran coaxed and cajoled the little girl into coming over to him. Ultimately, had no choice but to acquiesce. Shyly approaching Yi Ran, he reached out and gently patted her head, just as he had with Wu Xia. He noticed her body temperature was much lower than a normal person's, but she was undoubtedly alive. She had a heartbeat and a pulse. Feeling the warmth of a living person for the first time, the little girl said in surprise, "You're so warm. Unlike Daddy and Mommy, they're always cold." While Yi Ran interacted with the little girl, Zhao He quickly examined her body. As his spiritual energy entered the little girl's body, Zhao He's expression grew increasingly grave, as if he had discovered something astonishing. After a long silence, he said in a deep voice, "This little girl is a corpse-born child." He had suspected as much before, but now after examining her, Zhao He was certain. This little girl was indeed a corpse-born child. Zhao He had only read about corpse-born children in certain books. This was the first time he had witnessed one. A so-called corpse-born child refers to a fetus conceived before the mother's death, yet not delivered, which survives, as the mother's body rapidly turns into a zombie. The fetus is then gestated within the zombie's body, and the child ultimately born under such circumstances is called a corpse-born child. Though fundamentally still human, being born from a zombie makes such a child distinctly different from ordinary people. First, their body temperature is significantly lower than normal. Second, they are naturally immune to corpse poison. Having been born from a zombie, they naturally hold no fear of it. In the eyes of many cultivators, and even ordinary people, a corpse-born child is essentially no different from evil spirits. The books also explicitly state that such children are evil. Thus, upon learning the little girl was a corpse-born child, Zhao He's expression darkened. He felt a deep reluctance to regard such an adorable child as an evil entity. Yet his long-held convictions and perseverance as a cultivator compelled him to do so. Thus he spoke directly. "She is an evil spirit." Initially, he thought the girl had merely been taken by a zombie, but now that he confirmed she was a corpse-born child, it was simple. The entire village was filled with evil. For Zhao He, evil must be vanquished. Through his explanation, Yi Ran understood the meaning of a corpse-born child. Seeing Zhao He's demeanor, he knew his stubborn nature had flared up again. Shielding the girl behind him, Yi Ran said crossly, "I think you're being too harsh. Though born of a zombie, she is still human. Brother Yi, a corpse-born child, is an evil spirit. This is universally acknowledged." "Rubbish." Yi Ran utterly disagreed, but Zhao He stubbornly insisted the girl was evil, and even Yuan Bei chimed. "Ba benefactor Yi, a corpse-born child, is indeed different from ordinary people. How can we treat them as?" Sensing the hostility from Zhao He and Yuan Bei, the little girl hid behind, Yi Ran clutching his clothes tight. Feeling her fear, Yi Ran stood firm before her, determined not to let either man harm a single hair on her head. He could not accept the notion that being a corpse-born child made her an evil spirit deserving of death. Suddenly the system's voice rang out without warning. An exceptional disciple candidate detected. Hidden unparalleled martial soul, Nether soul. The host may consider taking her as a disciple. Startled by the sudden system prompt, Yi Ran looked at the little girl in surprise. He had stumbled upon a treasure. He had previously considered his criteria for taking disciples: first, character, and second, talent. Character was paramount. Those with malicious intent might betray him. He would not accept such individuals. As for the little girl, after their brief conversation, Yi Ran felt he had gained a fair understanding of her. She was incredibly innocent, having never interacted with humans before, and was oblivious to the intrigues of the human heart, pure as a blank slate. Next was her talent. Possessing the unparalleled Nether soul, her gift was no less remarkable than Wu. Moreover, Yi Ran considered the Nether soul to be a game-breaking ability. According to the system, its primary power was to enslave evil spirits. Indeed, regardless of whether they were demons or monsters, as long as their cultivation did not exceed hers, she could forcibly enslave them. If both parties were willing, they could even ignore cultivation gaps and form a master-servant contract. Additionally, once she awakened the nether soul, a nether space would naturally form within her. This space would provide an ideal environment for evil spirits, greatly aiding their cultivation. As her cultivation advanced, the space would expand. Eventually, it could accommodate millions of spirits, unleashing a veritable night parade of 100 ghosts in battle. Moreover, their strengths would mutually reinforce each other. When the spirits within her grew stronger, the little girl would also improve, and vice versa. Her progress would enhance the spirit's power as well. This effectively accelerated the pace of cultivation. All these factors demonstrated the extraordinary nature of the nether soul. Without hesitation, Yi Ran decided to take the girl as his disciple. While Yi Ran remained silent, engrossed in the system's revelation, Zhao He spoke again. Brother Yi, evil is evil. I let He Ming's matter slide because of the circumstances, but I will not spare this corpse-born child. As Zhao He spoke, the green zombie beside him roared, ready to attack, sensing the shift in the situation. Before it could act, Yi Ran shot at a glare, then turned to Zhao He and Yuan Bei. Enough. I find this girl promising and intend to take her as my disciple. They had expected to persuade him, but Yi Ran had already decided to accept her. Enraged, Zhao He cursed, Brother Yi, you want to take an evil spirit as a disciple? What evil spirit? She is clearly human. My decision is final. Brother Zhao, you wouldn't attack my Meeting Zhao He's gaze calmly, Yi Ran left him in a dilemma. Torn between his lifelong convictions and his newfound brotherly bond, Zhao He stood speechless. Staring blankly at Yi Ran, he did not know how to choose. You. Stammering, he could not find the words. Yi Ran then spoke earnestly. Brother Zhao, you know the truth about corpse-born children. People's prejudice stems solely from their different origins. But beyond that, what threat do they pose to ordinary people? What difference is there? They possess human emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, gratitude, and loneliness. In my eyes, she is as human as you or me. Today Yi Ran take her as my disciple. From now on, she will be my second student. Unable to refute Yi Ran's words, Zhao He said angrily, Fine, do as you wish. Just don't regret. Yi Ran's words were well-reasoned and substantiated. Upon hearing this, Zhao He found no grounds for rebuttal, yet despite his soft heart, he still let out a cold snort, feigning stubbornness. Deliberately pretending to be enraged, he darkened his face and moved aside. Seeing Zhao He like this, Yi Ran could only offer a wry smile, at which point Yuan Bei, standing nearby, also spoke up. Ba benefactor, Yi, have you truly considered this? Do you really wish to take this little girl as your disciple? Does Master Yuan Bei also have objections? This humble monk does not intend to stop you, but the world's prejudices run deep. If Benefactor Yi insists on accepting this young girl as your disciple, you will likely face no small amount of trouble in the days to come. Whether a child born of a zombie is truly an evil entity remains a matter of contentious debate. Yet in this world there exists a vast multitude of people who care not for right or wrong, believing only what they choose to believe. When confronted with beings different from themselves, people instinctively recoil and harbor exclusion. Such is the fate of a child born of a zombie. They care not whether the zombie-born child poses any threat. Merely because she was born of a zombie, they deem her an evil spirit. Hearing Yuan Bai's warning, Yi Ran showed no hesitation. He turned to the little girl and asked, Do you wish to become my disciple? Faced with Yi Ran's inquiry, the little girl tilted her head, her adorable eyes brimming with confusion. What does it mean to become a disciple? Becoming a disciple means learning skills. I will teach you cultivation. Well then, if I become your disciple, can I leave this place? She looked up at Yi Ran with hopeful anticipation. Upon hearing this, Yi Ran smiled and nodded. Seeing that she could leave and explore the world outside, the little girl immediately agreed. Perhaps she still did not fully grasp the meaning of a master, but that was of no matter. She would come to understand in time. Yet after nodding in agreement, the little girl hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then can I bring my parents and them along too? As she spoke, the little girl glanced at the zombies around them, wishing to take them all away from this place. Hearing this, Yuan Bei and Zhao He were both taken aback. Take so many zombies along. Were you dreaming? What did you intend to do? A zombie migration. The little girl naturally had no idea what trouble bringing these zombies out would cause. Yet Zhao He and Yuan Bei were unaware that this little one possessed a netherworld spirit soul. If he could help awaken her netherworld spirit soul, he could indeed take these zombies away. He would then simply store them within the netherworld space, hidden from the eyes of outsiders. Faced with the little girl's insistence, Yi Ran could only seek out Zhao He to discuss the matter. Brother Zhao, what is it? How long until the founding ancestor's birthday at the Temple of Non-Action? Half a month. I see. I plan to stay here for a few days. If Brother Zhao is pressed for time, you may return to the temple first, and I will make my way there later. Yi Ran intended to first help the little girl awaken her netherworld spirit soul, thereby unlocking the netherworld space, which naturally required a few days' stay in the village. Upon hearing this, Zhao He, though still irate, answered without hesitation. If there is still time. From here to the Temple of Non-Action, it takes less than 2 days. Though not explicitly stated, Zhao He's meaning was clear. He would stay and accompany Yi Ran. Yi Ran smiled, and said no more, knowing full well that this was simply his nature. Zhao He's decision to stay stemmed solely from his concern for Yi Ran. Seeing the two of them resolved to remain for a few days, Yuan Bei, without much deliberation, promptly declared his intention to head to the temple first. He had not forgotten the dread of being under the dominion of these two brothers. Now presented with an opportunity to break free, why would he choose to linger? Taoist Zhao benefactor Yi, if that is the case, this humble monk will take his leave first. The joy in his eyes was impossible to conceal. Yi Ran had no objection. He simply nodded and watched as Yuan Bei departed. As for the matter of the zombie village, with Yi Ran and Zhao He present, they would naturally handle it. Yuan Bei at that moment only wished to escape this place. After seeing Yuan Bei off, Yi Ran, Zhao He, and Wu Xie followed the little girl into a small courtyard within the village. This was the little girl's home. No sooner had they entered the courtyard than Yi Ran and the others saw 3 small. They appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, yet all were zombies. Upon seeing them, the little girl ran over joyfully. Master, look. They are all my good friends. She happily led the 3 small zombies before Yi Ran. In his presence, the trio instinctively let out low growls baring their sharp fangs. Yet as Yi Ran looked upon the 3 small zombies, he found them not frightening, but rather endearing. Even Wu Xie could not help but remark, Master, why do I find them a little cute? They exuded a certain fierce yet adorable aura. Yi Ran nodded, but were these playmates a bit too morbid? He cast a glance at the green zombie and the female zombie standing nearby. Is this the kind of friends you find for your daughter? Meeting Yi Ran's gaze, the green zombie quickly averted his eyes, looking rather guilty, as if to say, what else was there in this village besides zombies? Soon Wu Xie, still a child herself, began playing with the 3 small zombies, unable to resist their adorable appearance. Subjected to Wu Xie's relentless teasing, the 3 small zombies bared their teeth in protest, yet their objections were futile. With the little girl present, they dared not harm Wu Xie. Children quickly grow familiar with one another amidst play, and soon Wu Xie and the little girl had become. Upon inquiry, Yi Ran learned that the little girl had no name, so he took the liberty of naming her Yizi. The green zombie showed no reaction to this decision, wearing an expression of utter indifference. The little girl, however, was delighted with her name, perhaps because she finally had won. You certainly have a way with. Only Zhao He, standing nearby, remarked with a helpless look. Yi Ran offered a faint smile. Is there something wrong with simplicity? As you wish. I'm going to rest in my room. Call me if something comes up. With a cold snort, Zhao He rose and strode into the room. By now the anger within him had largely dissipated, replaced not by rage, but by concern. He worried that having a disciple born of a zombie would bring Yi Ran no small amount of trouble in the future, and he felt a deep anxiety on his behalf. Seeing this, Yi Ran asked Wu Xie to help tidy up Zhao He's room, then called Yizi over, and said, Your master will now teach you cultivation. You must study diligently, for only then can you leave this place. Do you understand? This was Yizi's first encounter with cultivation. Upon hearing Yi Ran's words, she nodded with a semblance of understanding. Regardless, she believed her master would never harm her. Seeing this, Yi Ran smiled and gently patted Yizi's head. He then retrieved a body-tempering pill from his system space and handed it to her. This is a pill for martial artists to cultivate. Take it. Taking the pill, Yizi swallowed it without any hesitation. The green zombie nearby kept a watchful eye, but made no move to intervene. Since becoming a green zombie, it had gained a rudimentary intellect. Although it could not speak, it could sense that Yi Ran harbored no ill intentions toward Yizi. As the pill entered her stomach, just like Wu Xie's first time, Yizi, lacking any cultivation base, was utterly unable to refine the body-tempering pill's medicinal effects on her own. This was a normal reaction. With Yi Ran's assistance, there was naturally no danger. Using his own blood energy, he guided the medicinal force within Yizi's body, helping her refine it bit by bit. As the pill was continuously refined, Yizi's blood energy visibly grew stronger. However, compared to Wu Xie, Yizi still had some distance to go before breaking through. A single pill was not enough for her to achieve a breakthrough. Back then, Wu Xie had only taken 1 pill, because she had previously undergone medicinal baths and had trained under the previous master for some time. Thus, a single pill was sufficient for her to break through the body-tempering stage. But judging by Yizi's condition, Yi Ran believed that within a day or 2 she too could break through to the initial stage of body tempering and successfully step onto the path of martial arts. After helping Yizi refine the pill, Yi Ran did not continue. Given Yizi's current state, consuming multiple pills in succession would not be beneficial. Go heat some water. He turned to the green zombie and said, Hearing this, a strikingly human-like look of surprise flickered in the zombie's eyes. It was as if it were saying, "I'm a zombie, and you want me to heat water." To this Ran replied matter-of-factly, "If you don't go, should I, eh?" After a moment's hesitation, the green zombie ultimately chose to yield. It was definitely not because it feared Ran in a fight, but simply because it wanted to heat water for its own daughter. It scurried off to heat the water. While waiting, Ran explained some basic cultivation precautions to Yi. But what gave Ran a headache was that the little girl simply could not focus her attention, wandering constantly. Concentrate. "Oh, Master, do you have any more of those pills? I want another one." "Not now? Listen carefully to what I'm saying." "Master, what's that medicinal bath you mentioned? Is it a bath?" "Don't talk." "Oh." For a moment, Ran found himself missing Xia. In comparison, Xia was obedient and diligent in her cultivation. Truly a master's warm-hearted little apprentice. As for Yi, she seemed simple-minded and endlessly curious about everything, unable to calm down and listen. After patiently finishing his explanation, Ran asked, "Did you remember everything I just said? Did Master say something?" In response to Ran's question, Yi looked puzzled. In her view, Master seemed to have said a lot, yet nothing at all. She couldn't recall a single thing. Faced with Yi's innocent expression, Ran's face darkened completely. Had all his words fallen on deaf ears? For a moment, Ran was uncertain whether taking Yi as his disciple had been the right decision. According to the system, Yi's talent was by no means inferior to Xia's. She was a promising seedling. But the problem was this girl simply did not seem cut out for cultivation. Yet since things had come this far, backing out was impossible. With a dark expression, Ran said helplessly, "Forget it. Go to the room. Your master will prepare a medicinal bath to temper your body." He entered the room with a heavy heart. The green zombie had already heated the water. Ran took out the ancient tempering liquid, poured it into the hot water, and then asked Xia to supervise Yi while he himself withdrew from the room. In the courtyard, the green zombie and the female zombie stood rigidly in place like two wooden stakes. Still, Ran keenly sensed that their gazes seemed to be constantly fixed on him. Being secretly watched was unsettling. However, they were zombies. After telling them several times to no avail, Ran decided to go find Zhao He instead. Compared to the zombies, Ran naturally preferred to spend time with Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao. Entering the room and seeing Zhao He sitting cross-legged in meditation, Ran smiled. Hearing this, Zhao He opened his eyes. "What's up?" "Nothing much, just wanted to chat." "How about it, were you injured in that fight just now?" "Not injured, but I was annoyed by someone. Stubborn as a mule." Ran smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Zhao He didn't dwell on the topic. After all, what was done, but there was still another issue at hand. "Brother Yi, now that you've taken that little one as your disciple, what do you plan to do with the zombies in this village?" Anyone could see that Yi had a close bond with the zombies in this village. For Zhao He, accepting Yi was one thing, but letting these zombies go was absolutely unacceptable. After all, leaving these zombies here was always a potential threat. Who could guarantee they wouldn't harm anyone? Before Ran could respond, Zhao He continued. "Anyway, this is non-negotiable. I'll handle it myself when the time comes." Worried that Ran might stop him, Zhao He spoke first. This was his bottom line. He had expected Ran to object, but to his surprise, upon hearing this, Ran replied, without a moment's hesitation, smiling. "Don't worry. He'll take care of the zombie village. I guarantee that this village will no longer exist from now." Ran's decisive answer caught Zhao He off guard. Based on his understanding of Brother Yi, he shouldn't have agreed so readily. Puzzled, Zhao He was naturally unaware that Ran's confidence stemmed entirely from Yi's netherworld. Once her martial soul awakened, all the zombies in this village could be absorbed into the netherworld space, and all problems would be resolved. "Trust me, I said I'll handle it, and I will. You don't need to worry about that." Seeing Zhao He's look of doubt, Ran added. However, Zhao He replied with some concern. "Brother Yi, you really don't have to force yourself. If it's too difficult, just take the two girls and leave first. He'll stay behind and deal with it." Sensing that Ran might be putting on a brave face, Zhao He tried to reassure him instead. He had his own convictions and principles, but he also didn't want to put Ran in a difficult position. Though he was stubborn as an ox, he was willing to make concessions for friends and brothers. Looking at Zhao He's earnest expression, Ran felt touched, but feigned ease as he nodded. "Don't worry, I'll handle this on my own." Seeing Ran's insistence, Zhao He said nothing more, and simply, "All right." He trusted Ran, and no matter what, he would always stand by him. Since Ran wanted to handle it himself, so be it. After chatting a while longer, Ran rose and left for Yi's room, where the girl had just finished her medicinal bath for body tempering. Seeing Ran, Yi immediately pouted. "Master, this medicinal bath is awful. It feels like countless bugs biting me." That was a normal reaction, to which Ran smiled. "It's normal, it means you're getting stronger. But I don't like it. Can I skip this bath from now on?" "No. Skip the medicinal bath for body tempering." "No way." Ran refused outright. It was absolutely impossible. Detected host disciple completing medicinal bath for body tempering. Randomly triggered tenfold reward 10 packs of supreme quenching liquid. He didn't even bother with the system's notification. Things like body tempering pills or supreme quenching liquid were beneath his notice now. With such a rich foundation, his standards had naturally risen. Faced with Yi Ran's refusal, the girl pouted with a pitiful look, but Yi Ran ignored her and turned to the green zombie in the yard. Go heat another pot of water. Hearing this, the green zombie's face twisted with anger. You're going too far. Do you really take a zombie for a servant? Do you think I'm your housekeeper? But the fury didn't last long. Under Yi Ran's gaze, the zombie turned around and scurried off to heat water, leaving Yi Ran with a carefree back. Yi Zi had undergone the medicinal bath, but Wu Xia hadn't yet. Since conditions allowed, he would arrange it for her too. After all, they were both his disciples. Follow me. While Wu Xia began her bath, Yi Ran took little Yi Zi to the yard. After checking, he found that her physique had greatly improved from the medicinal bath. He took out another body tempering pill. Seeing it, little Yi Zi's gloom vanished instantly. This pill was so delicious, far more comfortable than that bath. He helped little Yi Zi refine the pill, bringing her one step closer to breaking through to the beginner body tempering stage. Naturally, the system gave its reward. But it was all trivial. Yi Ran couldn't be bothered. There was already a mountain of body tempering pills in his system space. He didn't even know the exact number and didn't care to count. Given little Yi Zi's current condition, she could take 5 body tempering pills a day. Of course, this was only possible with Yi Ran's help in refining them, otherwise she couldn't withstand the medicinal power. For 2 days straight, Yi Ran taught little Yi Zi cultivation, while Wu Xia needed little guidance. Look, another disciple Xia was so much more worry-free. On the evening of the 3rd day, Yi Ran was helping little Yi Zi refine the medicinal energy as usual. Just as the energy was fully absorbed, her aura suddenly surged. A breakthrough. In 3 days, little Yi Zi had broken through to the beginner body tempering stage. Sensing the thickening blood energy within her, Yi Ran smiled. At the same time, little Yi Zi's nether soul successfully awakened. Just as Yi Ran had thought, entering the martial path triggered the soul awakening. Just like Wu Xia before, black mist began to swirl around her, enveloping her entirely. For a moment, the once doll-like, adorable little Yi Zi took on an eerie air under the shroud of mist. It was as if she were a princess surrounded by countless evil spirits. A breakthrough. Zhao He, who had sensed the commotion in the yard, stared at little Yi Zi in shock. Only 3 days and a girl with no cultivation had broken through. What in the world was going on? Why were Yi Ran's disciples all so monstrous? First Xia, and now little Yi Zi. And this breakthrough felt off. What was with the black mist around her? From that mist, Zhao He felt a bone-chilling cold. It wasn't the aura of evil spirits, but it was equally unsettling. But since little Yi Zi was at a critical moment in her breakthrough, Zhao He didn't disturb her and just watched quietly. As her nether soul awakened, the system's chime finally rang. Detected host disciple breaking through to beginner body tempering stage. Randomly triggered 50-fold reward, host cultivation level increasing. Detected host disciple awakening nether soul. Randomly triggered 10-fold reward, increase indestructible soul's transformation by 10 points and proficiency by 10 points. Cultivation was one thing, but what about the soul? What was this transformation about? After consulting the system, Yi Ran learned that special rewards like souls wouldn't repeat, meaning he wouldn't receive a second soul. However, as his disciples progressed, his soul could undergo endless transformations without limit. Infinite transformation. That wasn't bad. He stopped pondering as his cultivation was now surging. Soon he broke through from the beginner martial origin stage to the minor achievement martial origin stage. Zhao He was still stunned by little Yi Zi's breakthrough, but then Yi Ran broke through too. Watching Yi Ran's cultivation rise again, Zhao He felt utterly exasperated. How could he be so ridiculously talented? Had just broken through not long ago, and now he was at it again. Meanwhile, Zhao He hadn't even touched the threshold of the core formation stage. Comparing people was truly maddening. But beyond shock, Zhao He worried about Yi Ran's health. Having already suffered chi deviation, was it really safe to break through like this? Or perhaps it was this rapid advancement that caused Yi Ran's chi deviation. As he thought, he became more determined to find a way to heal Yi Ran. Both master and disciple broke through. About a quarter of an hour later, the black mist in the yard slowly dissipated, and little Yi Zi exclaimed excitedly, "Master, I feel so powerful now, much stronger than before." Experiencing the thrill of breakthrough for the first time, little Yi Zi spoke with excitement. Yi Ran just smiled, silently relieved that he had finally succeeded in awakening her nether soul. Watching little Leaf gleefully show off in front of the 3 little zombies, Yi Ran couldn't help but worry about her future. Heaven knows how much effort he had expended over these past 3 days to make little Leaf cultivate diligently. Especially during each medicinal bath, Yi Ran exhausted every means, coaxing and cajoling just to trick little Leaf into reluctantly entering the wooden tub. Alas, who could know the hardship of being a master? Brother Yi. Just as Yi Ran was sighing to himself, Zhao He approached. Seeing this, Yi Ran smiled slightly. Brother Zhao, You've broken through again. Am a mere luck. Sigh. Not knowing how to broach the subject, Zhao, he could only sigh silently, resolving in his heart to find a way to cure Brother Yes' body. Oblivious to Zhao He's change in expression, Yi Ran watched the two little girls Wu Xia and Little Leaf as he spoke. Brother Zhao, let's set out tomorrow. Leave tomorrow. The time is about right. Since Little Leaf's cultivation had already broken through, the goal was achieved. Once he collected the ghosts in this village tonight, they could naturally depart. However, Yi Ran did not intend to tell Zhao He about Little Leaf's nether soul. Firstly, he feared it would shock him, as harboring evil spirits would undoubtedly be a great blow to Zhao He. Secondly, it was entirely because Yi Ran didn't know how to explain the matter of the nether soul to Zhao He. He planned to secretly take Little Leaf while Zhao He was cultivating at night. Zhao He didn't dwell much on Yi Ran's decision, but in his heart, he also quietly made a decision. Alright, we'll leave tomorrow. The two chatted for a while longer. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhao He rose and returned to his room to cultivate. Watching Yi Ran break through as easily as eating or drinking, Zhao He felt an urgent desire to improve. Everyone returned to their rooms one by one. As the night grew deeper, the entire village fell silent. Sensing the time was right, Yi Ran went alone to wake the sleeping Little Leaf. Master. Gazing at Yi Ran with sleepy eyes, Little Leaf mumbled vaguely and turned over to go back. Seeing that the little one couldn't be woken up, Yi Ran had to dress her himself and carried her into the courtyard. He spoke to the green zombie, the female zombie, and the three little zombies, and the group silently left the courtyard. Arriving at the village entrance, he ordered the green zombie to gather all the surviving zombies in the village. Faced with Yi Ran's command, the green zombie naturally dared not refuse. Little Leaf. Master. After great effort, he finally woke Little Leaf. Then Yi Ran taught her how to use the nether soul, and told her that if she wanted to take everyone away from this village, this was the only way, otherwise her parents and friends could not leave. Hearing this, Little Leaf immediately nodded in agreement. I understand, Master. Not being able to stay with her parents was unthinkable. Little Leaf instantly became alert. Soon summoned by the green zombie, all the zombies in the village gathered at the entrance. Counting them, he found a total of 48 zombies. The rest had perished in the earlier battle. The nether soul had two primary methods for taming evil spirits. One was to overpower them with superior cultivation, and the other was mutual consent. Throughout the process, the nether seal was crucial. Only by having Little Leaf imprint the nether seal on these zombies could she absorb them into the nether space. Of course, once imprinted with the nether seal, these zombies could never betray Little Leaf. Their life and death were entirely in her hands. Ordinarily, given Little Leaf's cultivation, forcibly imprinting the nether seal would have been impossible, as nearly every zombie here surpassed her in power. But with Yi Ran and the green zombie present, these zombies naturally dared not act rashly. They obediently allowed Little Leaf to imprint the nether seal. Thanks to the zombies' cooperation, the entire process of imprinting the nether seal was completed in less than half. Then Little Leaf activated the nether space. A black circular void appeared behind her, and the numerous zombies filed into it one by one. The aura emanating from the nether space instinctively felt comfortable to the zombies, so they offered no resistance. Even the green zombie and Little Leaf's mother entered the nether space compliantly. With this done, all the zombies in the village had vanished. Yi Ran breathed a sigh of relief and took Little Leaf back to continue sleeping. The matter of the zombie village was thus resolved. From now on, they would live within the nether space, unable to leave without Little Leaf's consent, and outsiders could not perceive the nether space's existence unless Little Leaf herself revealed it. Returning to his room, he soon fell into a deep sleep. However, in the dead of night, Zhao He withdrew from his cultivation and silently left his room without disturbing anyone. I can't put Brother Yi in a difficult position. When Yi Ran decided to leave the next day, Zhao He said nothing at the time, but in his heart he had already resolved to personally deal with the zombies, unwilling to cause trouble for his friend. Yet after a thorough search of the courtyard, Zhao He found no trace of the green zombie couple or the three little zombies. Strange, have they gone out? Perplexed, but not overly concerned, he flashed into the village. However, after searching high and low throughout the entire village, he could not find a single zombie. Wasn't this supposed to be a zombie village? Why wasn't there even a trace of one? Standing at the village entrance with a bewildered look, Zhao He was deeply frustrated. Where the hell were the zombies? Where had they all gone? Refusing to give up, he searched again, this time leaving no stone unturned, checking rooftops, wells, and every corner, but still found not a single zombie. This was damn strange. Zombies had been everywhere during the day, how could they all be gone at night? Standing at the village entrance, he racked his brains wondering where the zombies could have hidden. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, Zhao He couldn't figure out that the zombies had already been collected into the nether space. Even if he dug 3 feet into the ground, he wouldn't find a single trace of them. And so in the dead of night in the zombie village, a grim-faced Taoist searched over and over again for something. He looked on rooftops and wells, and even up in the trees. Throughout the entire night, Zhao He never stopped his search for the zombies. But no matter how hard he tried, the zombies seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. As dawn broke, Zhao He stood once more at the village entrance, muttering in disbelief. How strange. Where could they have gone? After searching the entire night, he found not a single trace of the zombies. He mused inwardly, could Brother Yi have already dealt with these zombies? But that didn't make sense either. Even if he killed them, where were the bodies? Even if burned, there would be traces left, yet the zombies of the entire village had vanished, as if into thin air. Puzzled, Zhao He trudged back to his lodgings with a dejected head. When he returned, the young girl Wu Xia had already risen and was preparing breakfast. Seeing Zhao He, she greeted him with a smile. Daoist Zhao out so early. Hearing this, Zhao He forced a weary smile. Where is your master? Master and junior sister haven't woken yet. As lazy as ever. Zhao He remarked that he had grown accustomed to it. If they were at the martial hall, he was certain Yi Ran would not stir until the sun was high in the sky. Indeed, it was only after Wu Xia finished preparing breakfast and personally called Yi Ran and Yi Zi that the master and disciple emerged from their rooms, still rubbing their sleepy eyes. Brother Zhao, Yi Ran called out weakly, while little Yi Zi also appeared half asleep. At such a young age, so fond of sleeping. Learn from your senior sister, cultivate with diligence. Yi Ran began to lecture, but little Yi Zi, who was almost as lazy as her master, responded with confusion, but master didn't get up either. Can you compare to me? From now on you must rise every day like your senior sister. Xia, you will supervise your junior sister's cultivation. Whatever you do, she does. Oh, just kidding. If you don't cultivate diligently, how can your master's cultivation break through? Saying this, Yi Ran enjoyed his breakfast comfortably, while little Yi Zi remained sullen. Why could her master sleep in, but she couldn't? The four ate in silence until Zhao He spoke up. Brother Yi, my, did you deal with the zombies in this? Indeed. How? Where are the bodies? I have my methods. Rest assured, from now on zombie village will no longer exist. He did not reveal little Yi Zi's secret to Zhao He, as explaining it would be troublesome. Suffice it to say, the zombie village would never reappear. Seeing that Yi Ran was unwilling to elaborate, Zhao He did not press further. Since Brother Yi had given his word, Zhao He chose to trust him. After breakfast, Wu Xia packed their belongings, and the four continued their journey toward Wu Temple. Yi Ran and Zhao He sat inside the carriage while little Yi Zi accompanied Wu Xia outside driving. Over the past few days, the sisters had grown close, and little Yi Zi truly regarded Wu Xia as her own elder sister. They encountered no further dangers along the way. Even when attacked by evil spirits at night, Yi Ran and Zhao He dispatched them with ease. By the afternoon of the second day, they finally arrived at the Qingyan mountain range, where Wu Temple was located. The range was vast and picturesque, the largest in Donyang Prefecture, and Wu Temple nestled within it. At the foot of a modest peak, there was a designated area for stabling horses and parking carriages guarded by Wu Temple disciples. From there, a winding bluestone path led to the summit where numerous buildings could be seen. That was Wu Temple. Finally reaching Wu Temple, Yi Ran noticed that Zhao He had grown unusually reticent. Arriving at the temple should have been a joyous occasion, yet Zhao He became increasingly silent. Thinking Zhao He might be unwell, Yi Ran asked with concern, Brother Zhao, are you alright? Snapped back to reality, Zhao He forced an awkward smile and shook his head. Oh, I'm fine. Let's go. Under Zhao He's direction, Wu Xia drove the carriage to the designated spot, and the four disembarked one by one. Gazing at the beautiful surroundings, little Yi Zi grew excited and danced about, for this was her first experience of the outside world. Gazing at the beautiful surroundings, little Yi Zi grew excited and danced about, for this was her first experience of. Though he claimed to dislike little Yi Zi, a child born of a zombie, his actions betrayed him. Little Yi Zi sensed no malice from Zhao He, and once steady smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, Daoist Zhao. He turned away shyly, ignoring the girl, a mixture of bashfulness and pride on his face. Meanwhile, as they finished parking the carriage, a young Wu Temple acolyte approached. Upon seeing Zhao He, disdain flickered in his eyes, yet due to seniority he bowed reluctantly. Uncle Zhao. Though he performed the ritual, his tone and expression lacked any trace of respect. Logically, as a direct disciple of the current generation and the younger brother of the temple master, Zhao, he should have been treated with utmost reverence. Yet this acolyte showed none, and his deep aversion to Zhao He was palpable. Sensing something amiss, Yi Ran was about to speak, but Zhao He stopped him. Meanwhile, the acolyte scrutinized Yi Ran and his companions and asked, Who are they? Guests I invited, Zhao He replied flatly. Upon learning they were Zhao He's guests, the acolyte's eyes filled with contempt. He said nothing more, merely nodded and left, his demeanor icy. Zhao He, seemingly accustomed to this treatment, led the three up the mountain. Walking along the bluestone path, they occasionally passed Wu Temple disciples. Without exception, these disciples showed disgust upon seeing Zhao He keeping their distance. Some bowed perfunctorily, while others ignored him entirely, brushing past without a word. This was hardly a homecoming. Zhao He, a direct disciple of Wu Temple and a Taoist master, seemed to hold no status within the temple at all. Yet Zhao He, as if long accustomed to this, remained calm and composed unaffected by the disciples' attitudes. They reached the summit, but Zhao He did not lead them into the temple. Instead, he turned onto a narrow path. Brother Yi, before the ancestors' birthday celebration, let's stay at my place for now. Yi Ran had no objection, where he stayed made little difference to him. Following Zhao He all the way to the back mountain, they had already arrived at the rear of Wuwei Temple. Traversing the winding path to its end, Yi Ran and his companions came before a small wooden cabin. This was Zhao He's dwelling. As a first-generation disciple of Wuwei Temple, he did not reside within the temple itself, but instead lived in such a place. The wooden cabin was exceedingly crude, seemingly built by his own hands. Yi Ran did not despise it, but he found it strange why Zhao He would choose to live here. Having glimpsed the interior of Wuwei Temple earlier, though, it could not be called luxurious. Its green bricks and stone tiles were far superior to this small wooden cabin. Brother Zhao Yu. He began to inquire, but before Yi Ran could finish, Zhao He interrupted him directly. Haha, I don't like living inside the temple, so I moved out on my own. It's quieter here, which benefits my cultivation. Though a smile hung on his face, Yi Ran could clearly see that the smile was far too forced. However, since Zhao He was unwilling to speak, Yi Ran did not press further. Both possessed such a temperament, unwilling to put the other in a difficult position. It's a bit crude, brother Yi, please don't mind it. Leading the three into the house, Zhao He said somewhat dejectedly. Hearing this, Yi Ran responded with a smile. It's quite nice, at least much better than the conditions in Zombie Village. Yi Ran's words were clearly meant to comfort. In truth, this small wooden cabin might not even compare to the room they had stayed in at Zombie Village. Yet upon hearing Yi Ran's words, a smile also appeared on Zhao He's face, lifting his spirits somewhat. The four settled in Zhao He's wooden cabin. Meanwhile, within Wuwei Temple, Wang Qi, the current temple master, was speaking with a middle-aged Taoist priest. The middle-aged Taoist priest said to Wang Qi with a displeased expression, "Senior brother, that Zhao He actually invited 3 martial artists to attend the patriarch's birth anniversary. If you ask me, you should just expel him from Wuwei Temple. How could such a person be worthy of being our disciple?" The middle-aged Taoist priest Wang Qi and Zhao He were fellow disciples. However, as he spoke, the contempt in his eyes for Zhao He was utterly undisguised. Hearing this, Wang Qi's face also darkened as he said, "I cannot go against my father's dying wish. Let it be. I will never forgive him." As he spoke, Wang Qi seemed to recall something, a deep hatred surging in his eyes. Wang Qi's father was the former old temple master of Wuwei Temple, and also the master of the middle-aged Taoist priest, and Zhao He. Unfortunately, he had died 8 years ago. Seeing Wang Qi like this, the middle-aged Taoist priest said no more. Meanwhile, having nothing to do, Yi Ran left the wooden cabin and began to wander idly on the mountain. Ever since arriving at Wuwei Temple, Yi Ran had noticed that Zhao He was in an extremely awkward position within the temple, as if everyone was unwilling to interact with him. As for the reason, Zhao He was unwilling to say. But every time he saw the looks the other Taoists gave Zhao He, Yi Ran felt deeply uncomfortable and could barely contain his anger. Scorn, disdain, disgust. These were the attitudes of the many Taoists at Wuwei Temple towards Zhao He. As a friend, Yi Ran naturally did not wish to see Zhao He subjected to such gazes. Yet every time Yi Ran wanted to speak up, Zhao He stopped him. Even Zhao He, as a first-generation disciple, was not even allowed to enter Wuwei Temple. Although Zhao He said he moved to the back mountain of his own accord for better cultivation, Yi Ran knew all too well that this was not voluntary, but forced upon him. It seemed that Zhao He's life in Wuwei Temple was not good. In fact, it was quite terrible. Yet he had never spoken of these matters. Lost in thought about Zhao He's affairs, Yi Ran unknowingly arrived outside Wuwei Temple. Gazing at the ancient Taoist temple before him, he could not bring himself to feel any fondness. For no other reason than Zhao He. Benefactor Yi. Just as Yi Ran was frowning as he observed Wuwei Temple, Yuan Bei walked out from within, having clearly arrived first. Master Yuan Bei. Yi Ran greeted him with a smile as well. Yuan Bei was about to leave, but Yi Ran suddenly called out to him. Master Yuan Bei. Benefactor Yi, do you have something? Yes, there are some matters I wish to ask Master Yuan Bei about. As he spoke, the two strolled casually on the mountain, and Yi Ran began to inquire. Master Yuan Bei, do you know about Brother Zhao's affairs? Why does everyone in Wuwei Temple seem to harbor hatred towards him? In Yi Ran's view, though Yuan Bei and Zhao He were not friends, they had known each other for quite some time. He should know something. As expected, upon hearing Yi Ran's words, Yuan Bei was momentarily startled, then let out a soft sigh. Arriving at the mountain edge, gazing at the sea of clouds around them, Yuan Bei paused for a moment before speaking. This humble monk does not know the specifics. I only heard that 8 years ago Zhao He went out with the old temple master of Wuwei Temple. It is said they encountered an evil entity, and in that battle the old temple master fell. At the time, this incident caused quite a stir in Danyang Prefecture. Some said the old temple master was besieged to death by evil entities, others said Zhao He caused his death, and still more claimed it was a trap. That Zhao He colluded with evil spirits, deliberately lured the old temple master there, and then with the evil spirits ambushed and killed him. There were many different accounts, but most people in Wuwei Temple believe that Zhao He had killed the old temple master, the master who had raised him since childhood. I recall that because of this Zhao He was put on trial by Wuwei Temple. Yet it is said that from beginning to end the man never uttered a single word in his own defense. This only made the people of Wuwei Temple more convinced that Zhao He had indeed killed the old temple master. This humble monk is not clear on what happened afterward, as it was a private matter of Wuwei Temple. But from that point on, Zhao He became a figure of universal disgust within the temple. Even the current temple master Wang Qi issued an order forbidding Zhao He from entering Wuwei Temple freely. With no other choice, Zhao He had to move to the back mountain to live. At this point, Yuan Bei paused, then turned to look at Yi Ran, a complex glint in his eyes, before continuing. This humble monk does not know the truth of the matter. However, in recent years, Zhao He has always been solitary. Even within Wuwei Temple, no one was ever willing to converse with him. Living in Wuwei Temple, all Zhao He felt was endless contempt. To be honest, this humble monk has witnessed his loneliness all these years. Whether in cultivation daily life or descending the mountain to vanquish demons, he has always been alone. And you are the first friend I have ever seen him have. When I first saw Zhao He being so close to you, even I was surprised. Moreover, I can see that Zhao He truly regards you as a friend, his only friend. Listening to Yuan Bei recount Zhao He's past, Yi Ran fell into silence. He had never imagined Zhao He had such experiences, and over the years his life in Wuwei Abbey must have been difficult. Seeing Yi Ran standing there in contemplative silence, Yuan Bei said nothing more. He simply patted him on the shoulder before turning and leaving. He had already told Yi Ran everything he knew. As for what to do next, that was beyond Yuan Bei's influence. Moreover, Zhao He's affairs were not something Yuan Bei could meddle in, as they were internal matters of Wuwei Abbey. No one knew how long he stood there alone until the setting sun cast its golden hues and the sun was about to dip below the horizon. Only then did Yi Ran snap out of his thoughts and turn to walk toward Zhao He's wooden cabin. When Yi Ran returned, Wu Xie had already prepared dinner. Master, the two young girls Wu Xie and Yi Zi greeted him proactively as he approached, and Zhao He also offered a smile and a word of welcome. So how are the views at Wuwei Abbey? Not bad, right? Zhao He showed no sign of anything unusual, perhaps never intending to reveal these matters to Yi Ran. As the four of them sat down, Yi Ran suddenly spoke. Brother Zhao, how about a drink? At that moment, Yi Ran deeply wished to share a drink with Zhao He. Zhao He naturally did not refuse. Drinking with Yi Ran was for him a truly comforting experience. He brought out his treasured fine wine, a broad smile on his face. This is a fine vintage I've saved for years. I usually can't bear to drink it myself. From Zhao He's expression, one could not detect the bitterness and loneliness he had endured over the years. He seemed like a completely different person from the one Yuan Bei had described. But Yi Ran knew this was a facade Zhao He put on intentionally. In truth, Zhao He harbored many sorrows in his heart, yet he simply refused to speak of them. All right, then let me sample Brother Zhao's fine wine. With a smile, the two began to toast and drink. Unlike before this time, Yi Ran drank heavily, and it was mostly he who initiated the invitations. Brother Zhao, come drink up. Brother Zhao, another cup. This wine is excellent, one more. Yi Ran drank quickly, each time emptying his cup in one gulp. Seeing him in such a state, even Wu Xie grew concerned. Master, perhaps you should drink less. Though Yi Ran did drink on ordinary days, he never did, so like today. Wu Xie understood well that her master could be called a connoisseur of wine, but he never indulged excessively. He always knew when to stop. Yet today was strange. Yi Ran had already consumed a great deal. Similarly, under Yi Ran's urging, Zhao He had also drunk heavily. Both of their faces were flushed, and neither had used their cultivation to dispel the effects of the alcohol, so even with their profound abilities they were already slightly tipsy. Meanwhile, Zhao He noticed that Yi Ran was acting unusually today. After finishing a cup, he took the initiative to ask, Brother Yi, is something troubling you? His state clearly indicated something weighing on his mind. Faced with Zhao He's inquiry, Yi Ran did not hide anything. Gazing intently at Zhao He slowly began to speak. I met Yuan Bei today. Oh, he must have arrived before us. Yes, and Yuan Bei also told me something. Hearing this, Zhao He's expression shifted. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a look of dejection, even panic. It was as if someone had seen through his secret. But Yi Ran did not stop. After a pause, he continued. In truth, I sensed it from the moment we came up the mountain today. The attitude of the many disciples at Wuwei Abbey toward you is very strange. Their gazes are filled with contempt, even disgust. Later I happened to meet Master Yuan Bei, and I asked him. From him I indeed learned many things. Upon hearing Yi Ran's words, Zhao He fell silent, remaining wordless for a long time. He simply kept pouring and drinking. Yi Ran did not stop him, nor did he urge him on. He just watched quietly. It was evident that though 8 years had passed, Zhao He still had not forgotten the events of that time. Or rather, that incident had long been like a nail driven deep into his heart. But what exactly had happened back then, that Zhao He never once defended himself against the accusations of everyone in Wuwei Abbey? Instead, he allowed others to speculate and slander him, silently bearing everything. Yi Ran wanted to help Zhao He, and also wished to know what had truly transpired. Under Yi Ran's gaze after a long while after Zhao He had downed 6 cups of wine, he finally spoke, as if muttering to himself. They are right. I am indeed a curse. If it weren't for me, Master would not have died back then. Everything is my fault. What I endure now is merely the punishment I deserve. As he spoke, he gulped down another cup. His eyes already reddened, his mind recalling the memories he least wished to revisit. Scenes from 8 years ago surged back into his heart. Though time had passed, these memories remained as vivid as ever, etched so deeply that one could never forget them. Faced with Zhao He's state, Yi Ran said nothing, merely waiting silently for him to continue. After a long pause, Zhao He gradually regained control of his emotions, his voice hoarse and low as he spoke. Master took me in. As a child, I was abandoned at the temple gate. Perhaps it was my parents, whom I never knew, who left. Master said the rain was torrential that night, but my cries were even louder. When he saw me still in swaddling clothes, he didn't hesitate and brought me back to the temple. In truth, abandoned infants like me are common in this world, for no one knows whether tomorrow or misfortune will come first. I have never blamed my parents. I have always believed they must have had some hidden reason for abandoning me, and I was fortunate because I met Master. To me, he was both master and father. He raised me from childhood and taught me the ways of cultivation. Wuwei Abbey was my home, and it always has been. In truth, I was very happy at Wuwei Abbey until that incident occurred. As he spoke, Zhao He drank another cup, then turned to look at Yi Ran. Brother Yi, do you think evil spirits can be divided into good and bad? Faced with this sudden question, Yi Ran was momentarily unsure of his meaning. But before he could answer, Zhao He let out a bitter laugh and said to himself, once I was like you. I believe there were good and bad people, and naturally evil spirits could also be divided into good and evil. But I never imagined that because of this very belief I would cause the death of the most important person in my life. From that moment on, I understood evil spirits are always evil. And you are the first friend I have ever seen him have. When I first saw Zhao He being so close to you, even I was surprised. Moreover, I can see that Zhao He truly, by then Zhao He had already grown into an adult, and his cultivation had just broken through to the initial stage of the meridian charging realm. Among the many disciples of Wuwei Temple, Zhao He's cultivation ranked among the top 3. Yet despite his cultivation, Zhao He had never descended the mountain since childhood. In his world, Wuwei Temple was everything. But on this day, his venerable master said he would take Zhao He down the mountain. Master, are you really taking me? Joyfully approaching his master, Zhao He had long been filled with longing for the world beyond the mountain. Seeing Zhao He so elated, an elderly man with white hair yet ruddy skin smiled kindly. It's time you went out to see the world. At his master's nod, Zhao He danced with joy. He was a completely different person back then, especially the pure and innocent smile on his face. Smiling, he told Zhao He to pack his belongings. Once everything was ready, the master and disciples set off down the mountain. As they parted, Wang Qi and the other fellow disciples came to see them off. The bonds between them were still deep and strong. Wang Qi, the senior brother, and also the master's son, earnestly advised Zhao He, junior brother, once you descend the mountain, obey master in everything and do not act rashly. Don't worry, senior brother, he'll listen to master in everything. Then Wang Qi turned to his father and said, Father, take care on the journey. Good. Leave the temple affairs to you. With that, the master and disciple descended the mountain. This time the magistrate of whose city had sought the master's help to subdue a malevolent spirit. It was said that this evil spirit had already killed many in whose city, causing widespread panic, compelling the magistrate to request Zhao He's master's personal intervention. To that end, the magistrate had paid a great price to secure the master's aid. This should have been a simple task. At least that was what Zhao He believed at the time. So after descending the mountain, Zhao He could barely contain his excitement, for he was finally about to witness the world beyond. Riding horses, the master and disciple journeyed, and Zhao He was filled with curiosity at every turn. It was also at this moment that Zhao He encountered an evil spirit for the first time in his life. Before reaching whose city on their first night, they found a large tree in the forest and rested beneath it. The faint glow of firewood illuminated their surroundings as they sat around the campfire. In the dead of night, an evil spirit suddenly burst forth from the darkness. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it let out an unsettling roar. This was merely a despair ghost, no threat to the master, who had already reached the Golden Core realm. He effortlessly slew the despair ghost. Watching it perish, Zhao He earnestly asked his master, Master, you say there are good and bad people. Can evil spirits also be divided into good and evil? Perhaps surprised by Zhao He's question, the master smiled and studied him, replying with a question instead. I think there should be a distinction. After all, people have both good and bad, so evil spirits probably do too. The master did not give a direct answer to Zhao He's response, merely saying, Perhaps, but the truth is something you must seek for yourself. I believe that in the journey ahead you will surely. Such was the master's nature. From childhood, though he taught his disciples cultivation and made them cultivators, he never imposed his own thoughts upon them. As the master often said, every person is unique and each walks a different path. Even as their master, he would not demand that his disciples follow his way. Instead, he encouraged them to find their own. Hearing these words, Zhao he nodded firmly, believing he could discover the answer. Seeing this, the master smiled, then closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, beginning his meditation. After a night passed, the master and disciple finally arrived at Hu City by the afternoon of the following day. The magistrate personally welcomed them, bowing respectfully to the master. Taoist Wang, you have finally arrived. He invited the master into the county office, and Zhao he stayed by his side. Afterward, the magistrate recounted the matter of the evil spirit. According to him, the spirit had appeared for 3 consecutive nights, its target unmistakably the Qian family, the foremost clan in Hu City. It was said that in just 3 days, over 100 members of the Qian family had been killed, prompting the urgent request for the master's descent. The master remained calm as the magistrate described the spirit's ferocity and power. Eventually, the group arrived at the Qian residence. The Qian family treated the master with utmost respect, and he decided to stay there waiting for the spirit to appear that night so he could subdue it. As night fell, the master sat serenely in the Qian family hall with Zhao he standing beside him. Are you afraid? The master suddenly asked, for this was Zhao he's first time descending the mountain. Zhao he replied without hesitation, no. With you here, master, I am not afraid. Hearing this, the master smiled in silence. As they spoke, a chill wind suddenly swept through the courtyard. The master's eyes sharpened as he turned to look outside. Under their watch, the evil spirit finally revealed itself. A female ghost in a red robe with disheveled hair had appeared in the courtyard. Her eyes, hidden behind her long hair, flickered with crimson light, fixed intently on the master and disciple, a white shroud ghost. Seeing the female ghost, the master showed no great alarm, recognizing it as a white shroud ghost equivalent to a meridian charging realm cultivator. Though it had reached the peak of the white shroud ghost level, it had not yet broken through to the yellow page ghost stage, so it posed no real threat to the master. The master remained utterly calm, but the Qian family patriarch shrieked in terror at the sight of the ghost. It has nothing to do with me, truly nothing to do with me. I didn't mean to harm you. Crying out in agony, the patriarch quickly hid behind Zhao he as if only there could he find a shred of safety. The female ghost's gaze remained locked on the patriarch, and through sobbing cries she muttered, "I'll kill you. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. I'll kill you." Experiencing all this for the first time, Zhao he had no other thoughts. He merely cast a curious glance at the patriarch, who seemed acquainted with the female ghost, and understood why she kept haunting the Qian family. The female ghost's resentment was extremely heavy. This was something Zhao he still remembered vividly to this day. At that time, young as he was, he gazed at the spirit shrouded in dense grievance. On one hand, he observed the ghost, and on the other, he looked at the terrified Qian family patriarch, who was trembling with fear. For Zhao he, descending the mountain for the first time, he naturally had no experience, and simply asked the patriarch out of curiosity, "Do you know her?" Perhaps frightened out of his wits or afraid to deceive Zhao he and his master, lest they abandon him, the Qian family patriarch poured out the entire story upon hearing Zhao he's question. "It's not my fault, Taoist, truly not my fault. I never imagined it would come to this." According to the patriarch, the female ghost was once a maid in their household. However, she was quite attractive, and by a twist of fate, she caught the patriarch's eye. Yet the patriarch's position in the Qian family was rather awkward. Although he was the head of the foremost family in Lake City, almost all household affairs were decided by his wife. There was no help for it. The Qian family's rise depended entirely on his wife. To put it bluntly, the family's present prosperity was solely due to his wife's natal clan. Her family was far more powerful than the Qian's and had strong backing within the imperial court. With her family's support over the years, the Qian family had leaped to become the foremost clan in Lake City. It was precisely because of her family's backing that the matriarch of the Qian family was extremely domineering, especially in her control over the patriarch. Thus, even after years of marriage, he had never taken a concubine. In contrast, it was rumored that his wife had ambiguous relations with several servants in the household, yet the patriarch dared not question her. Unable to act openly, he naturally could not resist in secret, and such deeds were not uncommon. This maid was one of them. The patriarch used some underhanded means to establish a relationship with her, and afterward the two frequently met in secret. He even promised to take her as a concubine later. Unfortunately, good times did not last long, and soon their affair was discovered by the matriarch. Enraged, she severely scolded the patriarch and then cruelly punished the maid. As a servant committing adultery with the master, an unforgivable crime. At that moment, the maid looked at the patriarch with a pleading expression, but he dared not meet her gaze, standing silently by his wife's side. The woman's methods were indeed brutal. She exhausted every means to torture the maid. It took over a month before the maid finally breathed her last. It was said that when the maid died, not a single patch of skin on her body remained intact. Her limbs were broken inch by inch, and her corpse was like a pile of mud, utterly shapeless. Heaven knows what abuse the maid endured during that month. Only the piercing screams that emanated daily from the secret chamber in the Qian family's rear courtyard bore witness. Yet no one in the Qian family dared to step forward to stop it. Everyone feared the matriarch's authority, including the patriarch himself. Thus they all watched coldly as the maid was tortured to death. Afterward, the maid transformed into a malevolent spirit, the very female ghost before them, and began her relentless revenge on the Qian family. Hearing the patriarch's account, Zhao He felt a twinge of sympathy for the female ghost and was utterly contemptuous of the patriarch. To some extent, the female ghost was a tragic figure. This was the naive thought of the inexperienced Zhao He. Meanwhile, as Zhao He inquired about the ghost story, on the other side his master had already subdued her with ease. The female ghost was formidable, but no match for the master. Yet, even under suppression, her resentment remained undiminished. Her bloodshot eyes still fixed on the patriarch as she kept muttering, "They'll kill you, you deserve to die, it hurts so much." As if even in death and transformed into a spirit, she could not forget the inhuman torment she had suffered. At that moment, a fierce-looking middle-aged woman emerged from the rear courtyard, escorted by a group of servants. This was the matriarch. Perhaps seeing the master subdue the spirit emboldened her to appear. As soon as she appeared, the fierce woman glared at the female ghost with murderous intent. "What a vile slut. Even dead you dare to seek revenge. Today you'll make sure you can't even be a spirit. Taoist, what are you waiting for? Destroy her." Arrogant and commanding, she even tried to order Zhao He and his master around. Zhao He was immediately displeased. Knowing the ghost's ordeal, he already disliked this shrew, and her behavior only deepened his contempt. The moment the female ghost saw the fierce woman, her resentment palpably intensified. Yet the shrew paid no heed, and when Zhao He and his master made no move, she shouted in dissatisfaction, "What are you waiting for? Get on with it. Why haven't you acted yet?" Faced with the arrogant and aggressive woman, Zhao He felt that perhaps the Qian family deserved to perish, and maybe letting the ghost destroy them was the better choice. He couldn't help but sympathize with the female ghost. Just as his master was about to completely annihilate her, Zhao He stepped forward to stop him. "Master." Blocking the ghost, Zhao He caused his master to pause. The master looked at him curiously, and, "Master, this disciple believes the Qian family does not deserve to be saved." Zhao He's reasoning was simple. The Qian family had brought this upon themselves. Hearing this, the master remained composed and said calmly, "You mean to let this evil spirit harm people?" As a cultivator, could he stand by and watch a spirit wreak havoc without intervening? Faced with his master's question, Zhao He hesitated for a moment. But soon his gaze grew resolute again as he addressed his master. "No disciple simply believes that as a cultivator one should vanquish demons and evil. But this time I stand with the spirit, because these people are worse than the evil itself. Some people are not worth saving, they are more wicked than malevolent spirits." Hearing this, the master never expected such words from his disciple, but a smile spread across his face. Earlier on the road, when his disciple had asked him a question, it seemed the answer had now become clear. However, before the master's smile could fully bloom, the female ghost shielded by Zhao He suddenly surged with immense resentment, and a bone-chilling wind swept through the courtyard. The master's expression shifted instantly as he rushed toward Zhao He. Not good. The hall was thick with terrifying resentment, a sign of an impending breakthrough. Perhaps provoked by the appearance of the fierce woman, the female ghost was thoroughly stimulated, directly advancing from a white shirt ghost to a yellow page ghost. Sensing this, the master's first reaction was to protect Zhao He. Given Zhao He's current cultivation level, he was utterly defenseless against a yellow page ghost. In a flash, he appeared before Zhao He. However, at the same moment, the female ghost clawed at them, leaving no time. Without a moment's hesitation, the master pushed Zhao He away, taking the full brunt of the female ghost's strike. A yellow page ghost was equivalent to a core formation cultivator on par with the master's own realm. Although the female ghost had just broken through, the master was severely wounded while saving Zhao He. Yet even so, the female ghost did not relent. She launched a furious assault on the already injured master, and the resentment seeped into his body through his wounds. Only when the master collapsed did the female ghost cease her attack and turn her gaze to the Qian family. Far more terrifying and horrifying than before, under the ghost's stare, the Qian family patriarch and the fierce woman were instantly cowed. The Qian family patriarch, stammering in terror, said, "It has nothing to do with me. I didn't harm you. I never meant for this to happen." The female ghost, however, had no intention of sparing the Qian family. Filled with resentment, she charged straight into their midst. For a time, the entire Qian residence became a living hell. Screams and pleas for mercy rose and fell, accompanied by a thick coppery stench that gradually spread. But all of this was irrelevant to Zhao He. The young man, seeing his master lying in a pool of blood, was already distraught. He approached his master. Seeing the wound, oozing black blood, he didn't know what to do, so he pressed his hand against it, as if trying to slow the flow. Master, how are you? It's all my fault. All of it, he cried out in panic. At this moment, Zhao He regretted everything. If he hadn't stopped the master earlier, the female ghost wouldn't have broken through and the master wouldn't be so gravely injured. But in response to Zhao He's cries, the master didn't even have the strength to reply. Pills. Yes, pills. Almost instinctively, he fumbled for pills and fed them to his master. However, against such severe injuries, even the pills seemed futile. The Qian family was utterly ruined, but Zhao He's eyes were only on his master. He believed he was the one who had caused this. If not for him, his master would not be in such a state. Even when the female ghost, having slaughtered the entire Qian family, returned to stand beside the master and disciple, Zhao, he showed no reaction. Strangely, the female ghost merely glanced at them and left without harming them. The Qian family was massacred, the master was severely wounded, and the female ghost had vanished. By the time the county magistrate of Huqing arrived, everything was over. How did it come to this? He sighed helplessly. On one hand, he arranged for people to handle the Qian family's affairs. On the other, he brought the unconscious master back to the county office and summoned the best physician in Huqing to treat him through the night. As for Zhao, he was like a man who had lost his soul, his mind replaying the moment he had stood in front of the female ghost. It was all his fault. All his fault. If not for him, the master would not have been hurt. He was consumed by self-blame. In the end, the physician's diagnosis was disappointing. The physician simply shook his head, indicating that even he could do nothing. The only reason the master was still clinging to life was his core formation cultivation. Anyone else would have long since grown cold. News of the incident in Huqing quickly reached Wuwei Temple. A day later, Wang Qi arrived with his men. Seeing his father grievously wounded, his eyes reddened, and he quickly fed him the pills he had brought. But his father refused. Lying pale on the sickbed, he said to the hastily arrived Wang Qi, "It's useless." He knew his own condition well. Ordinary pills were of no use against such severe injuries. Wang Qi, his eyes rimmed with red, refused to believe it. "No, it will work. It has to work. Enough. I know my own body. There's no need for this." Compared to the others, the master remained remarkably calm, facing death with equanimity. Looking at the nearly frantic Wang Qi, the master said with a faint smile, "The Wuwei Temple is yours from now on." "No, I only want you to live. I don't want the temple." "Enough. Fate dictates this, why force it? This is perhaps my destiny. Take good care of the temple in the future. And do not blame Zhao He. This is not his fault. Always remember, he is your junior brother." Knowing his end was near, the master gave his final instructions to Wang Qi and then asked him to summon Zhao He. "Go and get Zhao He." Though reluctant, Wang Qi nodded in agreement. Leaving the room, he immediately saw Zhao He sitting dazedly in the courtyard. Rage flared in Wang Qi's eyes. Without a word, he strode over and kicked Zhao He to the ground, shouting angrily, "Of all the things to save, you had to save a demon. Are you satisfied now?" He rained punches and kicks on Zhao He, cursing him all the while. Throughout it all, Zhao He did not resist, letting Wang Qi's fists fall on him. He too regretted it. If given another chance, Zhao He would never have done it. But there is no medicine for regret. For the sake of a demon, you killed our master. Did you think you were some kind of saint? Wang Qi's furious tirade continued unabated. He vented all his hatred upon Zhao He. In his eyes, Zhao He was the culprit responsible for his father's death. It was all because of his pathetic compassion, his foolish kindness, that his father had perished. Zhao He offered no rebuttal to Wang Qi's accusations. Yes, it was all because of him. If not for him, how could the master have come to this? After what seemed like an age, perhaps when his anger was mostly spent, Wang Qi finally stopped his assault. But the hatred in his eyes had not diminished in the slightest. He coldly said to Zhao He, "Get inside. Father wants to see you." Hearing this, Zhao He struggled to his feet and limped into the room. Once Zhao He had entered the room, Wang Qi, alone in the courtyard, finally broke down, sobbing loudly like a helpless child. He hated Zhao He, but more than that, he was consumed by grief. It was supposed to be a simple exorcism. Why had it come to this? Why in just a few short days were he and his father to be separated by death? Hearing Wang Qi's sobs, Zhao He's heart grew heavier with grief. Upon entering the room and seeing his master who was at death's door, Zhao He immediately knelt down. If it were possible, he would rather trade his own life for his master's. In his eyes, all of this was his fault. If someone had to die, it should be him, not his master. Unable to hold back his tears, Zhao He wept bitterly. Seeing him like this, the master smiled, reached out, and said with effort, "Come here." Hearing his master's call, Zhao He quickly went to the bedside. The master gently placed his hand on Zhao He's head, his eyes devoid of any blame, still wearing a gentle smile, as before, and spoke softly. "Don't cry. In life, who can escape death?" But... Zhao He was choked with sobs, and could not utter a single word. After a long while, he finally forced himself to stop crying, gathered his courage, and looked up at his master. "Master, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Evil spirits are evil spirits. There has never been a distinction between good and bad." After this ordeal, Zhao He was filled with hatred for all evil spirits, wishing to exterminate them all. Seeing the resentment in Zhao He's eyes, the master's face showed no trace of joy. He knew that Zhao He was merely blinded by hatred. His true nature was not like this. Unfortunately, he no longer had the time to teach Zhao He anything. Is that really so? Yes. That time will eventually give you the answer. By then you will know what you ultimately. Telling Zhao He too much now would not make much difference. However, the master firmly believed that one day Zhao He would find the true answer rather than being merely blinded by hatred as he was now. After all, his life had only just begun. Unlike himself, Zhao He still had plenty of time to seek, to verify, and to experience. And in this process, the deeply buried knot in his heart would eventually be untied. In his final moments, the master still wore a smile, slowly closing his eyes with Zhao He by his side. After the master's death, everyone naturally brought his body back to Wuwei Temple for burial. From then on, Wang Qi's attitude toward Zhao He became extremely cold, even resentful, as if a nail had been driven deep into his heart, causing the two brothers to become estranged. And Zhao He, consumed by deep self-blame, stubbornly placed all the blame on himself. Even when he was expelled from Wuwei Temple and despised and mocked by its disciples, Zhao He had no complaints. He lived alone in the back mountain for 8 years. Of course, after this incident, Zhao He no longer had any pity for evil spirits, at least not on the surface. Having recounted the events of 8 years ago to Yi Ran, Zhao He drained his cup of wine, his eyes reddening, and looked at Yi Ran. So, brother, ye evil spirits are ultimately evil spirits. There is no doubt about that. This time Yi Ran did not argue. He took a sip of wine and said slowly, "You intend to keep atoning like this forever?" From Zhao He's account, Yi Ran could tell that he had been atoning for these 8 years, and perhaps would continue to do so for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Zhao He replied without hesitation, "This is the punishment I deserve." Zhao He was punishing himself, locking himself within Wuwei Temple, trapped in that night 8 years ago. "I think the master wouldn't want to see you like this." As a friend, Yi Ran naturally hoped Zhao He could truly let go and not remain trapped in the past. But upon hearing this, Zhao He only shook his head, saying nothing. However, it was clear from his expression that he had not taken the words to heart. Indeed, 8 years cannot be resolved in just a few words. But as a friend, Yi Ran would steadfastly stand by Zhao He's side, doing his utmost to help him move on. Perhaps exhausted from speaking so much, or perhaps pained by recalling those memories, Zhao He finished his wine, stood up, and returned to his room alone. Yi Ran did not stop him. After Zhao He had gone, Wu Xie, who was nearby, said sympathetically, "So, master, Zhao had such an experience." The young girl was also saddened by Zhao He's story. From his words alone, it was easy to tell that for these 8 years, Zhao He had lived in torment and self-blame. Before meeting Yi Ran, he probably did not even have anyone to confide in. Wang Qi and the others were also in pain, but at least they had each other. What about Zhao He? He not only had to face the grief of losing his master, but also endure the reproaches of his fellow disciples and his own self-blame, all alone, silently bearing everything by himself. "Little girl, have you done your medicinal bath and body tempering today? Hurry up and take your junior sister with you." Hearing Wu Xie's words, Yi Ran deliberately put on a stern face. The girl said, "Oh," and led Yi Zi back to the room. Zhao He's wooden house had a small courtyard and 2 rooms. Zhao He lived in one while Yi Ran and his 2 apprentices lived in the other. The 2 girls left, and Yi Ran sat alone in the courtyard drinking. That night, he drank quite a lot, sitting there until late before retiring. He did not yet know how to comfort Zhao He or help him move on, but one thing was certain: no matter what, as a friend, Yi Ran would steadfastly stay by Zhao He's side whenever he needed him. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Wu Xie had already prepared breakfast. When Yi Ran got up, Zhao He was already sitting in the courtyard and took the initiative to greet him with a smile. "Brother Yi, brother Zhao, the founder's birthday is still a few days away. You can stay here for a while." The 2 chatted while eating breakfast, both tacitly avoiding the topic of the previous night. Zhao He did not bring it up, and Yi Ran did not mention it either. After breakfast, Zhao He, as usual, began his cultivation, while Yi Ran continued to lounge in the courtyard. He had brought the recliner from the martial arts hall just for this. However, what gave Yi Ran a headache was little Yi Zi's training. Although Wu Xie supervised her, little Yi Zi was clearly not as diligent as Xie. Or rather, little Yi Zi simply could not calm down to cultivate. She could never persist for long without getting distracted, her mind always on other things, or wanting to play. Seeing little Yi Zi's aggrieved expression and strong resistance to cultivation, Yi Ran felt helpless. Could her cultivation speed ever improve in such a state? This deeply worried Yi Ran, her master. Watching Little Leaf pout, her big eyes darting around restlessly as she constantly sought opportunities to slack off and loaf around, Yi Ran felt deeply concerned for her future. Counting the days back, when Xie had broken through to the initial stage of body tempering, she had also reached the minor success stage of body tempering around this time. He wondered if Little Leaf could keep up with Xie's progress. But as things stood, it seemed unlikely. Yi Ran had already checked Little Leaf's cultivation and found no improvement. No wonder. With such an attitude toward cultivation, any progress would be a miracle. Sigh. He let out a helpless sigh. This little one was truly a handful. After a whole morning of cultivation, Yi Ran hadn't seen Little Leaf focus for more than 15 minutes. And every time Yi Ran scolded her, Little Leaf would act innocent and cute-looking pitiful, which instantly defused his anger. Faced with an adorable 7 or 8-year-old girl, what could he do? Often he couldn't even bring himself to say harsh words, let alone impose severe punishment. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. He decided to go back to his room for a nap. Without Yi Ran around, Little Leaf threw caution to the wind and played wildly, completely forgetting about cultivation. She ran around the yard alone, looking here, touching there, and even summoned her playmates, the 3 little zombies, when no one was around to keep her company. Listen up, this place is called Wu-Wei Temple. Master said it's a sect for cultivators who specialize in slaying ghosts. So you have to be careful here and not run around. If those cultivators catch you, they'll definitely kill you. For small figures huddled together in a circle, and Little Leaf spoke mysteriously. Hearing this, the 3 little zombies exchanged puzzled glances. So you know this is a cultivator sect. Then why did you bring us out? Are you hoping we die? For some reason, the 3 little zombies suddenly sensed deep malice from Little Leaf. Wasn't she clearly setting? Even worse, not only had she forcibly summoned them, but now she refused to send them back. Boss, look at the situation. This is a cultivator sect, and you brought out 3 zombies. What are you thinking? Are you really afraid we won't die quickly enough? Facing the resentful gazes of the 3 little zombies, Little Leaf didn't care at all. Playing alone was boring, as she needed friends to have fun. 1 person and 3 zombies were having a grand time in the yard. If Zhao He were around, he might have considered righteous extermination. After lunch, Zhao He left alone, heading somewhere unknown. Just as Little Leaf and the 3 little zombies were playing, without warning, she sensed several zombies breaking through in the nether space. As the owner of the nether soul, Little Leaf could instantly perceive every movement within the nether space. With these zombies' breakthroughs, Little Leaf's cultivation rose accordingly, advancing from the initial stage of body tempering to the minor success stage in an instant. Detecting host disciple breaking through to minor success stage of body tempering, triggering a 5-fold reward. Host cultivation is rising. In the room, the sleeping Yi Ran was jolted awake by the system's prompt. A breakthrough. Little Leaf. Sitting on the bed, he was initially skeptical, but soon as his own cultivation increased, he confirmed that Little Leaf had indeed broken through. Although the system only granted a 5-fold reward this time, failing to push Yi Ran directly to the major success stage of martial origin, it still thrilled him. Not for any other reason, but because the one who broke through was Little Leaf. Has that little one changed her ways, eh? He rushed out of bed and left the room, but instead of the diligent cultivation scene had imagined, he found Little Leaf happily playing with the 3 little zombies. Not cultivating. Frowning, he wondered how she had broken through without training. He strode over to Little Leaf, who, seeing him, knew she had done wrong, and lowered her head, murmuring, "Master, did you just break through?" He didn't scold her immediately, but first asked about her cultivation. Hearing this, Little Leaf didn't hide the truth. "Yes, a few zombies in the nether space broke through, so I did too." "Huh, really?" But then Yi Ran recalled the unique nature of the nether soul. When evil beings in the nether space break through, the host benefits as well. No wonder she'd advanced so easily. So she's another slacker. He hadn't paid much attention to this aspect of the nether soul before, but now it seemed like the perfect soul for lazing around. She didn't need to cultivate herself. Just let the evil beings in the nether space train. Thinking this, Yi Ran's gaze toward Little Leaf grew complicated. This nether soul was truly tailor-made for her. But if even the master was slacking off, wasn't it a bit much for the disciple to do the same? Still, a breakthrough was good. And from the looks of it, with the nether soul's special help, Little Leaf's cultivation speed might not lag behind CS. He never expected things to resolve this way. Yi Ran felt a bit speechless. Alright, but don't slack off in cultivation. And remember, this is Wu-Wei Temple. You can't let them out here. Since the outcome was good, the rest didn't matter. After reminding her not to release the evil beings from the nether space recklessly, Yi Ran turned and left. Obediently, Little Leaf withdrew the 3 little zombies into the nether space. As they returned, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Ran wandered around the yard, but didn't see Zhao He. Asking Xia, he learned that Zhao He had left after lunch. He's probably gone to his master's grave. Quickly guessing Zhao He's whereabouts, Yi Ran didn't dwell on it. After instructing the 2 girls, he hurried out to find Zhao He. "You 2 cultivate well, and don't run around." "Yes, master." Leaving the small yard, Yi Ran recalled seeing a graveyard not far from Zhao He's wooden cabin during his stroll yesterday. It was likely the burial ground for Wu-Wei Temple's ancestors. Since Zhao He's master must be there, Yi Ran headed straight toward the depths of the back mountain. Sure enough, he soon spotted Zhao He standing before a grave, but beside him was another person. He did not recognize the person beside Zhao He, but as he drew closer, Yi Ran overheard their conversation. "You've truly regressed with age, now stooping to befriend a mere martial artist. That's none of your business, is it? It may not be my concern, but bringing him to Wu-Wei Temple and intending to attend the founder's birthday, that becomes my concern. I merely invited them to the founder's birthday, nothing more. Standing beside Zhao He was none other than Wang Qi, the current abbot of Wuwei Temple. A cold smirk curled on his lips, his words dripping with mockery. Zhao He's expression soured, yet he suppressed his anger, enduring it without retaliation. Ever since their master's death, Zhao He had harbored guilt toward Wang Qi, so he tolerated, as much as possible, avoiding conflict. But upon hearing this, Wang Qi sneered contemptuously. Do you think just anyone can attend the founder's birthday of Wuwei Temple? Those are your invitees, but I have never acknowledged them. Wang Qi was deliberately making things difficult for Zhao He, whose face grew even darker. He could yield on other matters, but when it concerned Yi Ran, he refused to back down. Moreover, he had personally invited Yi Ran. If Yi Ran were barred from the founder's birthday, how could he face? Turning to Wang Qi, Zhao He showed an expression of anger for the first time in 8 years. Unfazed, Wang Qi even smirked triumphantly. What angry? It seems that fellow means a lot to you. It was rare to see such an expression on Zhao He's face, revealing Yi Ran's significance in his heart. But before Zhao He could reply, Yi Ran's voice rang out. Brother Zhao. Hearing the voice, Wang Qi turned around, his expression unchanged. He had noticed Yi Ran's arrival earlier, and perhaps those words were also meant for him. Only Zhao He nodded with a grim face. Brother Yi. So you're that little martial artist. Wang Qi sneered at Yi Ran, prompting Zhao He to growl sharply. Wang Qi. Zhao He could endure Wang Qi's taunts, suppression, and revenge. It was what he owed him, but he could not bear any insult to Yi Ran. Before Zhao He could speak, Yi Ran patted his shoulder and smiled at Wang Qi. Indeed, I am that little martial artist. Is there something Taoist? His calm demeanor, unruffled by Wang Qi's attitude, surprised the abbot slightly. But that was all. After all, in the eyes of cultivators, martial artists were no different from ordinary people. Since Yi Ran was Zhao He's friend, Wang Qi naturally bore him no goodwill. The founder's birthday of Wuwei Temple is not open to just anyone. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. You're invited by Zhao He, aren't you? Then he'll make sure you don't attend. At these words, Zhao He nearly erupted in fury, but Yi Ran stopped him again. Zhao He's intervention would be futile, and Yi Ran didn't want him to argue with Wang Qi over this, only to cause him more trouble. Looking at Wang Qi, Yi Ran's smile remained, though it now carried a hint of coldness. Is that so? Then what would qualify one to attend the founder's birthday of Wuwei Temple? Seeing Yi Ran unwilling to give up, Wang Qi chuckled. You wish to attend the founder's birthday? And very well, I'll give you a chance. Choose any disciple of Wuwei Temple. If you can defeat even one, I'll allow you to attend the founder's birthday. How about that? Wang Qi's proposal was purely to humiliate Yi Ran and Zhao He. In his view, Yi Ran was merely a martial artist, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. The disciples of Wuwei Temple, however, had at least reached the initial stage of qi condensation. Defeating a martial artist would be trivial. Thus, while Wang Qi's words seemed to offer an opportunity, they actually sealed Yi Ran's exclusion from the founder's birthday. Of course, Wang Qi was unaware of Yi Ran's true strength. Hearing this, even Zhao He wore a strange. Has this man lost his mind? Pick any disciple. Ridiculous. Let alone a disciple, even Wang Qi himself might not be Yi Ran's match. Alright, no problem. Yi Ran agreed without hesitation, surprised by Wang Qi's proposal. Wang Qi smiled confidently, as if victory was assured. Then tomorrow at Wuwei Temple's training ground. He'll be waiting. With that, Wang Qi turned and left. After he departed, Zhao He hesitated. Brother Yi. Others might not know Yi Ran's power, but Zhao He did. He had no concern for Yi Ran's safety, only that the rift between Yi Ran and Wang Qi might deepen. No matter how Wang Qi treated him over the years, he was still his senior brother, and Zhao He had never harbored hatred toward him. Only guilt. Knowing what Zhao He wanted to say, Yi Ran interrupted gently. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zhao He thought for a moment, said nothing more, and turned his gaze to their master's tombstone. Over the years, whenever he hadn't descended the mountain Zhao, he came here daily to sweep his master's grave, as if it were a form of atonement. Yi Ran stood quietly beside him, not disturbing him. They remained there for about half an hour before Zhao He finally, let's go. They walked in silence until nearing their lodging, when Zhao He suddenly asked, Brother Yi. Moi. Do you think someone like me can still be considered a disciple of Wuwei Temple? Surprised by the question, Yi Ran turned to Zhao He and answered without hesitation. Yes. Zhao He looked deeply at Yi Ran, forced a strained smile, and said nothing more. They returned to the small courtyard one after another. Perhaps due to the encounter with Wang Qi, Zhao He was in low spirits and retreated to his room alone. Meanwhile, Yi Ran made a quiet decision. His gaze fell on Wu Xie, who was still diligently cultivating. Everything would depend on tomorrow. In Yi Ran's eyes, Zhao He had always been a member of Wuwei Temple, and he believed Zhao He's master thought the same. He would prove this to everyone, ensuring that all of Wuwei Temple acknowledged Zhao He's place. Zhao He had locked himself in his room for the entire afternoon, not even coming out for dinner. Master, let me go call Taoist Zhao. After dinner was prepared, Wu Xie wanted to call Zhao He, but Yi Ran stopped. No need. Let him have some quiet time. Just keep his meal warm. Hearing this, the little girl let out an "oh," and the three of them began to eat. After dinner, Wu Xie and Yi Zi started heating water for their medicinal bath, a daily cultivation ritual. However, Yi Zi was clearly reluctant, disliking the uncomfortable sensation of the bath, which felt like countless ants biting her. But under Yi Ran's command, the little girl had no right to refuse. Lying on the courtyard recliner, he could hear the two girls beginning their bath inside. About half an hour later, the system's prompt suddenly chimed, detected, host disciple breaking through to the peak of body tempering realm. Randomly triggered quintuple reward. Host cultivation level is being elevated. Xia has also broken through. A smile spread across Yi Ran's face. Today was truly a day of double blessings. Both disciples had succeeded. Moreover, due to Wu Xie's breakthrough, Yi Ran's cultivation directly advanced from the minor accomplishment of the martial origin realm to its major accomplishment, as smooth as eating or drinking. With his cultivation elevated once more, Yi Ran stretched contentedly. Soon Wu Xie ran out of the room, her hair still wet, but her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she fixed her gaze on him. He knew exactly what the little girl wanted. Every time she broke through, she would immediately seek him out, hoping for his. Reaching out to pat her head, Yi Ran smiled. Well done. Hee, thank you, master. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she nestled contentedly beside him. All right, get some rest. There's much to do tomorrow. Seeing it was getting late, Yi Ran stood up. The next morning, Yi Ran, who rarely rose early, found Zhao He already sitting in the courtyard. Spotting him, Zhao He chuckled. Hard to see you up so early. There's business to attend to, Yi Ran replied with a smile. Zhao He hesitated. Brother Yi today? Zhao He wanted to ask Yi Ran to spare Wang Qi some face, knowing well that Wang Qi was bound to lose face today. Understanding his thoughts, Yi Ran plopped down beside him. Don't worry, I know what to do. Seeing this, Zhao He said no more, though a pang of guilt stirred within him. After all, this was Zhao He's own affair, and Wang Qi had been the one to provoke yesterday. Yet now he was asking Yi Ran to show mercy. Truly a difficult request. Aren't we friends? Yi Ran patted his shoulder, smiling. He didn't mind a bit of loss, especially for a friend's sake. After breakfast, Yi Ran rose and said to Wu Xie and Yi Zi, "Come, your master will take you to witness the talents of Wu Wei Temple today." Really? Great. Though unaware of the details, the two girls were thrilled. Yi Ran nodded with a smile, while Zhao He seemed lost in thought. Soon the four arrived at Wu Wei Temple. Wang Qi must have given prior notice, for a young Taoist approached them, though his tone was cold. "They'll take you to the training ground." Under his lead, they quickly reached the training ground, where Wang Qi was already waiting, flanked by two middle-aged men, likely Zhao He's fellow disciples. Seeing Yi Ran and Zhao He approach, Wang Qi sneered. "Thought you wouldn't show. How could I miss this chance, Taoist? I aim to attend the ancestor's birthday. I'll win first before boasting." Wang Qi didn't believe Yi Ran could prevail, a mere martial artist defeating a cultivator. Absurd. The training ground was sparsely occupied by a few ordinary Wu Wei Temple disciples, with none of the elite present. Their pride would never allow them to spar with a martial artist. "Pick anyone you like. If you win, I'll let you attend the ceremony," Wang Qi said casually. But Yi Ran's reply caught him off guard. Scanning the crowd, Yi Ran spoke calmly. "Since it's a challenge among junior disciples, wouldn't it be unfair for me to fight? I've brought my own disciples. Let them take the stage." "What did you say?" Wang Qi's eyes widened in anger. He wouldn't fight himself, but send his disciples instead. Unaware of Yi Ran's true strength, Wang Qi saw only arrogance. "You as a master have no chance of winning, yet you send your disciples. Is this a joke?" His gaze swept over Wu Xie and Yi Zi. Seeing they were mere children. Yi Zi looked only 7 or 8. His face darkened. "Are you mocking me?" A cold glint flashed in his eyes, but Yi Ran remained composed. "What's the matter? Same rules, if I lose I leave." "Suit yourself." Wang Qi snorted, convinced Yi Ran was using his disciples as a shield to avoid personal humiliation. Seeing no objection, Yi Ran turned to Wu Xie with a smile. "Xie, go ahead. Learn from the Wu Wei Temple disciples." "Yes, master." She nodded, leaped onto the stage, and cupped her hands toward the surrounding disciples. "I await your guidance, senior brothers." She didn't pick a specific opponent, making it clear any disciple present could. The Wu Wei Temple disciples seethed with anger. When had a martial artist become so arrogant? This was a blatant disregard for them. As Wu Xie uttered these words, the faces of the Wu Wei Temple disciples present darkened. It was utterly disrespectful. Though Wu Xie was merely a young girl with striking beauty, that did not excuse her arrogance. "Humph." Wang Qi let out a cold snort. Soon a disciple at the minor achievement stage of qi condensation leaped onto the arena, his expression grim. "Arrogant wretch. Let me teach you a lesson." As the disciple ascended the stage, the surrounding onlookers sneered, already envisioning Wu Xie's defeat. Junior Brother Chun is more than enough. Indeed, a mere martial artist dares to boast. Let Junior Brother Chun humble her properly. Junior Brother Chun held no high rank in Wu Wei Temple, just an ordinary disciple. Yet even so, to the crowd, disciplining a minor martial artist was child's play. Wang Qi shared this belief. Only Zhao He remained impassive. In truth, Wang Qi had overreached. Ordinary martial artists were indeed utterly outmatched by cultivators, easily crushed. But were Yi Ran and his disciples ordinary martial artists? Setting aside Yi Ran himself, even these two pupils were monstrously exceptional. During his time with Yi Ran Zhao, he had witnessed Wu Xia's breakthroughs. Her cultivation speed, across all of Wu Wei Temple, likely had no equal. Had Wang Qi taken them seriously and dispatched elite disciples, victory might have been possible given their youth and shorter training period. But Wang Qi had dismissed Yi Ran and his disciples entirely, sending only ordinary ones. This was pure self-inflicted humiliation. Frankly, none of the Wu Wei Temple disciples present could match Wu Xia, for none had surpassed the Qi condensation stage to reach meridian opening. Zhao He shook his head helplessly, already foreseeing the outcome. No one noticed Zhao He's expression. Under Wang Qi's confident gaze, the duel began. Junior brother Chen struck first. He delivered a contemptuous palm strike, convinced that Wu Xia could not withstand it. Yet to his utter astonishment, she blocked it effortlessly with a single finger. That finger pressed against his palm, and no matter how he struggled, he could not advance an inch. Impossible. Shock flooded his heart as he stared at Wu Xia in disbelief. She smiled. Senior brother, please be more— Damn it. Those words ignited his fury. Was he not serious? She was the one who was clearly off. Could a martial artist truly be this strong? Blocking a cultivator's attack with one finger. Unable to break her defense, he withdrew his hand, now wary of underestimating her. Though he had no idea how she had casually deflected his strike, the girl was undoubtedly peculiar. He produced a talisman, formed hand seals, and with a flicker of his fingers, flames erupted from the talisman, shooting toward Wu Xia. Blazing talisman, go. This was a first-grade offensive talisman, formidable in power. He expected to defeat her in one blow. But as the flames struck before he could celebrate, Wu Xia remained unharmed. Instead, she gathered the flames in her hands. A small fireball formed in her palm. Watching her toy with it like a plaything, not only junior brother Chun, but even Wang Qi was stunned. Impossible. He had used a talisman without holding back. Yet she had neutralized it with such ease as if it cost her nothing. His earlier composure vanished. Under Wang Qi's gaze, Wu Xia gently clenched her fist, and the flames dissipated instantly. Your flames are weak, senior brother. If you have no other tricks, it's my turn. With her crimson flame, martial soul fire could never harm her. Junior brother Chen had walked straight into a trap. With those words, she pushed off the ground, launching herself like a cannonball toward him. So fast. A dark blur flashed by, and before he could even track her movements, a searing pain erupted in his abdomen. Wu Xia had driven her fist into his stomach. His vision went black, and he collapsed unconscious. The duel ended in a single punch. As junior brother Chen's body crumpled on the arena, Yi Ran turned to Wang Qi with a smile. It seems I've won. Hearing this, Wang Qi's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He snorted coldly, saying nothing. He felt as if trapped in a dream. How could she have won? A cultivator against a martial artist. Shouldn't it be a simple crush? Why had they lost, and with a single knockout punch? It defied everything he knew. In all his years, he had never seen such a powerful martial artist. Wang Qi struggled to accept it. Just then Yi Ran's voice rang out again. Taoist Wang, does this mean I may attend the temple's Founders' Day celebration? His face soured further, but he nodded. I am not so petty as to renege. Before so many witnesses, Wang Qi could not go back on his word. He still had his pride. Seeing his nod, Yi Ran smiled faintly and continued. Then I thank you, Taoist Wang. But since we're all in good spirits, why not raise the stakes? Wang Qi had expected Yi Ran to quit while ahead, but instead the man wanted to escalate. He turned, frowning. What do you propose? His mood was already sour from this unexpected defeat, and his tone was icy. Yi Ran, however, remained unperturbed. Simple. Another match. He'll still send this disciple of mine. You may choose any disciple whose cultivation does not exceed the meridian opening stage. How about it? Another match. And he could pick anyone as long as they were below meridian opening. Suspicion flickered in Wang. Are you certain? Could Yi Ran be so arrogant after just one victory, oblivious to reality? Did he not realize that junior disciple Chun, with his minor Qi condensation cultivation, ranked only mid to low among Wu Wei Temple's disciples? Beating him meant nothing. Yi Ran proposed another duel, and a cold glint instantly flashed in Wang Qi's eyes. In his view, Yi Ran was simply ungrateful. Having won by sheer luck, he arrogantly believed a martial artist could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with a cultivator. Brother Yi. Xiao He began to call out, but just as he opened his mouth, Wang Qi's voice rang out. Very well, I the priest accept your challenge. But if you lose, I demand that you and your two disciples remain in Wu Wei Abbey as servants for a year. He was determined to teach Yi Ran a harsh lesson, making him understand the gap between a martial artist and a cultivator. Wang Qi thought to himself. Yi Ran, however, remained utterly indifferent and responded with a faint smile. Agreed. But if you lose, you must publicly acknowledge Zhao He as a member of Wu Wei Abbey and never again obstruct his entry. This was Yi Ran's true intention. This battle was solely for Zhao He. Yiran did not judge the events of 8 years ago whether Zhao He was right or wrong. But now that he was his friend, Yiran would reclaim his rightful identity for him. At these words, the fury in Wang Qi's eyes blazed like an erupting volcano nearly materializing. Yiran's words had struck his most sensitive nerve, and it was no wonder Wang Qi was so enraged. As for Zhao He stood frozen in place, never imagining that Yiran would go to such lengths for his sake. The three fell into silence. Facing the seething Wang Qi, Yiran showed no fear, meeting his gaze with calm, unwavering eyes. Fine. You truly have nerve. I the priest agree. But if you lose, I demand that you and your 2 disciples remain in Wuwei Abbey for life as servants at my beck and call. Do you dare? Agreed. Without a moment's hesitation, Yiran accepted directly. He harbored no worry, for at the same cultivation level, Xie was invincible. At least within the confines of this small Wuwei Abbey, there was no one who could match Xie at the same realm. From Zhao He, Yiran had learned much about Wuwei Abbey. He knew it was no great sect, nothing compared to those ancient schools that had endured for eons. Perhaps in this small corner of the world, Wuwei Abbey wielded considerable power, but if one broadened their horizons, it amounted to little. Moreover, according to Zhao He, those within Wuwei Abbey who possessed special physiques numbered fewer than the fingers on one hand, and all were of the most ordinary kind, far from exceptional. Thus there was no possibility of losing this battle. Seeing Yiran's swift agreement, Wang Qi wasted no words and directly pointed to a disciple among the crowd. "Zheng, could you go?" Called by name, Zheng Ke nodded calmly from the crowd while the other disciples around him spoke with brimming confidence. "Senior brother Zheng, teach her a good lesson. Exactly, show no mercy. Let these martial artists know the might of cultivators." Zheng Ke's cultivation was at the perfected condensed chi stage, only one step away from breaking through to the meridian opening stage. He was undoubtedly the strongest among all the disciples present. Even within the entire younger generation of Wuwei Abbey, Zheng Ke's strength ranked among the top 10. By directly selecting Zheng Ke, Wang Qi made clear his intent to deliver a severe lesson to Yiran and his disciples, ensuring they understood that defeating an ordinary disciple did not mean they could rival a cultivator. Surrounded by the crowd, Zheng Ke slowly ascended the arena stage and stood before Wu Xie. Looking down at her, who was over a head shorter, he seemed devoid of any fierce fighting spirit and spoke indifferently. "Why don't you just surrender? I tend to lose control when I fight, and it wouldn't be good if I hurt you." Truth be told, if the Abbey Master hadn't ordered him up, Zheng Ke would have been reluctant to fight a young girl. But Wu Xie stubbornly shook her head. "No, I can't lose this battle. Otherwise my master will be unhappy and priest Zhao will be disappointed. Besides, you might not be a match for me." Wu Xie's voice was soft and sweet, but the confidence in her words stunned Zheng Ke. He could clearly sense that she was not bluffing, as she genuinely believed from the bottom of her heart that she would not lose. How strange. A girl of 14 or 15 and just a martial artist. Where did she get such confidence? Shaking his head, Zheng Ke said, "Very well." With that, both bowed to each other, fulfilling the formalities. Watching the two about to clash on the arena, Wang Qi's face remained dark and silent, lost in thought. Yiran, as always, was utterly calm, without a ripple of emotion. Only Zhao He wore a complex expression, never expecting Yiran to make such a decision for him. It was impossible not to be moved. Since his master's death 8 years ago, Zhao He's greatest desire had been to earn the forgiveness of his fellow disciples. He had been striving and atoning for it ever since, hoping to make amends for everything he had done. Under the gaze of the three, Zheng Ke launched the first attack, still striking out with a palm. But the force of this palm was far greater than that of junior brother Chen's earlier strike. Spiritual energy coalesced around his palm. Facing Zheng Ke's strike, Wu Xie did not underestimate her opponent and threw a punch directly. As fist and palm collided, the surrounding disciples taunted one another. Daring to meet senior brother Zheng's palm, Hedon. She's asking for death. That girl's arm is probably done for. Who's to blame? She brought it on herself. No one believed Wu Xie could withstand Zheng Ke's palm. But after the fierce clash, Wu Xie not only held her ground, but even forced Zheng Ke back. The disciples, who had been all smiles, fell silent instantly. It had been astonishing enough when she blocked junior brother Chen's palm with a single finger, but they could barely accept that. After all, junior brother Chen lacked cultivation and was not particularly strong, though blocking his attack was not a— But this was senior brother Zheng, ranked among the top 10 young disciples of Wuwei Abbey. Yet she not only blocked him, Hedon, but gained the upper hand, forcing him several steps back. Even Zheng Ke on the arena looked at Wu Xie with completely changed eyes. In that instant, Zheng Ke felt a terrifying force from Wu Xie's fist, which shook his arm so violently that it still trembled uncontrollably. That power even surpassed his own, comparable to a perfected condensed chi stage cultivator. Without a doubt, this young girl's strength was on par with a perfected condensed chi stage cultivator, and she was only stronger than him. But how could a martial artist have cultivated to such a level? Facing the stunned Zheng Ke, Wu Xie smiled slightly. "I told you you might not be able to defeat me. Now it's my turn to attack." In that fierce clash, the final outcome was that Wu Xie gained the upper hand, suppressing Zheng Ku. Faced with such a result, everyone present, including Wang Qi, was astonished. Unbelievable. A martial artist actually suppressed a cultivator at the peak of qi condensation. Was this a dream? But before the crowd could recover from their shock, Wu Xie had already launched an attack. With incredible speed, she appeared before Zheng Ku in a flash. Facing her assault, Zheng Ke's eyes widened. Could a martial artist truly possess such speed? Yet he had no time to dwell on it, for Wu Xie's fist was already hurtling toward him. Having witnessed her strength, Zheng Ku dared not meet this punch head-on. He immediately produced a talisman and activated it. Spirit Wall Talisman, defend. Instantly, a barrier of spiritual energy materialized before him. The Spirit Wall Talisman was a defensive charm. As it activated, Wu Xie's fist struck the spiritual barrier with force. Seeing that he had finally stopped her attack, Zheng Ku breathed a sigh of relief. Had that punch landed, he estimated that even he would have struggled to withstand it. But before he could celebrate, a burst of flames suddenly appeared around Wu Xie's fist. Flames enveloped her hand, and then the spiritual barrier instantly cracked. What? It was breaking, utterly unbelievable. The Spirit Wall Talisman had been shattered by her fist. How was this possible? Under Zheng Ke's gaze, the Spirit Wall Talisman was directly broken by Wu Xie's punch. After activating her blazing flame martial soul, her offensive power had undergone a qualitative leap far beyond what a first-grade talisman like the Spirit Wall Talisman could withstand. Without the protection of the Spirit Wall Talisman, Wu Xie's fist pressed forward relentlessly, striking Zheng Ke's body with force. Under everyone's gaze, Zheng Ku was sent flying backward, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. He had lost, just like that. From the start of the battle, it had taken only 3 moves, and Zheng Ku was decisively defeated. Faced with such an outcome, the many disciples of Wu Wei Temple were all stunned. None could believe what they had witnessed. If someone had said before that a martial artist could defeat a cultivator, they would have scoffed. But now, watching Zheng Ke's defeat, everyone found it incredible, yet had to accept reality. Even Wang Qi's eyes were filled with surprise. The earlier Qin disciple could be dismissed, but he knew Zheng Ke's strength. Yet now he too had been cleanly defeated. His gaze locked onto Wu Xie on the arena, then shifted to Yi Ran. He noticed Yi Ran looking back at him with a calm expression. Wang Qi couldn't fathom how a martial artist could possess such formidable strength. Even a cultivator at the peak of qi condensation was no match. And if a disciple like Wu Xie was this powerful, what of her master Yi Ran? His mind churned with thoughts, but Yi Ran spoke up. Taoist Wang, can we now fulfill our agreement? Yi Ran had never worried about the outcome of the battle. As he had thought from the start, Wu Xie was invincible at the same cultivation level. Perhaps there were truly prodigious cultivators who could fight on equal terms with Wu Xie, but such a person would never appear in Wu Wei Temple. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Wang Qi's face darkened instantly, and his gaze toward Zhao He grew complicated. Without urging him, after about a dozen breaths, Wang Qi finally spoke. I will no longer prevent junior brother Zhao from entering Wu Wei Temple. With that, without waiting for Yi Ran's reply, he turned and left, unable to bear staying any longer. Watching Wang Qi's retreating figure, Yi Ran smiled faintly, while Zhao He beside him looked conflicted. What had Wang Qi just called him? Junior brother Zhao. For 8 years this was the first time Wang Qi had addressed him thus. It was a fulfillment of the agreement, with Yi Ran acknowledging Zhao He as his junior brother. Let's go, Yi Ran said to Wu Xie and Little Leaf, who had returned to his side from the arena. Then the group of 4 left Wu Wei Temple. But this time, as they watched Yi Ran and his companions depart, the expressions of the many Wu Wei Temple disciples had changed. Gone were the disdain and contempt. Only shock and confusion remained. Outside Wu Wei Temple, on the way back to the wooden cabin, Zhao He, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Brother Yi, you didn't have to do this. Knowing that Yi Ran had done all this for him, Zhao He was grateful, but he truly didn't want Yi Ran to get involved. This was his own fault, and the consequences should be borne by him alone. It had nothing to do with Yi Ran. Hearing this, Yi Ran turned to Zhao He with a smile. Brother Zhao, are we friends? Yes. Then that's enough. As a friend, it's only natural for me to do so. Looking at the smile on Yi Ran's face, Zhao He was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Wu Xie also spoke. Taoist Zhao, my master is right. And I contributed today too. Feeling the deep concern from both Yi Ran and Wu Xie, Zhao He couldn't help but smile. For 8 years this seemed like the first time he had felt cared for. The heart he had sealed away because of that incident seemed to be gradually opening a crack. Reflecting on everything that had happened since meeting Yi Ran, though the time was short, Zhao He felt as if it were all destined. They were fated to meet and become friends, and reality had proven that. After a long silence, Zhao He finally whispered, "Thank you." Yi Ran smiled and patted Zhao He on the shoulder without saying much, stepping into the courtyard. The 2 sparring matches made the many disciples of Wu Wei Temple dare not underestimate Yi Ran and his apprentice. Still, many wondered why Wu Xie was so powerful. Inside Wu Wei Temple, Wang Qi sat opposite a junior brother. The junior brother asked curiously, "Senior brother, why does a martial artist possess such strength?" "I don't know. What do we do now? Just let it go." Hearing this, Wang Qi looked at the junior brother, knowing he was referring to Zhao He. Thinking of Zhao He, Wang Qi felt a mix of emotions. After a long silence, he finally said, "We lost, so there's nothing more to say. From now on, no one shall prevent Zhao He from entering or leaving Wuwei Temple." Wang Qi had no intention of reneging, whether out of respect for the bet or for some other reason. As his words fell, Wang Qi's eyes flickered, and he sighed inwardly. 8 years had passed without him realizing it. How time flew. Reflecting on the past 8 years, Wang Qi himself could not help but sigh with emotion. He asked himself honestly. 8 years ago, he had indeed loathed Zhao He to the core. For Zhao He had caused his father's death. Though his father had never blamed Zhao He at that time, Wang Qi truly detested him. Yet as time passed, the hatred in his heart had unknowingly faded considerably. After all, beyond the animosity, there were countless other memories shared between him and Zhao He. They had grown up together, cultivated together, frolicked together, and spoken of their dreams for the future. These recollections surfaced in Wang Qi's mind from time to time. At some point, Wang Qi found that he no longer harbored much hatred toward Zhao He. As his father had said, regardless of everything, they were still fellow disciples. Yet although the hatred had dissipated, a thorn remained lodged in his heart, impossible to remove. This was why after 8 long years, Wang Qi still could not bring himself to fully accept Zhao He again. In his solitary moments, Wang Qi often wondered, if it had been he who followed their father down the mountain back, then would the outcome have been different? Perhaps it would have, but who could say for certain? At that time, they were nothing more than greenhorns who had just stepped into the world. Moreover, over these 8 years, Zhao He had done more than enough. Every single act was an attempt at atonement. Sometimes watching Zhao He walk alone, Wang Qi could not help but feel a pang of pity. But now at last Zhao He had found someone who truly cared for him. Thinking of Yi Ran, Wang Qi's lips curled into an involuntary smile as he murmured softly, "You've finally found a friend of your own." His voice was low, yet the junior disciple nearby heard it clearly. With a faint smile, the disciple quietly took. In the following days, Yi Ran's life passed peacefully. Notably, Little Leaf had broken through again yesterday, now reaching the minor accomplishment stage of body refinement. It was clear that this little one was a natural slacker, half-hearted in her daily cultivation. Yet her breakthrough speed was in no way inferior to Shiyu's. Such was the peculiarity of the netherworld martial soul. This time, however, Little Leaf's breakthrough did not lead to Yi Ran's own advancement. Lately it seemed luck was not on his side. The random multipliers were mostly negligible, much to Yi Ran's exasperation. Several days slipped by, and one morning Yi Ran was roused early by Zhao He. Today marked the birth anniversary of Wuwei Temple's founding patriarch. After breakfast, the group of 4 headed directly to Wuwei Temple. This time no one barred Zhao He's way. Though the few disciples at the temple entrance remained aloof, they neither taunted nor obstructed him. They proceeded to the main hall where a statue of the temple's patriarch was enshrined. By the time Zhao He, Yi Ran, and the others arrived, the hall was already crowded. Most of those present were cultivators like Master Yuan Bei. In Danyang Prefecture, Wuwei Temple held considerable prestige, and the patriarch's birth anniversary was a grand event drawing many attendees. Yi Ran and his disciples stood out as an oddity among the crowd, for the trio were martial artists. Yet with Zhao He by their side, no one raised any objection. One by one people came forward to greet Zhao He, while Yi Ran was utterly ignored. The majority of these cultivators were haughty and disdainful. It was unthinkable for them to initiate a greeting with a mere martial artist. In fact, if not for Zhao He's sake, they likely would not have allowed Yi Ran to set foot through the door. "Brother Yi, it's fine. I don't mind." Fearing Yi Ran might overthink, Zhao He sought to reassure him, but Yi Ran remained utterly indifferent. They were all strangers. Why bother with their opinions? Moreover, if Yi Ran wished, he could simply mention the sparring match from a few days ago, which would surely leave these cultivators dumbfounded. But what would be the point? Cushions had been arranged in the hall beforehand with the seats for Wang Qi and the other Wuwei Temple masters at the very. Yet Zhao He did not walk toward that area, for he knew well that his place there was long gone. Leading Yi Ran, he deliberately moved toward the back of the crowd. However, to Zhao He's surprise, after only a few steps, a Wuwei Temple priest approached him with a peculiar expression. "Uncle Zhao, the temple master summons you." The priest seemed somewhat uncomfortable uttering the title Uncle Zhao, but Yi Ran, observing this, broke into a smile. Clearly the young priest had not chosen this address voluntarily. Someone must have instructed him to do so. As for Zhao He stood frozen on the spot, momentarily lost in thought. It was not until the young priest spoke again that Zhao He snapped back to reality. "And Brother Yi, rest assured, uncle. The temple master has already arranged seats for Master Yi and his disciples." Reassured that Yi Ran and his disciples were settled, Zhao He finally made his way toward the seat beside Wang Qi at the front. After Zhao He departed, the young priest led Yi Ran and his 2 disciples to the cushions prepared for them. Their seats were relatively forward, and as luck would have it, they were placed right next to Yuan Bei. Master Yuan Bei, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them at the sound. Seeing Yi Ran and his disciples, his expression instantly stiffened. Twitching his mouth, he forced an unnatural smile and said, "Benefactor Yi." So even here he could not avoid them. Glancing around and finding no trace of Zhao He, Yuan Bei breathed a quiet sigh of relief. As long as those two brothers were not together, dealing with Yi Ran alone should be manageable, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Zhao He had already reached Wang Qi's side. Perhaps due to 8 years of estrangement, Zhao He found himself at a loss for words, merely staring blankly at. Seeing Zhao He like this, Wang Qi's expression also grew somewhat awkward, yet he forced a stern tone as he pointed to a cushion beside him and said, "What are you standing there for? Have you forgotten all decorum? The hour is near. Take your seat." Hearing this, Zhao He noticed that this time 5 cushions had been placed at the front, whereas previously there had always been only 4. Among their generation, there were 5 senior brothers in total. Zhao He's seat had never been among them before, but this time things were different. Gazing at the empty cushion, Zhao He's heart swelled with complex emotions. Aside from Wang Qi, the other 3 senior brothers paid him no heed, sitting with their eyes closed in silence. Yet upon closer inspection, one could detect faint, almost imperceptible smiles tugging at the corners of their lips. Urged on by Wang Qi's stern glare, Zhao He finally settled onto his own cushion, forcing himself to compose his mind as he awaited the commencement of the patriarch's birth anniversary ceremony. Gazing at the royal banner before the grand hall, Zhao He and his 4 fellow disciples sat upright, a flicker of confusion evident on many faces. After all, the incident involving the former master of Wuwei Temple 8 years ago had caused quite a stir in Donyang Prefecture, and as cultivators present, nearly everyone had heard of it. They also knew that since that event, Wang Qi had harbored deep animosity toward Zhao He, to the point where he had nearly expelled him from Wuwei Temple. Yet now Zhao He was seated right beside Wang Qi, a stark contrast to the rumors outside. Even Yuan Bei cast a puzzled glance at Yi Ran, who merely smiled without offering any explanation. Though curiosity lingered in their hearts, no one dared to voice it, for this was an internal matter of Wuwei Temple, and as outsiders they had no right to interfere. The founder's birth anniversary of Wuwei Temple followed a set ritual, both intricate and straightforward in its own way. Yi Ran naturally found little interest in these proceedings, not even paying attention to what Wang Qi and the other. Everything proceeded smoothly until the moment they began to pay homage to the founder's statue, when a sudden change occurred. The day had been serene with a warm sun hanging in the sky. Yet without warning, in an instant a patch of dark clouds materialized out of nowhere in the otherwise cloud. The dark clouds blotted out the sun shrouding the heavens, and in the blink of an eye daylight turned into a semblance. Such a drastic shift naturally drew everyone's attention, and from within the dark clouds they all sensed an aura of malevolent spirits. What fiend dares to cause trouble at Wuwei Temple? Wang Qi was the first to roar in anger, leaping out of the hall and fixing a cold glare upon the dark clouds above. Today was the founder's birth anniversary of Wuwei Temple, and these malevolent spirits dared to show themselves so blatantly. Not only Wang Qi, but Zhao He and the other 3 disciples followed closely, arriving by Wang Qi's side, with murderous intent blazing in their eyes. Under everyone's gaze, eerie cries and laughter echoed from within the dark clouds, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. These malevolent spirits grow bolder by the day. Faced with such a sight, even the other cultivators present wore icy expressions. After all, Wuwei Temple was a sect of cultivators, a place that should have been forbidden ground for malevolent spirits. In the past, these fiends dared not even approach, let alone appear so openly. Yi Ran, who had also left the hall with the crowd, stared at the dark clouds in the sky, a strange glimmer flashing. To manifest in broad daylight with such a grand display clearly indicated that these malevolent spirits had come prepared. What then was their objective? Were they declaring war on Wuwei Temple? It was unmistakably a posture of battle. Meanwhile, within the temple, disciples gathered from all corners to the front of the hall. Each one held a long sword, their faces filled with murderous intent as they stared at the dark clouds above. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the countless malevolent spirits within the clouds finally revealed themselves. Within the sky-covering dark clouds, countless ghostly figures stood densely packed, their numbers likely reaching several thousand. Despite nearly everyone present being a cultivator, the sight was enough to make their scalps tingle. Do these fiends intend to annihilate Wuwei Temple? Someone couldn't help but murmur. Such a massive gathering of malevolent spirits was surely more than just a bluff. Even Wang Qi and Zhao He furrowed their brows. History had seen precedents of malevolent spirits wiping out entire cultivator sects. Some powerful ghost kings and corpse kings possessed intellect no less than that of humans, naturally amassing a large following of malevolent spirits. Faced with such ghost kings and corpse kings, cultivators were generally reluctant to provoke them, for a single misstep could escalate into a full-scale war between two forces. Typically, such malevolent spirits no longer feared cultivators. In fact, when necessary, they would take the initiative to attack cultivator sects, as was happening now. All signs pointed to these malevolent spirits being well prepared. Under the crowd's gaze, three ghostly figures emerged from the dark clouds. Leading them was a beautiful woman, but her eyes were pitch black with no whites and her skin was marked with blood red. These blood-red cracks made her otherwise stunning face appear eerily sinister. Behind the beautiful woman followed two female ghosts in white dresses, both shrouded in black mist, their heads bowed in silence. The moment the beautiful woman appeared, everyone present darkened their expressions, and someone involuntarily muttered to themselves, "Black Shadow." This beautiful woman was clearly a malevolent spirit of the Black Shadow rank. The hierarchy of vengeful spirits began with gray heart ghosts, followed by white shirt ghosts, yellow page ghosts, and black shadows, each level corresponding to a major realm of cultivators. Gray heart ghosts were comparable to chi condensation cultivators, white shirt ghosts to meridian opening cultivators, yellow page ghosts to core formation cultivators, and black shadows to purple mansion grand cultivators. At this level, malevolent spirits were no ordinary fiends, their intellect rivaled that of humans, and their strength was terrifyingly formidable. No one had expected a black shadow to descend upon Wuwei Temple. In an instant, many began to harbor. They were well aware that Wuwei Temple lacked the means to deal with a black shadow. The temple's strongest Wang Qi was merely at the minor achievement level of core formation. Throughout Wuwei Temple, there was no purple mansion grand cultivator stationed. Thus, a black shadow-level malevolent spirit was fully capable of destroying the entire sect. The leading black shadow was already beyond their ability to handle, and the two female ghosts following it were both at the yellow page ghost level equivalent to core formation cultivators. Moreover, the sky was filled with countless ghostly figures of varying strength, some gray heart ghosts, some white shirt ghosts, but their sheer numbers made them no easy foe. Faced with such a situation, many could only think one thing: Wuwei Temple was doomed today. Regardless of what others thought, Zhao He's gaze was fixed intently on the three malevolent spirits in the sky. More precisely, he stared at the female ghost on the left behind the beautiful woman. His eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent had reached an unbearable intensity, and his expression twisted with rage as he gritted his teeth. It's her. Hearing Zhao He's words, Wang Qi and the other disciples exchanged puzzled glances. What had come over Zhao He? His killing intent was so overwhelming. Zhao He's sudden change was inexplicable. At the same time, the countless evil spirits above the sky, led by the shadowy female ghost at the forefront, slowly descended. In an instant, the area outside the main hall of Wuwei Temple was filled with evil spirits as far as the eye could see. Witnessing this up close, everyone present was even more stunned, for the sheer number of these malevolent entities was overwhelming. Just then, the ring of a sword broke the silence. Zhao He held a long sword, its blade having been drawn from its sheath at some unknown moment. Junior brother Zhao Yu, Wang Qi asked, puzzled as he looked at Zhao He. 8 years ago it was her. She killed our master. Zhao He said, his voice icy cold, his gaze fixed behind a shadowy female ghost. Hearing this, Wang Qi was taken aback, and his gaze also turned to the female ghost. Meanwhile, the shadowy female ghost, having heard their exchange, revealed a faint smile and asked the ghost behind her, "What, you know them?" "Yes, master, I met them 8 years ago." "How interesting." Murmuring with a smile, the shadowy female ghost named Juexin now regarded Zhao He and Wang Qi with keen interest. "The ones who slipped through the net 8 years ago. No matter, today you will soon join that old man." At these words, Zhao He could no longer contain his murderous intent. With a furious roar, he charged forward. For the past 8 years, Zhao He had tirelessly searched for any trace of this evil spirit. Yet since that night 8 years ago, it had vanished as if from the face of the earth. Despite all his efforts, there was not a single clue. Having dreamed countless times of avenging his master, now that he had finally found the spirit, Zhao He's killing intent erupted completely. As Zhao He charged at her, Juexin showed no intention of fighting. Her smile remained. Just as he reached her, the evil spirit behind her intervened, blocking his path. Junior brother. Seeing Zhao He attack, Wang Qi immediately moved to assist, only to be intercepted by another yellow page ghost behind Juexin. Unable to aid Zhao He, Juexin spoke calmly. "Attack. Leave no one alive." At her command, the horde of evil spirits surged forward, and a great battle erupted. The many cultivators present facing the onslaught were not about to surrender without a fight. Each one fought with all their might. After Yi Ran felled a gray heart ghost with a single punch, he cautioned Wu Xia and Yi Zi, "Be careful." Then he immediately charged toward Zhao He. It was clear that Zhao He was already at a disadvantage, being only at the peak of the meridian opening stage, a lower realm than the yellow page ghost. If this continued, Zhao He would likely lose. Fighting his way through, Yi Ran was unstoppable. Ordinary gray heart ghosts fell to a single punch. Even the stronger white shirt ghosts could barely withstand his blow. If hit, they were either killed or severely wounded. At this moment, Yi Ran held nothing back. But just as he was about to reach Zhao He, a terrifying wave of ghostly energy suddenly struck. Like a blade, it slashed viciously at Yi Ran's neck. A chill ran down his spine. In the nick of time, he twisted his body, barely dodging the attack. The ghostly energy grazed past him and struck the hall behind. A pillar was instantly severed, raining down countless tiles and stone blocks, raising a cloud of dust. Quick reflexes. Yiran frowned as he looked at Jueshin, who had appeared before him without warning. The danger she posed was palpable. Jueshin was clearly curious about Yiran. She had noticed him earlier and realized he was not a cultivator. He used no spiritual energy, only the raw power of his physical body. Yet this physical strength defied all logic. In all her years of existence, Jueshin had never seen anyone with such bodily power. This was why she intervened personally. They have old grievances. Your interference is rather rude. She looked at Yiran with a half-smile, and as the smile graced her face, it lent her an eerie, unsettled. Yiran remained silent. This was the most powerful evil spirit he had encountered since his arrival. Compared to Jueshin, the previous spirits were nothing. There was simply no comparison. He calculated his chances of victory, while covertly assessing Zhao He's situation. As he suspected, Zhao He was in dire straits, completely suppressed by the yellow page ghost. Though Zhao He fought with fury, the gap in strength could not be bridged by rage alone. He was outmatched plain. During the battle, the yellow page ghost finally revealed its true form, unchanged from 8 years ago, long hair obscuring its face. In a blur, Zhao He was transported back to that night. Seeing Zhao He on the verge of madness, the yellow page ghost taunted as it fought. Do you know why I didn't kill you 8 years ago? Because living is worse than dying for you. You caused your master's death. You gave me the opportunity. If not for you, I would have been destroyed 8 years ago. In fact, I should thank you. If you hadn't shielded me, I wouldn't have had the chance to gravely wound that old man. With each word, Zhao He's guilt swelled infinitely. Yes, if not for himself, his master with his power could have defeated the evil spirit even after its breakthrough. It was to save him that his master was severely injured and died. He had killed his master. He had. On the brink of collapse, the yellow page ghost let out a hoarse, grating laugh at Zhao He's state. But just as it thought his mind was about to shatter, Zhao He's aura suddenly surged. In an instant, he broke through the meridian opening stage and reached the initial level of the core formation stage. I killed master. I killed master. Kill. He raised his head, his eyes blood red with bloody tears streaming from the corners. Even the yellow page ghost was taken aback. At this moment, Zhao He seemed more like an evil spirit than the spirits themselves. Junior brother, stop. Do you want to die? Wang Qi shouted from nearby, trying to stop him. The moment Zhao He's cultivation broke through, Wang Qi realized what the fool was doing. How profound an obsession of 8 years could be was perhaps beyond ordinary comprehension. Moreover, with the murderer standing right before him, it utterly detonated something deeply buried within Zhao He's heart. Thus, Zhao He's state was evidently wrong. Seeing his cultivation surge abruptly breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, Wang Qi's eyes brimmed with deep concern. He could naturally discern that this was not a genuine breakthrough, but the use of a secret technique. Their master had once taught them a forbidden art named soul combustion. Legend had it that their master acquired it by chance during his travels in youth. Its power was formidable, capable of unleashing strength far beyond one's own in a short span. Yet the backlash of soul combustion was equally severe, for executing it came at the cost of burning one's own soul to forcibly elevate one's power. During its use, one not only endured the agony of a scorching soul, but also suffered irreversible injuries or even direct death afterward due to the soul's consumption. It was for this reason that their master had sternly warned them when teaching the technique: this method is only to be used as a last resort for survival. Never employ it recklessly. This was the life-saving trump card their master had bestowed upon them. Yet now Zhao He activated it without a moment's hesitation. And because of soul combustion, his cultivation directly ascended from the meridian forging peak to the threshold of foundation establishment. And because of soul combustion, his cultivation directly ascended from the meridian forging peak to the threshold of foundation establishment. Unable to break free, Wang Qi could only fret inwardly. Even if Zhao He ultimately prevailed, he might not survive the ordeal. Ignoring Wang Qi's enraged shouts, Zhao He was consumed by a single thought: to slay the yellow page ghost before him and avenge their master. With a low cry, Zhao He unleashed his attack, holding nothing back. Wu Wei Wuxin Haoran Tindi Qingshu sword. A single sword thrust sent a flash of light streaking toward the ghost's brow. Faced with Zhao He's assault, the yellow page ghost shed its earlier nonchalance. Once able to easily suppress him, it now sensed a lethal threat in Zhao He's strikes. Daring not to underestimate him, it lashed out with a claw of blood-red imprint, clashing violently against the sword's edge. Spiritual energy and ghostly qi raged wildly. In that heating collision, Zhao He showed no sign. Even with the secret technique forcibly elevating his cultivation to foundation establishment entry level, his realm still fell short of the yellow page ghosts. Yet despite the lower cultivation level, Zhao He displayed no disadvantage. His combat prowess was astonishing. As his attack was parried, Zhao He paused not a moment. His long sword lashed out repeatedly, engulfing the ghost in a storm of sword shadows. Under the relentless barrage, the ghost shrouded itself in dense ghostly chi. Yet even so, it found itself oppressed and struggling. Damn it. This man was utterly mad, fixated solely on offense with no thought of defense. He ignored the ghost's counterattacks, even actively seeking to trade wounds, all to slay it. This made the ghost deeply uneasy, for it dared not exchange injuries with Zhao He. As a malevolent spirit, it too feared death, or rather annihilation. Zhao He, however, was already resigned to death. As long as he could avenge his master by killing this ghost, he feared nothing, not even his own demise. Under these circumstances, the ghost naturally avoided direct confrontation. Many times it had opportunities to wound Zhao He, but ultimately abandoned them to defend against his attacks. His eyes grew increasingly bloodshot. Perhaps from the pain of soul combustion, his face twisted into a grimace, yet his assault only intensified. Gradually the tide turned. Now Zhao He suppressed the ghost. Damn it. Let's see how long you can last. Having abandoned any notion of a desperate fight, the ghost now aimed only to stall until the soul combustion faded. Then Zhao He would be a lamb for slaughter. Or perhaps the technique itself would claim his life without the ghost lifting. With this in mind, the ghost ceased counterattacks and focused entirely on defense, dodging whenever possible and only blocking when unavoidable. Because the ghost chose to evade Zhao, he seemed to dominate the field. Yet Wang Qi and Yi Ran found no joy in this. Both knew Zhao He was fighting at the cost of his life. Though he appeared to have the upper hand, he had not truly gravely wounded the ghost. As time passed, the situation would only worsen for Zhao He. The backlash of soul combustion was too severe, he could not sustain it long. Reluctant to continue his own fight, Wang Qi repeatedly sought chances to aid Zhao He, but was blocked each time by the other yellow page ghost. Furious, yet helpless, Yi Ran fared no better, pinned down by Zhu Xin with no chance to break free. As a shadow-level fiend, Zhu Xin's power far surpassed that of the other evil spirits present. She treated Yi Ran more like a curious novelty, showing little intent to kill, merely intrigued by him. Especially after a few exchanges, her curiosity deepened. Gazing at Yi Ran, who wielded the dragon pattern blade, she spoke with a smirk. You are unique. I have never seen anyone like you. You must be a martial artist, right? Logically, no matter how a martial artist trains, they cannot surpass ordinary humans, let alone compare to cultivators. Yet your strength rivals that of a foundation establishment cultivator. And the blood energy within you is so dense to an unprecedented degree. Such rich vitality tempts even me. It must be delicious. Human blood energy was an irresistible lure for evil spirits. They killed humans to consume it. In their eyes, human blood energy was the world's greatest delicacy. And Yi Ran was undoubtedly the finest of all. For who else could match his vitality? Greed gleamed in Zhu Xin's eyes as she licked her lips, barely restraining herself from tasting Yi Ran. The flavor would surely be unprecedented. Zhu Xin's eerie black eyes remained fixed on Yi Ran, as if gazing upon a rare treasure, yearning to claim him as his own. Indeed, in Zhu Xin's heart, he had already regarded Yi Ran as his exclusive possession. How wonderful it would be to capture him and bring him back. Such abundant blood essence would surely sustain him for a long time. Faced with Zhu Xin's perverse gaze, Yi Ran showed little change in expression. He simply lamented his ill fortune. Having finally come to Wuwei Temple, why must he encounter such trouble? A shadow-level evil spirit was indeed difficult to handle. Yet with no other recourse, he could only fight. With that thought, Yi Ran initiated his assault, charging toward Zhu Xin with lightning speed, the dragon pattern blade in his hand slashing downward. Impressive, your strength rivals that of a cultivator at the perfected golden core stage, Zhu Xin remarked, sidestepping the blade with a smile of admiration. Yi Ran increasingly astonished Zhu Xin. Despite being only at the great accomplishment of the martial origin realm, his combat prowess matched that of a perfected golden core cultivator. Yi Ran offered no reply. Truth be told, Yi Ran feared not a direct clash with Zhu Xin. Possessing the indestructible martial soul, he was unafraid of injury or exhaustion. In a heating confrontation, even against a shadow-level evil spirit, Zhu Xin might not gain any advantage. Yet, Zhu Xin refused to engage directly, perhaps seeking to toy with him. The more this happened, the more helpless Yi Ran felt. In terms of speed, he was indeed no match for Zhu Xin. If only the system could grant him a movement technique, but dwelling on it was futile. As Yi Ran and Zhu Xin clashed, it was clear across the battlefield that the human side was at a disadvantage. Their numbers were less than a tenth of the evil spirits. Wuwei Temple had barely over 100 disciples, and with the cultivators attending the ancestor's birthday, the total did not exceed 300. In contrast, the evil spirits numbered in the thousands. Although the humans boasted many meridian opening and even golden core cultivators, the evil spirits included white shirt ghosts and yellow page ghosts. Not long after the battle began, many were severely injured or slain by the evil spirits. The low cultivation disciples struggled to endure. This can't go on, one of Yuanbai's junior brothers said grimly, surrounded by evil spirits as they fought side by side. Yuan Bei had no solution for this dire situation. Other cultivators fared no better. Some had already begun to contemplate retreat. Given the circumstances, Wu Wei Temple seemed doomed. They had only come for the ancestor's birthday. Why should they? Thus many cultivators attempted to break through the encirclement, but facing such a horde escape was no simple. Damn it, someone cursed under their breath. Everyone fought desperately for survival. Just then a pillar of fire erupted on the left side of the main hall. The blaze instantly consumed over a dozen evil spirits, drawing widespread attention. This is, following the flames, they expected to see a powerful cultivator's technique, but instead found a 14 or 15-year-old girl engulfed in fire. Those two martial artists. The cause was Wu Xie, who had unleashed her crimson flame martial soul against the swarm of evil spirits. The raging flames kept the evil spirits at bay. Earlier in the hall, many cultivators had dismissed Yi Ran and his disciple, but now Wu Xie had astonished them all. Many were shocked. How could a mere teenage martial artist wield such power? A martial artist? Since when do martial artists possess such strength? Before the shock subsided, a white shirt ghost lunged at Wu Xie. With only a perfected body refining realm cultivation, Wu Xie's fate against a white shirt ghost seemed sealed. Alas! Some sighed in resignation, believing the young martial artist was doomed. Though she can control flames, facing a white shirt ghost leaves her little chance. Despite their pity, no one stepped forward to help. In such chaos, who would risk their own safety for a stranger? No one favored Wu Xie, but reality soon stunned them again. Facing a white shirt ghost's attack, Wu Xie did not dodge. Instead, she brandished the short blade bestowed by Yi Ran and struck at the ghost. The blade wreathed in flames cut down. Though the white shirt ghost reacted and blocked, the result was jaw-dropping. Wu Xie forced the white shirt ghost back with a single blow. The flames on the blade clung stubbornly to the ghost's right hand like relentless maggots. The fire blazed uncontrollably, refusing to be extinguished or shaken off. Intense pain drove the white shirt ghost to roar in agony. But it was met with Wu Xie's relentless assault. The girl's eyes were red, clearly terrified by the scene. Yet she knew that fear could not paralyze her, otherwise the evil spirits would tear her apart. From the battle's start, she had suppressed her terror and fought on. Now facing the white shirt ghost, she swung wildly, without technique, sobbing as she did so. "He'll kill you, kill you, kill you." To many cultivators, her fighting resembled a child's brawl. Yet remarkably, the white shirt ghost was eventually slain by her blade, or more accurately burned to death. Watching the ghost reduced to ashes, those who had been observing stood frozen in disbelief. Could this be? Dead like that? Was this the legendary wild punches beat the old master? Many cultivators were shaken. Where had this monstrous child come from? Watching Wu Xie hack wildly with her blade, setting a white-clothed ghost ablaze to death, many of the surrounding cultivators lost their composure, especially the disciples of the Wu Wei Temple. Wu Xie, who appeared much younger than them, possessed such formidable strength. Many disciples felt an inexplicable pang of shame. They themselves barely survived encounters with mere gray-clothed ghosts, yet she charged in, slashing wildly, and managed to slay a white-clothed ghost. All these years of cultivation seemed to have gone to waste. Paying no heed to the stares around her, Wu Xie did not relax in the slightest after killing this white-clothed ghost. After all, it was just a single white-clothed ghost which changed nothing. Immediately, several more evil spirits charged over. Wu Xie's nerves were taut, not daring to slack off, while little Yi Zi behind her shouted excitedly, "Senior sister is amazing." The little one likely hadn't felt fear, yet having grown up living with zombies, she harbored no dread toward evil spirits. Moreover, following Yi Ran's prior instructions, the little one did not use her nether soul. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Ran was reluctant to expose the secret of the nether soul, lest it invite trouble. Seeing Yi Zi's carefree demeanor, Wu Xie felt a hint of helplessness, but could only do her utmost to protect this junior sister. Flames encircled the two sisters, especially little Yi Zi, who was shielded without a gap. On the other side, Yi Ran, locked in fierce combat with Zhu Xian, had been keeping an eye on his two disciples' battle. Seeing Wu Xie slay a white-clothed ghost, Yi Ran shook his head helplessly. Not that her performance was poor, rather the girl hadn't used any martial techniques at all. It was pure chaotic slashing. If not for the power of her crimson flame soul, killing that white-clothed ghost would have been no easy feat. Shi Yue used the blazing blade art. Watching Wu Xie's unrefined attacks, Yi Ran couldn't help but shout. After some training, Wu Xie's blazing blade art had already entered the threshold, even approaching the minor accomplishment. However, perhaps due to tension, the girl had even forgotten to use her martial techniques. Hearing her master's voice, Wu Xie finally remembered to employ the blazing blade art. Oh! Nodding dazedly, Wu Xie's attack style instantly shifted, her power greatly enhanced compared to. Seeing the girl finally using martial techniques, Yi Ran nodded with satisfaction. Just then Zhu Xin's voice sounded in his ear. "Distracting yourself during a fight is not a good habit." As she spoke, Zhu Xian lashed out with a claw, striking Yi Ran's shoulder viciously. Originally aiming to tear off Yi Ran's arm, Zhu Xian instead felt a terrifying physical strength when her attack connected with his body. Despite her power, she could not pierce through Yi Ran's shoulder, leaving only a few wounds. This realization stunned Zhu Xian. After all, her cultivation base was a full major realm higher than Yi Ran's. Tearing off his arm should have been, yet because of his formidable physique, it only resulted in a minor wound. What dumbfounded Zhu Xian even more was that after her strike, the wound on Yi Ran's shoulder healed at a visible speed. Faced with this sight, even Zhu Xian, who had lived for so many years, was taken aback. Her attacks carried ghostly qi of the shadow grade. Wounds tainted by this qi were difficult to heal, and if it entered the body, it would worsen the injury. Wasn't that how Zhao He's master died? Yet for Yi Ran, in less than 10 breaths his wound had completely healed. The dense ghostly qi seemed useless, instantly dispersed by some mysterious force, having no effect at all. This was naturally the power of the indestructible soul. Because of this, Yi Ran had never feared a direct confrontation with Zhu Xian. Unless she could reduce him to dust in a single strike, ordinary injuries meant nothing to Yi Ran. Though Zhu Xian was skilled, she clearly couldn't kill Yi Ran in one blow. Besides granting him an insane regenerative ability, the indestructible soul also vastly strengthened his physical body. It was no exaggeration to say that although Yi Ran was only at the martial yuan realm's greater accomplishment stage, his physical strength rivaled that of a great cultivator at the Zifu realm. Immortality and indestructibility were the true wonders of the indestructible soul, and the reason it was a legendary soul. After a moment of shock, Zhu Xian looked at Yi Ran with even greater curiosity and smiled. "You keep surprising me. I really want to cut you open and study you thoroughly." For some reason, Yi Ran felt a hint of obsession in Zhu Xin's gaze. Before Yi Ran could respond, Zhu Xian changed her style and took the initiative to attack. "Let me see what other secrets you're hiding." The previous scene had made Zhu Xian intensely curious. She wanted to discover Yi Ran's limits. Facing Zhu Xin's assault, Yi Ran directly used the blazing blade art. However, relying on her speed advantage, Zhu Xian easily evaded his attacks. This time, Zhu Xian increased her power. Stretching out a finger, a blood-red beam instantly shot toward Yi Ran's chest. The light condensed from dense ghostly qi was like a sharp sword. In the blink of an eye, it struck Yi Ran. Such an attack would have pierced the chest of any core formation cultivator, even one at the perfection stage. Yet after the bloodlight hit Yi Ran, it did cause damage, but the expected piercing did not occur. It only left an inconspicuous bloody hole on Yi Ran's chest, which quickly healed at a visible rate. Completely unbothered by Zhu Xin's attack, Yi Ran had never intended to dodge. Since he couldn't match her speed, he had to use other means. Enduring Zhu Xin's strike, Yi Ran seized the opportunity and grabbed her arm. "Now you can't run away." Feeling the immense force on her arm, Zhu Xin's expression finally shifted. Turning her head, she saw Yi Ran gripping her tightly with his left hand, while his right hand raised the dragon pattern blade, high poised to strike down. "You're asking for death." Seeing Yi Ran's attack about to land, Zhu Xian finally grew enraged. This human whom she had always toyed with now made her feel a hint of crisis, which displeased her greatly. As the dragon pattern blade descended, a murderous glint flashed in Zhu Xian's eyes as her ghostly aura erupted violently. The sinister chill of her spectral energy surged toward Yi Ran like a tidal wave. At such close range, the assault of ghostly qi from a shadow-level fiend felt like being engulfed in a sea of flames. The only difference was one burned with heat, the other with an icy cold. Under the erosion of the ghostly aura, Yi Ran's skin began to ulcerate rapidly. Anyone else would have let go long ago, yet Yi Ran remained utterly unmoved. Moreover, the skin corroded by the ghostly aura quickly began to heal. Seeing that her spectral energy had failed to affect Yi Ran, Zhu Xian was now thoroughly questioning her own existence as a ghost. As a shadow-level fiend, she had once slain core formation cultivators, and more than one. Yet she had never witnessed anything so bizarre. Before she could dwell on it further, a searing pain engulfed her. The dragon pattern blade in Yi Ran's hand had struck down fiercely, leaving a deep bone-exposing wound across Zhu Xian's chest. Wounded by a despicable human. The pain ignited Zhu Xian's fury. She struck out with a palm, landing a heavy blow on Yi Ran's chest. This time Zhu Xian held nothing back. A crack of breaking bones echoed as Yi Ran's entire chest caved in, and he was sent flying backward. He crashed heavily to the ground. The commotion naturally drew the attention of many cultivators. Seeing that Zhu Xian had been wounded by Yi Ran's blade, and severely at that, they were stunned, dumbfounded. Wu Xie's combat prowess had already astonished many, but now it seemed that while the disciple was extraordinary, the master was even more so. No wonder he could nurture such a disciple. After all, Zhu Xian was a shadow-level fiend capable of overwhelming everyone present. Without exaggeration, no one here could match Zhu Xian. Yet now she was injured, and by none other than a mere martial artist, not even a cultivator. This, some could scarcely believe their eyes. A martial artist wounding a shadow-level fiend. Was this not a dream? But the truth stood before them undeniable. Even more astonishingly, Yiran, who had withstood Juexin's full force strike, rose to his feet swiftly. He had struck Juexin with his blade survived. And wait, where was the wound on his chest? Truly shocking, but what a pity. Having taken Juexin's full blow, he likely won't survive. Holy shit. Amidst the shock, some felt a pang of regret for Yiran. Many had witnessed Juexin's strike and believed no one could survive such an attack. Yet before they could finish their words, Yiran stood up, brimming with vitality. And damn it, the wound on his chest had already healed. This sight left everyone bewildered. Had they misseen Had Juexin's attack missed its mark? Even Juexin herself was incredulous. Was her full power strike truly ineffective against Yiran? Yiran winced in pain as he glared at Juexin. His indestructible soul was powerful, but the agony was excruciating. If only he could strip away his sense of pain, it would be perfect. Fully recovered, Yiran spoke to the icy-faced Juexin. It seems I underestimated you. I thought I could cleave you in two with one strike. Earlier, Yiran had also held nothing back, intending to slay Juexin in a single blow. But a shadow-level fiend's strength was not to be underestimated. Even with his full power, a one-hit kill was beyond reach. However, due to the dragon pattern blade's properties and his own blood energy, Juexin's wound showed no signs of healing anytime soon. Ghostly aura seeped from the wound's edges, yet it refused to close, as if some force was countering the boat's natural recovery. Hearing Yiran's words, the murderous intent in Juexin's eyes intensified. Unfazed, Yiran walked toward her blade in hand, speaking as he advanced. I've been wondering why you've launched such a massive assault on Wu Wei Temple. Is it out of vengeance, or some other reason? But just now I stumbled upon something. As he spoke, Yiran reached Juexin. He looked up at the dark clouds above, then back at her, continuing. That black cloud is absorbing the souls of the dead, isn't it? At these words, Juexin's expression shifted, and so did that of the many cultivators present. They too had been curious why the fiends were attacking Wu Wei Temple so fiercely. If it were mere slaughter, it made no. After all, Wu Wei Temple was a sect of cultivators. Attacking it came at a great cost to the fiends. They might as well have massacred a city instead. There had to be another reason, one unknown to all. Now, hearing Yiran, everyone turned their attention to the black clouds above. Sharp-eyed observers quickly noticed that when cultivators were slain by fiends, their souls were forcibly drawn into the black clouds by some power. Exactly as Yiran had said, the black clouds were absorbing the souls of fallen warriors. A ghost artifact. Soon a cultivator shouted. The black cloud above was indeed a ghost artifact, and its grade was far from low, at least at the spirit level. Ghost artifacts were akin to spiritual weapons, but meant for fiends. Realizing this, many understood that Juexin and her forces had attacked Wu Wei Temple to harvest cultivators' souls. But what did they need those souls for? Having his purpose seen through by Yiran, Juexin's gaze turned icy, her seductive smile gone. She stared coldly at Yiran. You know too much. Without waiting for his reply, dense ghostly aura suddenly erupted around Juexin. The ghostly chi surged wildly as Juexin's already crimson nails turned a blood-like red, as if drenched in fresh gore. They continued to grow until they reached 3 inches long like sharp daggers. I thought you'd make a fine plaything, but now you've lost even that qualification. With that, Juexin transformed into a black mist, charging at Yiran. Her hands formed claws, their 10 nails glowing with red light, as she struck, clearly intent on killing him in one blow. A ghost technique. Many cultivators recognized that Juexin had activated a ghost technique. Ghost techniques were akin to embellished spells or the martial skills of warriors. However, only upon reaching the realm of a yellow page ghost could one possibly execute such techniques. As Juexin unleashed her ghost technique, it was evident she was thoroughly enraged, her prior playful demeanor having completely transformed. Her speed was immense, and she held nothing back, her target directly aimed at Yiran's heart, clearly intending to slay him with a single strike. Her dagger-like claws plunged fiercely into the area of his heart, seeking to shatter it instantly. Yet just as her attack landed on Yiran, Juexin sensed a tremendous resistance. She had assumed that employing the ghost technique would allow her to effortlessly pierce his heart. But she had underestimated the power of Yiran's physical body. His skin, muscles, and bones each acted as a line of defense, continuously repelling Juexin's assault. As the force of her attack was steadily neutralized, Yiran seized the opportunity presented by her offensive, swinging his dragon pattern blade once more. He struck down directly, slashing heavily onto Juexin's shoulder. It was a near miss, one of her arms was almost severed completely. Their clash was a mutual ruin. Racked with searing pain, and seeing Yiran raise his blade again, Juexin had no choice but to retreat. Witnessing Yiran holding his ground, even against Juexin's ghost technique, the assembled cultivators were utterly astounded. This was a black shadow-level evil spirit. Had it truly been forced back so decisively? Yiran, however, paid no heed to the reactions around him. A bloodied hole was clearly visible at the center of. Truth be told, Yiran's condition was far from optimal. The wound on his chest did not heal rapidly as before, instead being coated with a dense malevolent chi. Even his indestructible soul struggled to restore it immediately. Such was the power of the ghost technique. This strike had indeed inflicted significant damage upon Yiran. Yet Juexin's state was no better than his, perhaps even worse. Though she was an evil spirit, she lacked Yiran's monstrous regenerative abilities. More than her physical injuries, what fueled her fury was being driven to such a state by a lowly human. And this human was not even a cultivator, but merely a martial artist. Her left arm was completely ruined, unlikely to recover anytime soon, yet the murderous intent in her eyes only grew denser. A frigid gleam flickered in her dark pupils as Juexin charged at Yiran once more. In response, Yiran showed no sign of retreat and met her heat. To have pushed a black shadow-level evil spirit to such extremes. Yiran's combat prowess left the surrounding cultivators in a state of sheer disbelief. Simultaneously, it ignited a spark of hope within them. As long as someone could contend with Juexin, this battle might not be lost after all. So strong. Enough talk. If there's a chance, strike with full force, or none of us will survive. Seeing the glimmer of victory, many cultivators rekindled their fighting spirit, unleashing their full power to slaughter the surrounding evil spirits. For a moment, the tide of battle shifted subtly. As Yiran kindled the cultivators will to fight on the other side, Zhao He's battle with the yellow page ghost was nearing its conclusion. Or rather, Zhao He had reached his limit. After employing the soul-burning secret art, he had indeed gained the ability to fight this yellow page ghost. Leveraging a determination to face death, he had even managed to gain the upper hand. But a secret art was after all temporary. As time passed, the side effects of soul burning began to manifest, and Zhao He's cultivation regressed to the peak of the meridian opening realm. It showed signs of falling further still. His face was pale, and his aura had become feeble and unsteady. Yet despite this, Zhao He showed no intention of stopping. Today was the closest he had ever come to avenging his master. Regardless of the cost, he was determined to slay this yellow page ghost. Died. His long sword swung continuously, but at this point his attacks could barely threaten the yellow page. Mockingly dodging Zhao He strike, the yellow page ghost landed a claw on his back, leaving several bone-deep gashes. It was in no hurry to finish Zhao He off, but instead it seemed to be toying with him, savoring the pleasure of the slaughter. It seems you've reached your limit. It sneered at Zhao He. Blows rained down relentlessly, and Zhao He's injuries grew ever more severe. Watching him being mercilessly tormented, Yiran and Wang Qi were frantic, yet powerless to intervene. Yiran was already under immense pressure from Juexin and had no way to aid Zhao He. Meanwhile, the yellow page ghost engaged with Zhao He also noticed Juexin's dire predicament. It was astonished that she had been pushed to such a state by a human. Deciding not to prolong the fight with Zhao He, given Juexin's perilous situation, the ghost prepared to end things. I've played long enough. It's time to end this. As Zhao He thrust his sword once more, the yellow page ghost dodged and instantly appeared before him. Its claws plunged deep into Zhao He's chest, piercing straight through his heart. Zhao He lacked Yiran's monstrous recovery and physical resilience. With his heart punctured, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Junior brother. Wang Qi roared in anguish, and Yiran's expression darkened. It was a fatal blow. Withdrawing its claws, the yellow page ghost watched Zhao He's body collapse limply. Without pausing, it turned to engage Yiran. But just as it turned to leave, Zhao He, whom it had presumed dead, suddenly experienced a surge in his aura. The life force that had been rapidly fading now began to revive with astonishing speed. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as if summoned, poured wildly into Zhao He's body. Zhao He became like a black hole, greedily absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Within 100 li of Wuwei Temple, the spiritual energy converged around him, forming a vortex of qi. Sustained by this immense influx of spiritual energy, Zhao He's cultivation level soared. Observing the transformation in Zhao He, many cultivators recognized it as the sign of awakening a special constitution. Yet wasn't such a constitution supposed to manifest at the very beginning of cultivation? Why was Zhao He awakening it only now? Even the yellow page ghost stared in shock. A human whose heart had been pierced was still alive. Not only was he alive, but it appeared his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Zhao He's aura surged steadily, while extraordinary phenomena manifested around him. Purple mist drifted from the east, and the vortex of spiritual energy spun ever faster. A tempest of spiritual energy swept through the entire Wuwei Temple courtyard. At the heart of the storm, Zhao He's cultivation directly broke through to the core formation realm once more. This time it was no mere secret art, but a genuine breakthrough. After mysteriously awakening a special constitution, Zhao He surged straight into the core formation realm. And it did not end there. After reaching the initial stage of core formation, Zhao He's cultivation quickly pushed through to the minor success of core formation before finally settling. The phenomena dissipated, and the storm of spiritual energy slowly faded. Zhao He stood up once more, sword in hand. The wound on his chest remained shocking, yet his heart had fully healed. His gaze was no longer bloodshot, but the killing intent within it was undiminished as he coldly stared at the yellow page ghost before him. Today I will slay you to avenge my master. With that, without waiting for the yellow page ghost to reply, Zhao He launched his attack. After breaking through to the minor success of core formation, Zhao He's strength was as different as heaven and earth from before. Moreover, with his awakened special constitution, his combat prowess had soared dramatically. If before Zhao He's combat ability was merely average within the same realm, now it ranked among the very peak. With a single thrust of his sword, the blade, formed of spiritual energy, tore a gash in the ground, slicing through debris and dust as it swiftly struck at the yellow page ghost. Faced with Zhao He's assault, the yellow page ghost's expression shifted dramatically. Could breaking through to core formation alone truly amplify one's strength so greatly? From that single sword strike, the yellow page ghost sensed the threat of death. It too had advanced from a white shirt ghost to a yellow page ghost, but back then its power had not increased so terrifyingly. Such an enhancement clearly could not stem from mere breakthrough of a major realm. Its eyes filled with shock, it dared not even meet Zhao He's sword Hedon, and chose to dodge without hesitation. Yet just as the yellow page ghost narrowly evaded the strike, Zhao He had somehow appeared to its left. A sword thrust out unavoidable, and the yellow page ghost's left arm was severed. With just 2 strikes, Zhao He's displayed power left everyone present awestruck. Such an increase can't be possible. It's the special constitution. Such an exaggerated surge in strength was undoubtedly due to the special Watching Zhao He completely dominate the yellow page ghost, the worry in Wang Qi's eyes finally faded. He mused inwardly that his junior brother's awakened constitution was no ordinary one. After all, even an ordinary special constitution could not achieve this. Having lost an arm in 2 sword strikes, the yellow page ghost no longer dared to fight Zhao He Hedon. It even began to consider retreat. Turning without hesitation, it tried to flee, but Zhao He would not allow it. He pursued, instantly catching up in a flash, and swung his sword without mercy. The blade swept forth, and the yellow page ghost hurriedly dodged, but then it faced Zhao He's relentless storm-like assault. A myriad of sword lights cascaded down. Under such an onslaught, despite the yellow page ghost's utmost efforts, its wounds multiplied at a visible rate. In just over a dozen breaths, the yellow page ghost's body was covered in wounds of all sizes. It collapsed weakly to its knees before Zhao He. At this moment, the yellow page ghost was utterly powerless. The human who had nearly been slain by it moments ago had now become an existence it could not rival. Looking down at the yellow page ghost, 8 years. 8 long years. Zhao He had envisioned this scene countless times. Countless times he had imagined finding this ghost, and slaying it to avenge his master, and honor his spirit in the heavens. 8 years of searching, 8 years of waiting. This moment had finally arrived. Thinking of his master lying in a pool of blood that night, and his master's smile at the end, Zhao He gripped his sword tightly. Then, under the terrified gaze of the yellow page ghost, he struck fiercely with his sword, like an executioner cleaving off its head. Master, I have finally avenged you. Looking up as if glimpsing his master's smile through the thick black clouds, Zhao He murmured to himself. This moment, which Zhao He had awaited for 8 years, had finally come to pass, fulfilling his duty to his master. After a moment of reflection, he snapped back to reality and hurried without delay toward Yi Ran. Yi Ran was alone against Zhu Xian, a shadow-level malevolent spirit, and Zhao He worried for his safety. Yet his concern was clearly unnecessary. Although Zhu Xian was indeed formidable and pressed Yi Ran heavily, Yi Ran posed an equally significant threat to Zhu Xian. In Zhu Xin's eyes, this human seemed virtually immortal. No matter how she attacked, it appeared to have no effect on him, and every time she struck, Yi Ran seized the opportunity to counterattack in an instant. It was a trade of wounds, but with equal injuries, Zhu Xian was always at a disadvantage, for she lacked Yi Ran's astonishing recovery. This led to a situation where, despite her cultivation advantage, Zhu Xian grew hesitant to attack. Each strike wounded Yi Ran, but it also wounded her. After another exchange of injuries, Yi Ran's abdomen was struck by Zhu Xian, yet it healed in an instant. As for Zhu Xian herself, a bloody hole in her abdomen continuously leaked ghostly energy. This was the cost of trading blows with Yi Ran. The same wound healed on him in a flash, while it compounded her injuries. Her gaze icy and wary, she stared at Yi Ran as Zhao He arrived at full speed. Seeing Zhao He's figure, Zhu Xian had no intention of continuing the deadly struggle. She had witnessed Zhao He slay the yellow page ghost, and knew that he too was now formidable. With the addition of Yi Ran, who was already a headache, the odds seemed unfavorable. Even Yi Ran alone had left Zhu Xian at a loss. Brother Yi, are you alright? I'm fine, but this creature is truly hard to kill. No matter how much I cut, it won't die. In response to Zhao He's concerned inquiry, Yi Ran shook his head. His injuries were not severe. Aside from the wound on his chest, almost everything else had healed. What frustrated Yi Ran was that Zhu Xin was unexpectedly difficult to kill. Despite his relentless exchange of wounds, he had yet to slay her. Not only had he not killed her, but he hadn't even managed to inflict serious injury. Indeed, though Zhu Xin looked battered, her combat strength seemed largely unaffected. Shadow-level evil spirits were indeed not so easy to kill. If it had been a yellow page ghost, Yi Ran would have hacked it to death with his blades long ago. There was no way it would have lingered until now. But just as Yi Ran felt helpless, Zhu Xin was also secretly weighing whether to retreat or continue the desperate battle. The situation had now completely exceeded Zhu Xin's expectations. Originally taking over Wu Wei Temple should have been a simple task, but who could have anticipated such a drastic turn of events? And the source of this upheaval was this human before her, a martial artist. If Yi Ran hadn't been tenaciously holding Zhu Xin back with her strength, facing the cultivators present would have been a one-sided massacre. If the battle continued, Zhu Xin had no sure victory. Most critically, it seemed she couldn't overcome Yi Ran. That was the crux of the matter. After a brief deliberation, Zhu Xin ultimately chose to abandon the fight. She cast a deep glance at Yi Ran, a smile once again curling at the corners of her lips. Although being pushed to such a state by Yi Ran infuriated her greatly. At the same time, Yi Ran had thoroughly piqued her interest. I'll let you off this time, but we'll meet again soon. You can't escape my grasp. Her smile was alluring her gaze as if she already regarded Yi Ran as her personal possession. With that, without waiting for Yi Ran's reply, Zhu Xin leaped into the air and landed directly atop the black clouds. With Zhu Xin's departure, the many evil spirits also retreated back into the black clouds. Soon the clouds carried them away beyond the horizon, and sunlight once again bathed the land. The fierce battle thus came to an end, yet no one felt much elation. Gazing at the numerous corpses strewn across the ground, many had lost their lives in this conflict, slain by the evil spirits. Tend to the wounded and count the fallen. Wang Qi, as the master of Wu Wei Temple, issued the orders without delay. The surviving disciples and Taoists of Wu Wei Temple immediately set to work. Master. At the same time, the young girl Wu Xie rushed into Yi Ran's arms, clutching him tightly. The battle had truly terrified the little girl. He gently patted her back, then glanced at Yi Zi, who looked utterly carefree, and shook his head with a smile. These two disciples were both a source of worry for him. Yi Zi went without saying, lazy in training and lacking discipline. As for Xie, she was fine in other respects, but her courage seemed far too small. Though she was quite skilled and trained diligently, for some reason, she was terrified of evil spirits. Every time she fought them, she would freeze in panic, even forgetting to use her martial techniques. After comforting her for a while, Wu Xie finally calmed down. Are you injured? Only then did he have the chance to turn to Zhao He beside him and ask. It was clear that Zhao He was badly hurt, especially after using the soul-burning secret art, which had left him extremely weak. I'm fine, just need some time to recover. Zhao He replied with a strained smile. Assured that his life was not in danger, Yi Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. The entire Wu Wei Temple was now bustling with activity. Some hurried to treat the wounded, others to gather the bodies of the fallen cultivators. Even Zhao He had a Wu Wei Temple disciple attending to his bandages. Uncle Zhao, bear with it. For a time, Yi Ran and his disciples were the most relaxed, as Wu Xie and Yi Zi were unharmed, and though Yi Ran had been wounded, his indestructible battle soul rendered it trivial. He had nearly fully recovered. Even the injury on his chest inflicted by Zhu Xin's ghostly technique had scabbed over seemingly on the. This left the Wu Wei Temple disciple who had intended to treat Yi Ran utterly dumbfounded. In the end, he could only silently withdraw to tend to others. Casually taking a seat on the steps outside the main hall after a tally, Yi Ran learned from Wang Qi and the others that the battle had claimed 106 lives, and nearly everyone was injured. Except, of course, Yi Ran and his disciples. The cost was immense. In truth, if Zhu Xin hadn't ultimately chosen to retreat, the casualties would have been even greater. It's fortunate those evil spirits withdrew in the end, otherwise it's hard to say how many of us would have survived. Indeed, at this, many eyes unconsciously turned to Yi Ran. Everyone knew that Zhu Xin's retreat was entirely because of him. In that moment, Yi Ran, as a martial artist, had fully entered the sight of these cultivators. For a martial artist to possess such combat prowess was truly astonishing. I wonder how Master Yi trains. Yes, in theory, no matter how hard a martial artist trains, they can at most match a body-tempering realm cultivator. Do you think Master Yi might have some ancient secret manual? Watch your tongue. Driven by curiosity, some harbored ulterior motives, but were quickly silenced by those nearby. Are you kidding? Even if you covet someone's secrets, you should first consider your own strength. Given the combat power Yi Ran had just displayed, killing anyone present would likely not have been too difficult. To still dare covet his secrets was nothing short of seeking death. As the crowd cleaned up the aftermath and murmured among themselves, a streak of light suddenly shot across the sky. Then an old man with a youthful complexion and white hair appeared above Wu Wei Temple. Clad in a gray robe with his white hair flowing, he exuded an aura of otherworldly elegance. Everyone present was stunned at the sight of the old man floating in midair. Someone swallowed hard and stammered. A Violet Mansion Realm Grand Cultivator. To be able to fly in the air, one must at least have reached the Violet Mansion Realm. Chi Condensation Meridian Opening Core Formation Violet Mansion. The Violet Mansion Realm was the level above Core Formation. Like the others, Yiran also looked up at the old man in the sky. However, after carefully scrutinizing him, Yiran felt that this old man might not be at the Violet Mansion Realm. After all, given the cultivation levels of those present, they couldn't possibly see through the old man's true realm. They only assumed he was a Violet Mansion cultivator because he could fly. But flight was possible for Violet Mansion cultivators, and those at higher realms as well. So how could they be certain the old man was only at the Violet Mansion realm? He must be no ordinary person. The truth soon confirmed Yiran's speculation as someone spoke. Qingyun Mountain. At these words, many noticed a small fingernail-sized embroidery of a green cloud on the old man's robe over his heart. At the mere mention of Qingyun Mountain, every cultivator present changed countenance. If Wuwei Temple was considered a regional hegemon in Dongyang Prefecture, then Qingyun Mountain was a behemoth within the imperial domain. The two were simply not on the same scale. It was said that any random inner disciple of Qingyun Mountain possessed a foundation establishment cultivation. As for Wuwei Temple, even counting Zhao He, they only had 2 foundation establishment cultivators. The disparity was evident. Paying no heed to the changed expressions, the elder in the sky spoke calmly. What happened? Upon hearing this, Wang Qi, as the host, cupped his hands and replied respectfully. Senior Wuwei Temple was just attacked by a malevolent spirit. He briefly recounted the matter to the elder. After listening to Wang Qi, the elder slowly descended into the courtyard. He casually glanced at the surrounding crowd and the cultivators slain by the malevolent spirit. Attacks by such entities were commonplace to the elder, nothing extraordinary. Do not assume malevolent spirits are merely rats scurrying in the dark forever, hiding in shadows. If that were true, the world would not be in its current state. The weak and solitary malevolent spirits might indeed be like cornered rats facing the constant threat of being slain by cultivators. But those with great power and influence were a different matter entirely. Much like cultivator sects, many malevolent spirit factions feared no cultivators and were fully capable of contending with them. It was precisely for this reason that the two sides were locked in a stalemate, forming a delicate balance. Cultivators slew malevolent spirits, and malevolent spirits hunted cultivators, but these were mere skirmishes. Both sides were exceedingly cautious when it came to full-scale war. The elder had only been passing by and revealed himself upon sensing the malevolent spirit's aura. Now that the spirit had retreated, and all seemed well, he intended to leave. However, inadvertently, the elder suddenly noticed Zhao He sitting beside Yiran. As if discerning something, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, without any visible movement, the elder's form had somehow appeared before Zhao He. Without explanation, he grasped Zhao He's arm. Before Zhao He could react, a gentle stream of spiritual energy had already entered his body. An immaculate Tao body, truly an immaculate Tao body. As the spiritual energy surged in, the elder's expression grew increasingly animated. He had noticed earlier that Zhao He possessed a special physique, and it seemed to be of a high grade, hence his desire to confirm it. But he never expected it to be the immaculate Tao body. This was one of the most formidable special physiques, a true prodigy of heaven. Even at Qingyun Mountain, there was no disciple with the immaculate Tao body. After his excitement subsided, the elder looked seriously at Zhao He. What is your name? Senior, this junior is Zhao He. Zhao He, good. I am willing to take you as my last direct disciple. What say you? At these words, everyone present was stirred, their gazes at Zhao He filled with envy. Was he really entering Qingyun Mountain just like that? Without exaggeration, this was a meteoric rise. Moreover, he was not an ordinary disciple. Though they knew not, the elder's status at Qingyun Mountain, being accepted as a last direct disciple certainly meant a higher standing than regular disciples. Many secretly lamented that the elder had not chosen them, wishing they could take Zhao He's place. Yet hearing this, Zhao He did not show the expected excitement. Instead, a troubled expression appeared on his face. He held no aversion to the elder and understood that joining Qingyun Mountain would bring him nothing but benefit. The cultivation resources and environment alone were far beyond what Wuwei Temple could offer. But Zhao He was reluctant to leave Wuwei Temple. In his heart, he still thought of atonement, wishing to guard the temple for his master for the rest of his life. Sensing Zhao He's hesitation, the elder spoke. Staying here will only waste your potential. Even with the immaculate Tao body, Wuwei Temple's resources are utterly insufficient to support your cultivation. Without cultivation resources, no matter how great your talent, it will be difficult to achieve much. Qingyun Mountain is where you truly belong. I promise that there all cultivation resources will be at your disposal. Wuwei Temple could indeed not sustain the great fish that was the immaculate Tao body. For Zhao He, staying would be self-destruction. Yet knowing this truth, he still could not let go of Wuwei Temple. After a long silence, Zhao He finally decided to refuse. He still wanted to guard the place for his master. But just as he was about to speak, Wang Qi's voice suddenly rang out. This junior thanks the senior on behalf of my junior brother. Senior brother you. Caught off guard by Wang Qi's decision for him, Zhao, he turned to look at him in confusion. Their eyes met. Wang Qi smiled and walked up to Zhao He. He knew what Zhao He was hesitating about, but 8 years had passed, and the past was after all in the past. Moreover, with Zhao He personally slaying the yellow page ghost, the knot in Wang Qi's heart had been untied. He patted Zhao He's shoulder. Go. Qingyan Mountain is where you belong. Even if you leave Wuwei Temple will always be your home. When you grow stronger you can better protect it, isn't that so? Having atoned for 8 years, it was time for Zhao He to learn to live for himself, to pursue what he desired. Seeing Wang Qi's encouraging gaze, Zhao He's heart was a mix of emotions. He had always sought his senior brother's forgiveness, and now that moment had finally arrived. He looked at the other 3 senior brothers behind Wang Qi. They too offered him encouraging looks. Under their gaze, Zhao He took a deep breath and finally nodded in agreement to the elder. Seeing Zhao He's nod, the elder finally broke into a smile, nodding repeatedly with barely concealed excitement. Good, good, good. A disciple with the immaculate Tao body was enough to make anyone envious. In time he would surely become another powerful figure for the Taoist path. Watching Zhao He being accepted as the elder's disciple, Yi Ran felt genuine happiness for him, while also being inwardly shocked. Was Brother Zhao's newly awakened special physique truly so extraordinary? Though he knew nothing of the immaculate Tao body, the elder's reaction made it clear that this was an incredibly formidable special physique. However, before Yi Ran could offer his congratulations, a pretty face suddenly appeared before him without warning. A pair of large sparkling eyes were curiously examining him. Who goes there? Not only was Yi Ran startled, but the surrounding crowd also became highly alert, adopting defensive stances. It was unavoidable. The girl's appearance was far too eerie, materializing before Yi Ran out of thin air. The sudden appearance of the young girl put everyone present on high alert. She wore a short emerald green dress, and her delicate bare feet were adorned with a string of bells woven from red cord. She hovered in midair, her feet not touching the ground. Ignoring the questions from the crowd, she fixed her gaze solely on Yi Ran. Their faces were so close that their noses nearly touched. From the young girl, Yi Ran caught a faint, pleasant phrase. Who are you? The crowd demanded again as the girl remained silent, but she once more paid them no heed. Just as everyone was about to take action, the girl finally spoke, but her words left them all stunned. The young girl looked at Yi Ran with a beaming smile and said, I like you. Marry me. The moment these words were uttered, the entire hall fell into dead silence. What was this? Was this mysterious girl who had appeared out of nowhere proposing to Yi Ran? Even Yi Ran was taken aback, instinctively stepping back. What was wrong with this woman? He was certain he had never met her before. So what do you think? I really like you. Marry me. She pressed, closing the distance again. To this Yi Ran replied with suspicion. Miss, it seems we don't know each other, do we? My name is Husiener, the girl announced directly. Her beautiful large eyes were filled with laughter, as if that alone made them acquainted. Yi Ran was at a loss for words, and the surrounding crowd was equally bewildered. What was this girl's deal?